Hello, fellow listeners and readers. Before we embark on this chilling journey, I'd like to welcome you to a special storytelling experience, one that blurs the lines between our recent history and a speculative future. But before we dive headfirst into the conspiracy, the thrills, and the hidden agendas, I have a small request. If you're tuning in right now, drop a comment letting me know where you are in the world and what time it is where you live. I'm always fascinated by how stories bring people together across time zones and continents. Also, if you find yourself intrigued, unsettled, or perhaps comforted by these midnight musings, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories, where we explore stories that walk the razor's edge between dreams and reality. Tonight's tale is titled The Silent Strain, a Pandemic of Control. It's a conspiracy thriller set in the near future, 2027 to be exact, where a new respiratory virus, Havoc-7, has spread across the globe. At first, governments claim it's a natural outbreak, but as the body count rises and lockdowns stretch into indefinite detention, troubling evidence emerges that challenges the official story. We follow Ethan Cole, an investigative journalist who stumbles upon top-secret documents hinting at a darker, more orchestrated plan. This isn't just about a virus, it's about power, manipulation, and a hidden agenda that could reshape society forever. What if the lockdowns, the media blitz, and the vaccine mandates are not truly about stopping the spread, but about tightening control? Who stands to gain from a world locked behind digital passes and constant surveillance? And what becomes of those who speak out against the official narrative? In this story, the answers to these questions put Ethan Cole's life in jeopardy. He quickly learns that when fear runs high, those with something to hide will stop at nothing to maintain their hold on power. Accompanying Ethan on this dangerous road to the truth is Dr. Vanessa Lee, a brilliant virologist who once worked in the very labs rumoured to have spawned Havoc-7. She knows more than she's letting on, and her knowledge could be key to exposing a global conspiracy. Meanwhile, a hacker by the name of Dylan Novak lurks in the digital shadows, digging into corporate networks and government servers to reveal that the so-called vaccine might not be a cure at all, but rather a sophisticated tool of compliance. As you listen, consider how close to home this story might feel. It's not just about a virus. It's about how easily people can be steered by panic, how swiftly freedoms can be curtailed, and how disinformation shapes our world. In a reality where truth is so often censored or spun, is it possible that we're already on a path similar to the one described here? I invite you to settle in, whether it's early morning in a bustling city, midday in a sleepy town, or late at night in the comfort of your bed. Let this narrative guide you into the shadows of a world that may be only a step ahead of our own. Stay vigilant, keep an open mind, and remember, truths can be hidden in plain sight, but they can also be uncovered by those brave or desperate enough to seek them. Thank you for joining me. Now let's turn the page and begin the saga of The Silent Strain, a Pandemic of Control. And don't forget to comment where you're tuning in from and hit that subscribe button for Sleep Theories. Sweet dreams, or perhaps unsettling ones, lie ahead. Ethan Cole first heard of Havoc-7 the same way most of the world did, through late-night breaking news. One evening, an emergency broadcast interrupted his usual flow of half-listened commentary and background chatter. A solemn news anchor announced a series of mysterious respiratory infections in Millstone, a modest city on the edge of the Atlantic. At first the anchor's tone was measured, almost casual. Then the numbers multiplied. Tens of cases grew to hundreds. The disease's symptoms were disturbing. rapid onset fever, agonizing cough, and a sense of fatigue so overwhelming it left people bedridden within hours. The mortality rate, though low at first, showed signs of spiking among the elderly and immunocompromised. Lockdown orders quickly followed. From Washington to Berlin, from Tokyo to Sao Paulo, governments declared states of emergency. Curfews were enforced, public gatherings were banned. On social media, opinion wars erupted. Some claimed the virus was a hoax, invented by the media or politicians seeking to score points. Others insisted it was the end of the world, urging friends and family to stay locked inside for months. Caught in the swirl of rumour and confusion, Ethan didn't know what to believe. But as a dedicated investigative journalist, he made it his mission to find out. Armed with a notepad, a tape recorder, and the grit that had come from years of chasing leads, Ethan set out to gather facts. He interviewed local hospital staff, eyewitnesses, and any official who would speak on the record. What he found was a curious pattern. Wherever Havoc 7 was reported, swift government presence followed. Unmarked black vans, military checkpoints, blocked roads. The official line was that these measures were necessary to contain the virus. Yet it felt excessive, like they were sweeping in to hide something rather than to protect anyone. He pushed further, scouring data leaks on fringe conspiracy forums. After days of searching, a peculiar file landed in his inbox. A heavily redacted government document titled Project G7 Recursion. Nearly half of its contents were blacked out, but scattered phrases jumped out at him. Gain of function, accelerated release, population compliance threshold. That single page all but confirmed his growing suspicion. Havoc 7 might not be natural at all. A whistleblower known only as KC had attached a brief note. They're lying. Keep your eyes open. More to come. Ethan drafted an explosive article that night, detailing his findings. He noted the odd phrasing in the leaked document, speculated on the possibility of an engineered virus, and exposed the coordinated media campaign to vilify anyone who asked questions. The piece was set to publish on a small independent news site he sometimes freelanced for, one that prided itself on unfiltered reporting. But when he woke the next morning, the article was gone. The entire website had been wiped clean, replaced by an error message. His phone buzzed non-stop with calls from unknown numbers. Each time he answered, the line was silent. Then the calls stopped, just as abruptly as they had begun. A creeping sense of dread unfurled in his chest. If someone had gone to the trouble of erasing his work, that meant there was truth in it. He worried for the safety of his source, the whistleblower known as KC. Repeated attempts to contact them returned nothing but dead ends. Meanwhile, hashtags referencing Havoc 7's suspicious origins vanished from major social platforms. Accounts that questioned the official narrative were suspended. Clips that cast doubt on the virus's natural origin disappeared. Almost overnight, it became taboo to even hint that Havoc 7 might be man-made. Then came the official statement from the Global Health Initiative, GHI, a coalition of government and corporate medical authorities. The GHI insisted the virus was a tragic but natural mutation, emphasizing that disinformation would only worsen the global crisis. They promised that a vaccine was in the works and would be rolled out soon. Ethan's stomach churned as he listened to government spokespeople calmly dismiss every legitimate question as paranoia or fear-mongering. The mood in the streets and on the news was tense and anxious, yet also resigned. Many people simply wanted to believe that their leaders had things under control. Ethan, however, could not look away from what he had uncovered. If the virus was truly engineered, why? And by whom? The mission statement of the GHI read like a philanthropic crusade, uniting nations to protect global health. But Ethan sensed a hidden iron fist behind the velvet glove. If the official story was a lie, how deep did that lie go? Desperate for clarity, he reached out to every contact he had. Most refused to speak, citing fear of losing their jobs or, worse, ending up on the disappeared list, rumoured detainees who vanished once they questioned official accounts. A few unnamed sources hinted that the GHI had ties to an elite circle of pharmaceutical conglomerates and high-ranking politicians, but these hints were vague, whispers on digital wind. Then, without warning, a simple message arrived in Ethan's email. I was there when Havoc 7 was made. I can prove everything. Meet me at the old water treatment plant Tuesday at midnight. V. Lee. The old water treatment plant on the outskirts of Millstone was a relic of 20th century infrastructure, its rusted pipes and battered walls long decommissioned and forgotten. Arriving just before midnight, Ethan slipped through a chain-link fence and used his phone's flashlight to navigate the labyrinth of dark corridors and stagnant puddles. Every metallic clang made him jump. The hollow echo of his own footsteps heightened his paranoia. The world outside was in shambles, but here, in this abandoned husk of a facility, Ethan found something almost post-apocalyptic in the gloom. At last he reached a dimly lit open area cluttered with empty crates and broken machinery. Standing by a flickering fluorescent light was a woman in a hooded coat, her posture rigid, her gaze fixed on him. She pulled back the hood to reveal a tired yet resolute face. "I'm Dr. Vanessa Lee," she said, voice hushed. "Are you alone?" Ethan glanced over his shoulder, scanning the darkness. "Yes, for now," she nodded, then wasted no time. "I saw your unpublished article about Havoc 7's origins. I know it was taken down, but the details are correct enough. I used to work for the Global Health Initiative. I was part of the team that created it." Ethan's heart pounded. Hearing it stated so plainly, so matter-of-factly, knocked the wind out of him. "Wait, you're saying you engineered Havoc 7? "No," she corrected. "I was on the research team. We were studying coronaviruses, influenza, other potential threats. Gain-of-function research, they called it. The official story was that we wanted to preempt deadly outbreaks to develop rapid response treatments. But behind closed doors, the conversation was darker. They were discussing weaponization, minimal lethal doses, how to maximize contagion without triggering immediate global alarm." She took a shaky breath. "I didn't realize how far it had gone until I saw the classified data, H7 recursion. I confronted my superiors. The next day, I was locked out of the labs. My access was revoked. Then I found a threatening note pinned to my apartment door. I had no choice but to vanish." Ethan tried to process the flood of information. "So Havoc 7 was leaked on purpose?" Lee's eyes were clouded with regret. "All signs point to an early release. The official plan was to unleash it in staged outbreaks, to test how populations respond to fear, see how easily we could corral them under new restrictions, but something or someone pushed the schedule forward. It caught even the top brass off guard. Now they're scrambling to maintain control." Ethan felt his pulse quicken. He imagined entire governments coordinating behind the scenes, planning the perfect crisis to ensure absolute compliance. Why would they want to do that? Lee gave a grim smile. Control, power, profits, you name it. Once a population is scared, they become pliable. They accept anything: digital tracking, forced vaccinations, mandatory checkpoints if it promises safety. The GHI might have begun as a genuine health alliance, but it's evolved into something monstrous. Politicians, corporations, pharmaceutical CEOs, they're all complicit. Ethan pressed record on his phone. I need you to go on the record. The world has to hear this. She shook her head vehemently. Not yet. If I show my face, I'll be dead or disappeared. The GHI has eyes everywhere, but I can give you evidence. Encrypted files, lab notes, internal memos. You can release them when the time is right. Cautious but determined, Ethan wanted a taste of that proof right away. Dr. Lee handed him a small flash drive. This is just a fraction of what I have. Detailed gene sequences showing unnatural splicing. Internal emails discussing the time frame for the release. It's enough to cast serious doubt on the official narrative. But be careful. If they've gone to such lengths to silence you before, they'll do worse once you have this. Ethan pocketed the drive, his mind buzzing with questions. Why talk to me? I'm just an independent journalist with a half-banned blog, she shrugged. You're also the only one stubborn enough to keep digging when the entire media establishment shut you down. My old colleagues are either too scared or too loyal to speak. You have just enough of a following to make a ripple, but not so large that you're constantly watched. Not until now. Her words sank in. He realised tonight's meeting had placed both of them on a precarious tightrope. What's your plan? He asked. I've been on the run for months, Delee said softly. Collecting evidence, trying to figure out how to expose this. I can't do it alone. I need help, resources, a network. Her expression hardened. This is bigger than just me or you. If Havoc 7 is only the first step, I fear what comes next could be far more sinister. Before Ethan could respond, a mechanical drone whirred above them. Startled, they extinguished the light and pressed against the wall. The faint glow of red tracking beams swept across the floor like an alien search party. It lingered for a moment before zipping off into the night. Dr. Lee exhaled with palpable relief. They're searching, she whispered. We should leave separately. If you need me, message me through the secure link I gave you. They shared a final urgent glance, then Dr. Lee disappeared into the darkness. Ethan stood there, alone, the flash drive feeling like a brick in his pocket. His mind raced with visions of clandestine labs, empty corridors and menacing government agents. The stakes had grown impossibly high. If Dr. Lee was telling the truth, then entire nations were being manipulated into a permanent state of lockdown and fear. Ethan flicked off his phone's flashlight and followed a narrow corridor back to the fence. Every shadow seemed hostile, every rustle a potential threat. By the time he reached his car, his breath came in shallow gasps. He caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, eyes wide, cheeks taut. He knew it then. He wasn't chasing a mere conspiracy theory. He was stepping into a battlefield of secrets. And if the GHI had begun manufacturing viruses and orchestrating pandemics, then indeed the entire world was at risk. With trembling hands, Ethan started the engine and drove off, fully aware that from this moment on, nothing in his life would ever be the same. The flash drive sat on Ethan's cluttered desk, a digital Pandora's box promising both answers and peril. After triple-checking his security software, he copied its contents onto an offline laptop. Lines of complex genetic code scrolled across the screen, along with email chains that read like pieces of a larger puzzle. He recognized enough medical jargon to confirm it wasn't random data. These were genuine lab memos and gene splicing logs. Words like enhanced transmissibility and adjuvant synergy leapt out at him. Document after document hinted at an orchestrated campaign to cultivate fear, and then position the GHI as the only salvation. Yet, as valuable as this trove was, Ethan couldn't fully interpret the data on his own. He knew a handful of fringe tech experts, but only one had the reputation and the nerve to handle something this explosive: Dylan Novak. Known online as Nova Cypher, Dylan was a self-styled digital freedom fighter, rumoured to have hacked into corporate giants and left cryptic messages urging transparency. Paranoid to a fault, Dylan never physically met with anyone. But he had a secure chat channel, one that Ethan had used once before when investigating biotech lobbying. Ethan, in chat: "I've got something bigger than anything we've tackled before. Need your help reading complex scientific data, possible ties to a global conspiracy. Game?" Dylan's response was instantaneous. Dylan, in chat: "You mean the virus?" Ethan's heart thumped. If Dylan was already on this trail, maybe they could make real progress. "Exactly. Where do we start? Send me the files, I'll check for authenticity and decrypt any hidden layers. But be warned, once I open this, we're both on someone's radar." Ethan zipped the flash drive contents and sent them via an encrypted channel. Minutes later, Dylan replied with an ominous message. "Holy, this is insane. The gene code definitely looks engineered. I can see unique markers that don't appear in any naturally evolving strain. Wait, there's more. Let me decode these additional file headers." Drummed his fingers anxiously on his keyboard, half expecting a knock at his door. He had watched enough whistleblowers get disappeared to know the risk. His mind flicked to Dr. Lee's warning. Another chat bubble popped up. Found something in these email strings, references to batch A17 vaccine results, negative efficacy, and rollout schedule. Looks like they've tested this vaccine in some undisclosed trials. The data shows no meaningful protection. 0. Possibly even negative outcomes, and they're still planning to mandate it globally. Ethan stared in disbelief. The official narrative was that the vaccine was humanity's lifeline, the only solution to end the wave of devastating infections. Entire economies hinged on distributing it. Yet these files indicated it was worthless. Worse, possibly harmful. Why would the GHI push a non-functioning vaccine? Dylan, continuing: "There are references to a digital health passport system. The vaccine acts like a justification for mandatory check-ins, scanning, constant biometric monitoring. It's not about curing anything. It's about tagging everyone under a real-time surveillance grid." A chill crawled along Ethan's spine. People were lining up in droves for this shot, desperate to reclaim normalcy. Cities had banned unvaccinated individuals from public spaces. Families were torn apart by the debate, all for a shot that did little more than provide the government and corporations a convenient label to track compliance. My God, this is bigger than I ever imagined. You're telling me. The GHI's next move is to make the vaccine mandatory. They're going to tie it to bank accounts, travel permissions, even job opportunities. Anyone who resists will be deemed a public health threat and denied basic rights. Ethan's thoughts spun as he tried to imagine the global repercussions. This was a new world order, disguised as a humanitarian health measure. The fear induced by Havoc 7 was the perfect Trojan horse for ushering in digital tyranny. And Dr. Lee had been right about the virus's real purpose. If she had more evidence, then perhaps they could blow this wide open. But it dawned on him that the clock was ticking. If Dylan could unearth these details, the GHI's digital surveillance teams could do the same in reverse. It was only a matter of time before a black van rolled up outside his home. Final message of the night. I'll keep digging, but you need to find a secure place to lie low. Start building your story. If we can leak everything at once, we might stand a chance of forcing mainstream coverage before they can censor us. If you need me, I'll be watching." True to form, Dylan vanished from the chat. Ethan found himself alone, hunched over his keyboard, eyes burning from lack of sleep. Outside, the streetlights cast elongated shadows across the pavement, as if hinting at the creeping darkness enveloping society. He snapped his laptop shut, grabbed a duffel bag and stuffed in clothes, a burner phone and a notebook. From the window, he could see the neighbour's window flicker with the bluish glow of a TV broadcasting the same message repeated on every channel. "Get vaccinated. Stay home. Save lives." The words now took on a menacing undertone, as if they were a coded directive to comply. Or else. His mind raced with questions. Where to hide? Who to trust? Did he dare contact Dr. Lee again? He decided that for now, staying in his own apartment was an invitation to be silenced. He picked a new destination every few hours just to keep ahead of any watchers. By morning, he was far from home, holed up in a grimy motel that took cash only. Flicking on the TV for background noise, he caught another GHI press conference. Director William Greer appeared behind a podium calmly dispensing platitudes about the vaccine's safety and necessity. When a reporter asked about rumours of side effects or questionable efficacy, Greer's mouth tightened. He repeated the standard line, "Any such rumours are baseless, likely fueled by malicious actors aiming to undermine public health. We urge everyone to remain vigilant and trust official sources." Ethan felt bile rise in his throat. The staggering audacity of it all. How effortlessly they labelled skeptics as traitors. How seamlessly they turned scientific debate into a witch hunt. He powered off the TV and sank into thought. The evidence was damning, but releasing it too soon without a solid platform could see it scrubbed from the internet before it even gained traction. He needed a high-impact strategy, something that would force the world to pay attention. And so, as the sun rose over the motel's vacant lot, Ethan's course sharpened. He would expose the GHI's conspiracy, no matter the cost. The real question was whether he could do it before they found him first. The next week blurred into a game of cat and mouse for Ethan. He changed motels every 2 days, avoiding any establishment with security cameras. He used burner phones to contact Dr. Lee and Dylan, rotating SIM cards like a seasoned fugitive. Somewhere along the line, a quiet transformation happened. Ethan Cole, once a mere journalist seeking the biggest scoop of his career, had become a hunted man with a moral imperative to unveil a global deception. Every so often, DeLee would send cryptic updates. She'd discovered more anomalies in the virus's structure, further proof it was lab-engineered. She hinted at factions within the GHI itself. Some believed they were serving humanity by guiding the masses through fear. Others were in it purely for profit and control. But no matter the justification, the outcome was the same. A worldwide state of enforced compliance that looked more and more like martial law. Meanwhile, Dylan's hacks yielded a trove of new files, internal memos about media control, secret deals with top news networks to quell dangerous misinformation. The GHI had carefully groomed certain internet influencers and celebrities to promote the official line, drowning out dissenting voices. The web was awash with posts using identical phrases and hashtags, pushing the message that faith in the system was the only way to end the crisis, and people, exhausted by anxiety and eager for normalcy, ate it up. Then 3 nights ago, Ethan's luck finally ran out. He'd ventured out to grab takeout when he spotted 2 men in dark suits stationed by his motel's entrance. Their gazes were cold, scanning each passerby. Though they wore no official insignia, they carried the stance of government operatives. The enforcers, Ethan thought. Rumour had it they operated under the direct orders of Director William Greer himself, a man who oversaw the global Havoc 7 task force with an unsettling calm. Ethan slipped into an alley and circled around the back of the motel to retrieve his bag. He narrowly avoided their notice, hearing them speak in clipped tones about tracking the journalist's phone. They must have discovered at least one of his burner numbers. He fled into the night, seeking refuge anywhere with a crowd, train stations, bus terminals, busy streets, until finally he found a deserted safe house recommended by Dylan. Panic threatened to overwhelm him, but a single objective remained clear. The evidence had to go public. Soon. Every passing hour gave the GHI more time to clamp down on the internet and root out whistleblowers like Dr. Lee. It was Dylan who suggested the idea, hijacking a government broadcast. If they could override a national emergency feed, they could forcibly stream their data dumps and expose the GHI in real time. It was a risky plan bordering on impossible, but desperation fueled their creativity. Dylan's plan hinged on an old broadcast satellite array located near the capital. It once served as a backup system for civil defence alerts. The government rarely used it now, relying on fibre networks. If Dylan could hack into the array remotely, while Ethan physically accessed the control panel, they might hijack a direct feed to millions of televisions and radios across the country. Timing was crucial. The GHI's own announcements aired daily at 8 p.m. local time. If they patched in just as the scheduled broadcast began, they could piggyback on the official channel for maximum impact. Dr. Lee insisted on contributing. She prepared a concise, horrifying presentation. A timeline of the virus's creation, the project documents, the lab splices, and most damning of all, the internal emails mocking the public's gullibility. The final slide showcased the vaccine's dismal efficacy data. If the broadcast succeeded, the world would see undeniable proof of the greatest deception in modern history. On the night of the operation, Ethan parked half a mile from the old array, tucked behind an abandoned barn. The sky was an endless stretch of black, the moon hidden by thick clouds. He jogged across a field until he saw the silhouette of a massive satellite dish looming against the night. High fences surrounded it, topped with razor wire. He cut through the fence at a less visible corner, heart pounding with adrenaline. From his earpiece came Dylan's voice. "We're in position, but I'm seeing increased security on the network. They might suspect something. Hurry!" Ethan found the control shack behind the dish locked tight. A crowbar pried it open. Inside, dusty panels glowed faintly, humming with dormant power. Using instructions Dylan had given him, Ethan typed commands into the archaic console. The screens flickered to life, unveiling system logs that hadn't been accessed in years. "Okay," Ethan whispered, starting the link. A beep signalled the connection's establishment. "We've got about 90 seconds before the GHI broadcast begins," Dylan said, voice crackling with tension. "Once they switch to their feed, I'll reroute it through here, funnel in the evidence, and override their stream. Get ready." Each second felt like an eternity. Ethan watched a countdown on one of the monitors. When it hit 0, a new window popped open, showing Director William Greer stepping onto a stage. The usual opening lines scrolled on a ticker beneath him. Tonight's Havoc 7 update. At that moment, Dylan worked his magic. The feed stuttered, froze, and then cut to black. Heart-hammering, Ethan prayed that every screen across the country was now about to display something completely different. Dr. Lee's face appeared. She looked determined, her voice steady. "My name is Dr. Vanessa Lee. For months, the public has been lied to about Havoc 7. I was there when it was created. Please listen to what you're about to see." Then the data slides began rolling. Lab documents, official GHI memos with timestamps, damning quotes about population control, mocking references to manufactured panic. Every major revelation was front and centre, impossible to deny. Within minutes, social media lit up in a firestorm. The words fake, hoax, and conspiracy collided with proof, evidence, and exposed. Tweets and posts poured in by the thousand. Some viewers were outraged at the duplicity. Others shrieked that it was a doctored broadcast. But the seed of doubt was planted in millions of minds simultaneously. Ethan dared to feel a surge of hope. But in the control shack, trouble was brewing. Red lights flashed on the console. "Ethan," Dylan's voice crackled. "We're locked out. They're forcing the satellite offline. Shut it down and get out. Now!" Ethan yanked cables and left the system in disarray. Outside, floodlights illuminated the sky. Sirens shrieked, and masked figures emerged from the darkness, carrying rifles. The enforcers had arrived. Ethan sprinted through the tall grass. Behind him, the enforcers bellowed commands. "Stop! Freeze!" Their heavy boots crunched the soil, growing louder. As he ran, he glimpsed Delee's broadcast playing on a phone discarded by one of the guards. Surreal snapshot of their success. They had actually broken through, however briefly, to millions of screens. Shots rang out, bullets whizzed past, biting into the dirt. Ethan zigzagged through the field, stumbling in the dark. He reached the barn, ducked inside, and vaulted into his car. The engine roared to life and he sped off into the night, adrenaline flooding every cell in his body. His mind buzzed with the broadcast's final images, slides of vaccine data, GHI officials joking about the compliance rate. It was out there now. No matter what happened next, at least some people had seen the truth. For a moment, Ethan dared to believe they'd won, but he underestimated the GHI's power. By dawn, mainstream news outlets were labelling the broadcast a terrorist hack. Government spokespeople claimed that anti-vaccine extremists were behind the incident, using doctored footage to incite panic. Social media platforms flagged and removed the hijacked stream within hours, citing medical misinformation. Rumour had it that the GHI was preparing to unleash an even tighter clampdown on internet freedoms. In a whiplash turn, polls showed significant public support for harsher penalties on propaganda hackers who endangered public health. In the days that followed, swirling chaos erupted worldwide. While some people demanded answers, marching in mass protests and calling for immediate investigations, many others believed the official line that these terrorist hackers had tried to sabotage the fight against Havoc 7. Street clashes broke out between those who saw the broadcast as a genuine whistleblowing event and those convinced it was faked. Politicians, caught in a hurricane of shifting opinions, either doubled down on pro-GI rhetoric or retreated into silence. Ethan, Dr. Lee and Dylan tried to regroup, but their ranks splintered. The enforcers moved quickly to track them. Several safe houses were compromised. Dylan sent a scrambled message from an unknown location, warning Ethan to stay off the grid. Dr. Lee vanished entirely. Ethan could only assume she'd gone deeper underground, or worse, been captured. On the third night after the broadcast, the enforcers finally cornered Ethan. He'd run out of places to hide, backed into a derelict apartment building. A stun grenade crashed through a window, and the world went white. They seized him before he could recover, blacking out his consciousness with a swift blow to the head. When Ethan awoke, he was alone in a sterile room that felt like a high-security medical ward. Days passed in a blur of dim fluorescent lights and hushed voices. He sensed the edges of sedation, a chemical haze that dulled his resistance. Occasionally a man would appear, a dignified figure in a tailored suit, silver hair combed immaculately. Director William Greer. He'd ask Ethan questions about his sources, about Dr. Lee, about Dylan's whereabouts. Ethan kept silent or spat defiance. Greer only smiled thinly and left, instructing staff to increase sedation. Eventually Ethan lost track of time. His reality narrowed to the beep of machines, the footsteps in corridors, the glint of needles in his veins. He remembered nightmares of repeated questionings, of flickering monitors that displayed propaganda on loop. But one day something changed. They moved him to a more comfortable room, gave him clean clothes, allowed him to shower. Then out of nowhere, they told him he was going home. 3 days later, the country watched a live television broadcast featuring Ethan Cole, clean-shaven, clad in a crisp suit and tie. Sitting at a polished table, he read from a prepared statement. "My name is Ethan Cole. Recently I was involved in an incident that disrupted vital health communications. I regret my actions, which were based on faulty data and manipulated by extremists who sought to undermine public safety. The Global Health Initiative remains our best hope to combat Havoc 7. I urge all citizens to put their trust in the official guidelines and disregard any unfounded rumours about the virus's origin." His eyes were glassy, his tone robotic. The statement ended with a scripted apology, praising Director Greer for his steadfast leadership. News anchors immediately repeated it, thanking Ethan for clearing up the confusion. Social media accounts that had once proclaimed Ethan a hero now erupted in frustration and heartbreak, calling him a sellout or a victim of mind control. But the mainstream narrative was set. The fiasco was over, the hackers had been silenced, and the GHI would continue its noble mission of safeguarding humanity. The final shots of the broadcast showed Ethan walking off the stage beside Director Greer. For many, that image confirmed everything. The man who once pursued the truth was now just another mouthpiece for the establishment he had tried to expose. Weeks rolled by, and the world gradually moved on, lulled by official reassurances that the Havoc 7 situation was under control, thanks to widespread vaccination, never mind the data that suggested otherwise. Dr. Lee was never heard from again. Dylan's digital footprints disappeared, replaced by rumour and speculation. Some believed he was still out there, quietly gathering intel for one last reveal. Others said he'd been caught and quietly executed. The only certainty was that the wave of panic subsided into a grim acceptance. Then a new, unsettling headline made its way across news tickers. Mysterious strain discovered, Havoc 8 under investigation. Government officials hastened to calm the public, insisting it was a mild offshoot of Havoc 7 and that the existing vaccine would protect against it. But behind closed doors, murmurs of new lockdowns and fresh mandates began circulating. Some recognized the pattern, but they were drowned out by a public too weary to fight another round of restrictions. A resigned sigh seemed to sweep through entire populations. Here we go again. Ethan Cole's face reappeared briefly, giving a bland statement on a morning show about the need for continued vigilance. He looked healthy, yet there was a vacancy in his eyes that gave the impression his fire had been extinguished. Perhaps that was the scariest part of all, that a once passionate voice for truth could be so thoroughly subsumed into the very machine he'd tried to bring down. After his short appearance, he disappeared from the media spotlight, leaving the public to accept that he was now just another mouthpiece, or possibly a rehabilitated cautionary tale. In the weeks that followed, new signs appeared on every street corner. Stay safe. Get boosted against Havoc 8. Digital passes were updated. Requiring a new sequence of injections, people lined up repeating the cycle. The few who dared protest were quickly shouted down or mysteriously vanished. Online, the dialogue devolved into the same old arguments, a revolving door of hashtags that never led to real change. Life marched forward, an entire globe stepping in tune to the rhythm of cyclical fear and official reassurances. Havoc 8, Havoc 9, who knew where it would end? But one thing was certain, the more crises emerged, the more people surrendered their freedoms in exchange for the illusion of security. Even those who remembered Ethan Cole's initial revelations found their memories drowning in the relentless tide of day-to-day survival. And so humanity drifted, lulled by the next promise of salvation, willingly or unwillingly blinded to the possibility that they were pawns in a far larger game. The cycle had repeated, the truth once again buried. And somewhere, in a dark room bathed in fluorescent light, men in suits congratulated themselves on their success at steering the world according to their design. Meanwhile, outside, the silent strain continued to spread, less a virus and more a contagion of fear, swirling in an endless loop of compliance. Our main character, Jonah Whitfield, was never a conspiracy buff. He was a rational thinker with dreams shaped not by ghost stories or rumours, but by a sense of duty and a longing for adventure. For him, the Navy represented a chance to see the world, to prove himself, and to uphold a legacy of service that stretched back generations in his family. Little did he know that in the bowels of an old storage room at a naval base, he would stumble upon fragments of information that pointed to a version of the Titanic disaster far more convoluted than he ever imagined. You will follow Jonah as curiosity ensnares him as he attempts to separate fact from fiction. You will see how a single decision, opening a file he was never meant to see, becomes the spark that ignites the fuse of his destiny. Of course, this story is fiction. Or is it? Legends spring from kernels of truth after all. Perhaps all conspiracies do. We ask ourselves, how many hidden documents rest in quiet corners of governmental archives, never meant to see the light of day? Could the Titanic's sinking have been orchestrated for financial gain, or to eliminate certain wealthy individuals who were obstacles to powerful interests? Accounts vary, but the question remains, why do stories like these continue to persist, generation after generation? Is it because we suspect that official records only tell part of the story? That question, dear listener, is yours to consider tonight. As you relax in bed, commuting to work, or simply unwinding at home, let yourself be drawn into the hidden corridors of Jonah's world. Let your imagination wander through sealed doors and dusty filing cabinets where skeletons of history might still reside. Above all, enjoy this journey into the unknown, one that weaves threads of historical speculation, espionage, and the unwavering human search for truth. Again, if you're new here, remember to comment your location and local time below, and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that challenge the boundaries of what we accept as factual. Let us know your thoughts after you've finished listening or reading, but for now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift into the haunting possibilities surrounding the RMS Titanic's untimely demise. Welcome to a tale that merges the fervour of curiosity with the unyielding grip of secrecy, one that may leave you pondering whether some truths are better left buried at the bottom of the sea. Now, let us begin. Jonah Whitfield had grown up listening to his grandfather's stories of the sea, not fairy tales or legends, mind you. His grandfather, a retired naval officer, was far too practical for that. Instead, he spoke of harrowing rescue missions in stormy oceans, the camaraderie of sailors bound by duty, and the quiet moments staring out over endless waves, feeling at once tiny and limitless. Those stories shaped Jonah's boyhood dreams. By the time he turned 18, the stinging smell of salt air and the disciplined life aboard a ship beckoned him more strongly than any college or civilian job could. So it came as no surprise to anyone when Jonah enlisted in the Navy. Boot camp was everything Jonah expected. Physical rigours, mental challenges, and the forging of lifelong bonds. His fascination with maritime history deepened whenever he had spare time. He pored over naval records, read about famous admirals, and studied old ships that had shaped the course of warfare and commerce over centuries. There was a sense of continuity there, a feeling that by joining the Navy, he had become part of a lineage that stretched back through time, connecting him with maritime heroes and tragedies alike. Jonah's thirst for history led him into off-duty research projects whenever he was stationed at a base with a decent library. He'd stay late, flipping through references about everything from Nelson's victory to obscure World War II submarines. That's how, in the quiet recesses of the Stonebridge Naval Base's archives, he first encountered a locked steel cabinet marked simply with stenciled letters, SS Files, Restricted. The red tape was thick. He had no clearance to open it. But there it stood, tempting him with the possibility of secrets just out of reach. He learned from a passing remark that SS might stand for Secret Service or Special Studies or maybe even ship secrets. The rumour mill churned half a dozen guesses. Despite the curiosity, Jonah had no intentions of prying. After all, a sealed cabinet in a restricted corner of the archives was none of his business, and one misstep could jeopardise his Navy career. He had worked too hard to be reckless, but fate sometimes has a way of unravelling the best of intentions. Late one evening, after finishing a logistics inventory assignment, Jonah noticed the base archivist struggling with stacks of documents. Being helpful by nature, he offered to assist in carting the boxes back to storage. The archivist, a weary woman in her 50s named Gladys, gratefully accepted. In the course of shelving them, Jonah realised the boxes were going on the same aisle as that mysterious steel cabinet. That was how he found out the archivist possessed a special key. A minute later, as they were sorting the new materials, the overhead lights flickered, an all-too-common glitch at Stonebridge. Gladys set the key down on a nearby shelf to fiddle with the fuse box, leaving Jonah momentarily alone with that cabinet's looming presence. He wouldn't have considered it, but something about the hush of the corridor, the glint of the key, and the memory of his father's cautionary words, "Sometimes you have to open a door to see if it should remain closed," kindled a spark inside him. Jonah was no thief, yet, against his better judgment, he lifted the key from the shelf and tried it on the cabinet's lock. A loud click startled him. His heart pounded. Time felt suspended as he swung the heavy door open. There were folders, some labelled by ship names he didn't recognise, others by cryptic code names. The label that caught his eye in the second drawer made his breath catch. RMS Titanic, Restricted. He had always held a deep, if casual, interest in Titanic lore. The ship had fascinated the world for over a century. The largest ocean liner of its day, declared unsinkable, only to vanish beneath the Atlantic waves on her maiden voyage. Historians chalked it up to human error, complacency, and a tragic encounter with an iceberg. But here, locked away in a naval archive, was a folder about the Titanic. Why would the Navy, especially a US naval base, have top-secret documents on a British passenger liner that sank in 1912? Before he could rationalise what he was doing, Jonah's hands were on the Titanic folder. He cracked it open. Inside lay aged photographs, typed memos from the early 1900s, and even an internal communication referencing intentional sabotage. The words on the page blurred as he skimmed them. Phrases like Olympic switch, financial impetus, and elimination of key opponents. A wave of confusion and excitement washed over him. He had stumbled onto something far beyond folklore. This was no casual mention of the disaster. It was describing a possible plot. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Jonah hurriedly returned the folder to its place. By the time Gladys reappeared, none the wiser, the cabinet was locked again, the key discreetly returned to the shelf. But Jonah's heart was still racing. He composed himself enough to finish helping Gladys, but his mind swirled with questions he dared not ask. Had he just glimpsed actual proof that the Titanic's sinking was orchestrated? Or had he simply misread century-old documents out of context? Yet the typed memos felt undeniably real. The reference to Olympic switch called to mind a fringe theory he'd once overheard. Some believed that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had been damaged and was swapped out for Titanic before the voyage, for insurance reasons or darker motives. Jonah always dismissed such claims as fan fiction or the ravings of conspiracy forums, but seeing official memos in a restricted Navy cabinet was a jolt. Why would the US military keep records about that? Jonah tried to calm himself, reminding his jittery mind that he had no training in analysing historical documents. Maybe these were debunked leads the Navy collected, or even fictional scenarios. Still, the phrase elimination of key opponents echoed in his mind. There had been notably wealthy and influential men on board, financiers, industrialists, some who opposed certain powerful figures of their era. Could it be that someone actually orchestrated the disaster to kill them? The notion was too monstrous to consider, yet he couldn't shake the chill snaking up his spine. He vowed to keep the incident to himself. But as the days passed, a gnawing hunger for clarity consumed him. That single, fleeting glimpse of words like intentional sabotage and Olympic switch felt like a puzzle piece. He needed to know more. Little did he realise that the deeper he ventured into that labyrinth, the more precarious his position would become. The Navy valued loyalty and secrecy. If they discovered what he had done, his career would be the least of his worries. What Jonah did next set him on a collision course with forces he never knew existed. Forces that, for over 100 years, had quietly guarded the truth behind one of the world's greatest maritime disasters, and would do anything to keep it concealed. In the days after Jonah's clandestine peek into the restricted cabinet, a storm brewed within him. Curiosity and apprehension wrestled non-stop in his mind. He lay awake at night envisioning those cryptic documents. A typed letter dated 1912, referencing a hush-hush directive to ensure vulnerable hull plates gave way under stress. Another memo, bearing an American corporate letterhead, hinted at financial deals contingent upon the sinking. One note even listed names of prominent passengers who opposed certain powerful banking interests, men who, if alive, might have swayed future world events. Of course, it all seemed too grand, too improbable. The official story, that an iceberg gashed the hull, that the ship lacked sufficient lifeboats, that she sank with tragic speed, remained the accepted narrative. Yet Jonah couldn't escape the feeling that powerful institutions sometimes orchestrated dark events for profit or political gain. History had enough examples, from false flag operations to secret dealings shaping wars. Could the Titanic's demise be part of that shadowy tradition? Determined to learn more, Jonah devised a plan. Each evening he volunteered for extra archiving tasks at Stonebridge's Records Centre, claiming that he wanted to get ahead on his administrative duties. The archivist, always short-staffed, was happy to accept free help. This gave Jonah a legitimate reason to be near the locked cabinet. He didn't dare open it while others were around, but he hoped to glean additional context from the archived ship logs, personal diaries, or naval correspondences from around 1912, anything that might provide clues. He started with public records, standard references to the White Star Line, the official Titanic inquiry transcripts, radio telegraphs from the night of the sinking. He found nothing unusual at first, only the well-known timeline of distress calls, the Californian's debated proximity, and the Carpathia's heroic rescue. Late into one night, hunched over a table with a single flickering lamp overhead, Jonah found a brittle folder marked Naval Exercises, Atlantic, 1912. Inside, he discovered something curious, a typed instruction sheet for a US naval vessel to manoeuvre unusually close to the North Atlantic shipping lanes on the very same week Titanic set sail. The rationale cited was cold water endurance training. Oddly, the coordinates placed this naval vessel near areas later rumoured to be filled with pack ice. What was an American Navy ship doing there? The Titanic was a British vessel sailing from Southampton to New York. Why would the US Navy be anywhere near that corridor, specifically during that fateful time? The official record offered no clarity. It merely provided logistical notes. But Jonah's gut told him this was not mere coincidence. He dug deeper, sifting through cross-referenced telegrams. He found a coded exchange about monitoring certain cargo consignments. Another mention, Ensure no direct involvement is traceable. Tension knotted Jonah's stomach. Could it be that an American warship had been placed to guarantee the liner's demise? Or to confirm that none survived who weren't supposed to? These late-night investigations didn't go unnoticed. One evening, while Jonah hunched over a desk reading old manifest pages, he sensed someone watching him. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He turned to see a petty officer from another division, a man he recognised only vaguely, standing in the shadows. The officer's gaze flicked from Jonah to the scattered documents, then back to Jonah. He said nothing, just offered a curt nod and left. Jonah's heart pounded. Had he been too careless? Could word get back to the commanding officers that he was snooping into topics well beyond his pay grade? Trying to be more discreet, Jonah waited until the base was nearly empty. He'd show up with a duffel bag full of groceries, pretending he was grabbing a late snack in the rec room, then slip into the archive. He copied notes by hand rather than photocopying them, for fear of leaving a paper trail. Each new detail he uncovered painted a more alarming picture. Accounts of suspicious cargo, covert alliances, wealthy financiers who stood to gain from sinking a specific ship. Not to mention the rumoured switch between the nearly identical Olympic and Titanic. Some documents even discussed the possibility that the real Titanic was so badly damaged that the shipping company orchestrated an insurance scam. If these documents were genuine, it implied that high-level powers orchestrated a disaster to eliminate certain individuals, or to reap a staggering insurance windfall, or perhaps both. His mounting paranoia reached a fever pitch when he discovered a later memorandum dated 1980, suggesting modern intelligence agencies had assumed custodianship of the Titanic files. They noted these files remained suppressed to preserve diplomatic ties and financial stability, with instructions to destroy any duplicates. Clearly, people with authority, across multiple generations, were actively covering up potential truths about the Titanic's end. One night, as Jonah prepared to leave the base, he glimpsed the same petty officer waiting near the main gates. The officer's gaze locked onto Jonah's. Taking a detour, Jonah slipped into a side corridor and waited, watching the man from a safe distance. After a few moments, the man spoke quietly into a cell phone, then walked off. Jonah exhaled, dread coiling in his chest. He realised he was under surveillance. Perhaps they suspected he was rummaging in the restricted files. He had to be more cautious or risk permanent consequences. Driven by a mixture of adrenaline and righteous anger at the idea of orchestrated mass murder, Jonah decided to share what he'd found with someone he trusted. He confided in Bryce Fletcher, a longtime friend and fellow sailor who had joined the Navy the same year. Over coffee in a dingy diner off base, Jonah spilled everything: his accidental discovery, the mentions of sabotage, and the old memos that put the US Navy suspiciously close to Titanic's final route. Bryce listened, eyes widening with each sentence. "You realise this is insane, right?" he murmured. "We're talking about the biggest maritime tragedy in modern history. You're saying it was purposeful? That's madness," Jonah sighed. "I know, but the documents I've seen, it's not random speculation, it's official. They talk about ensuring the ship meets a watery end to protect certain financial interests. Even the mention of removing prominent dissenters is there." They spoke in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders. Bryce was torn between disbelief and the weight of Jonah's earnestness. Finally he whispered, "This could ruin you. Or worse, you should drop it." But Jonah couldn't let it go. He felt an obligation to the 1,500 souls who'd perished, if indeed they had been sacrificed for profit. He believed the truth deserved to be known, no matter how long it had lain hidden. Their next question was how to proceed without incurring the wrath of powerful institutions. Bryce, chewing a thumbnail, suggested they quietly compile evidence and leak it anonymously to journalists or historians. That way at least the documents might see daylight. Neither of them realised the enormity of what they were up against. In the grand scheme, it wasn't just the US Navy. It wasn't just a shipping company. It might be an entire clandestine network that spanned nations and decades. One that had successfully buried the Titanic's real story for over a century. That night, Jonah made a fateful decision. He would gather physical copies, enough to prove authenticity, and contact an investigative reporter. He didn't yet know how he'd manage it. The restricted cabinet was obviously off limits, and digitising the documents risked detection. But the idea of doing nothing, of letting the lies remain entombed in watery secrecy, felt unbearable. In a single impulsive act, Jonah set in motion a chain of events that would shake the foundations of his life. There was no turning back. The deeper he dug, the tighter the noose of secrecy would become around him. A few nights later, under the fluorescent hum of the nearly deserted archive, Jonah made his move. He waited until Gladys, the archivist, headed to the supply closet for her nightly restock. Then he used her own key, lifted from her desk for the second time, to open the restricted cabinet. His pulse hammered. Every creak of the cabinet door felt like a cannon blast in the silence. He selected 2 of the thickest folders labelled Titanic. With trembling hands, he slipped them into his duffel bag, burying them under a towel and a spare uniform. It was a crude plan, but he hoped to smuggle them out unseen. He locked the cabinet carefully, returned the key, and left the base, forcing a calm stride. Every passing guard or petty officer made his heart jump, but no one stopped him. Once he was clear of the main gates, relief washed over him. He'd done it. Jonah headed straight to Bryce's cramped-off base apartment. He arrived flushed and breathless. Bryce's eyebrows shot up when he saw Jonah pull the folders out. "You actually did it?" he hissed, helping close the blinds. "My God, man!" They spread the documents on the coffee table, scanning them under a lamp. Each new page amplified the sense of dread. Detailed accounts revealed how White Star Line's parent company was on the verge of financial collapse. Key investors included some of the era's wealthiest men, who had a lot to gain if the Titanic's insurance payout saved their enterprise, or so the theory went. Another stack of letters referenced specific individuals who boarded Titanic, under the assumption they were sailing on a perfectly safe ship. Among them were powerful figures who supposedly stood in the way of certain bankers' ambitions regarding the Federal Reserve's creation. If the ship sank, those opponents would be gone, clearing the path. One letter in particular chilled Jonah to the core. It detailed instructions sent from a naval intelligence liaison to White Star executives, promising discreet oversight of the mission in exchange for future influence. It mentioned coded conversations about hull modifications, arranged payoffs to silence crew members, and the convenient rebranding of one ship as the other. The letter ended ominously. "Ensure all loose ends are submerged." Bryce looked up, his face pale. "This is bigger than we thought," he said, voice taut. "There are references to government officials, shipping magnates, even British lords. A full century of cover-up. If we leak this, we're essentially blowing open a conspiracy that's been kept under wraps for ages." Jonah nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "The question is how. If we go to any big news outlet, the story might be suppressed before it even airs. We need someone fearless, someone who doesn't mind going toe-to-toe with powerful institutions." They considered contacting small, independent investigative journalists, or even releasing scans online. But that ran the risk of the materials being dismissed as forgeries. They needed credibility. Bryce suggested a well-known historian who specialised in maritime disasters, a woman named Dr. Rosalind Fraser, who had garnered respect for challenging mainstream accounts of naval incidents in the past. "She's published in reputable journals," Bryce said. "If she verifies these documents, it's game over for the official narrative." They agreed. Jonah left the folders in Bryce's care temporarily, planning to get them scanned and encrypted. Bryce, though unnerved, insisted on helping. He couldn't let Jonah carry the burden alone. They parted ways, unaware that they were being watched from the street. A figure in a parked sedan across the road flicked away a cigarette butt and noted their comings and goings. Early the next morning, Jonah found a brown envelope slipped under his dormitory door at the base. Inside was a single photograph. Him and Bryce huddled over the stolen documents, captured through the apartment window. Beneath it, a typed note read, "Return what you've taken. Cease all actions. This is your only warning." A chill lanced through him. Someone had followed him, spied on him, documented the theft. He felt the walls closing in. Was it naval intelligence? Some private agency on retainer to old money families? Panicking, he rushed to Bryce's place only to find the door kicked in, furniture overturned. Bryce was gone. So were the documents. Jonah's heart thundered. There were no signs of Bryce or any explanation, just a ransacked apartment. He called Bryce's phone repeatedly, but it went straight to voicemail. Jonah felt numb. Had they taken Bryce? Or had Bryce fled? Searching the wrecked living room, he found Bryce's scanning equipment smashed, the laptop missing. The only clue left behind was a single scrap of paper pinned to the wall with a knife. "You've been warned." His mind raced with horrifying possibilities. He considered going to base security, but what if they were compromised? If this conspiracy extended to the higher-ups, he'd be handing himself over to the enemy. Instead, Jonah decided to call Dr. Rosalind Fraser. Bryce had jotted her phone number down on a notepad earlier. She answered on the third ring, her tone wary. Jonah introduced himself in a rush, explaining that he had crucial documents regarding the Titanic's sinking. He didn't go into detail about how they'd been stolen or how Bryce was missing. Dr. Fraser listened quietly, then told him to meet her at her university office in 3 days, provided he could bring proof. He prayed that Bryce had managed to secure backups. If not, he had nothing. His mind whirled. Did Bryce have a second location for scanning? Had he emailed digital copies anywhere? The only possibility Jonah could think of was an old external hard drive Bryce sometimes used for personal projects. Maybe, just maybe, Bryce had saved something there. Jonah hunted through the apartment's debris until he found the drive hidden behind a bookshelf. It seemed intact. Heart pounding, he stuffed it into his pocket. He had no idea what it contained, but it was his last hope. As he exited the building, the floorboards squeaked behind him. He spun around, only to see the same petty officer from before standing in the hallway, his features shadowed in the gloom. "Whitfield," the man said, voice low. "Don't do this to yourself, or your friend. Return what you took and walk away." Jonah's pulse hammered, but he didn't reply. He dashed out the door, footsteps echoing in the corridor, the petty officer not far behind. He sprinted down the stairs, out to the street, weaving between pedestrians. Eventually he slipped into a nearby alley and by luck or desperation lost his pursuer. Breathing hard, Jonah realized he was alone, frightened, and in possession of dangerously incriminating evidence. He feared for Bryce's life, uncertain if his friend had been abducted or coerced. Yet Jonah felt a fierce resolve burning within him. If these conspirators were ruthless enough to kidnap Bryce, they were capable of worse. Surrendering the evidence would solve nothing. It would only bury the truth again and leave Bryce's fate unknown. That night, Jonah crashed at an old motel on the edge of town, paying in cash. He secured the door with both locks, shoved the dresser against it, and pulled the curtains tight. Sleep eluded him. He spent hours hunched over the external hard drive, using his personal laptop to check if anything was there. Relief flooded him when he saw a set of scanned images and text files labelled RMS Titanic Proof. In them were the very documents they had spread on Bryce's coffee table. Bryce had managed to scan them before everything went south. Now Jonah had tangible proof. The question was how to get them to Dr. Fraser, and how to ensure he or the evidence wouldn't be intercepted. He changed his phone number, tossed his military-issue smartphone, and purchased a cheap burner phone. He realised he was risking desertion from the Navy by vanishing like this, but he saw no other choice. The conspirators had routes that reached into official channels, which meant Jonah couldn't rely on normal procedures or chain of command. It dawned on him that if they could make Bryce disappear so quickly, they could do the same to him. Yet, a persistent voice inside urged him to keep fighting. The souls lost on the Titanic, if indeed they were sacrificed, deserved the truth. Little did Jonah know that by morning, every resource of a shadowy network spanning corporate boardrooms, intelligence offices and legacy institutions would be mobilized to hunt him down. Time was running out, and with each moment, the oceanic depths of this conspiracy loomed ever larger, threatening to swallow him as mercilessly as the Titanic herself. Jonah set out for Dr. Rosalind Fraser's university office, under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness. The campus lay a few hours away by bus. He avoided main roads, changed buses twice, and kept his burner phone turned off until he was within a mile of her office. All the while, he felt eyes on him, phantom watchers behind every corner. He could practically feel the invisible net tightening around him. Upon arriving, he found the campus mostly empty, the long corridors lit by flickering overhead lights. He had called Dr. Fraser from a payphone earlier, confirming their rendezvous time. She met him at a side door, her expression coolly academic but betraying an undercurrent of alarm. Jonah must have looked ragged, with shadows under his eyes and adrenaline thrumming through his veins. They spoke in hushed tones inside her modest office crammed with books and maritime artifacts. Jonah booted his laptop, showed her the scanned documents. Dr. Fraser's eyes widened as she read the memos referencing sabotage and deliberate plans. Her initial skepticism ebbed, replaced by fascination and horror. "Where on earth did you get these?" she breathed. Jonah hesitated. "You're safer not knowing the details, but I need you to confirm if these are legitimate. If they are, I want the world to know." She nodded gravely, pulling out her reading glasses. For the next hour she pored over each scanned page, cross-checking signatures and letterheads with reference materials in her extensive library. Occasionally she would mutter something like, "This watermark, I recognise it from early 20th century White Star documents," or "This phrase matches the formal naval style of the 1910s. The further she delved, the more her hands seemed to tremble. Finally Dr. Fraser looked up. "In my professional opinion," she said, her voice hushed, "these documents are authentic. Some of the letterheads and ciphers I've never seen before, but they align with archival references. It's potentially the most explosive revelation about the Titanic in a century. If the public sees these, it could rewrite maritime history." Jonah nodded, a swirl of relief and dread. "So you'll help me reveal them?" She took a long breath. "I will, but we must do this carefully. If these are real, then whoever's guarded this secret for so long won't hesitate to silence us." Before Jonah could respond, a thunderous crash broke the silence. The office door splintered as two men in dark suits forced their way in. One brandished a gun. Dr. Fraser gasped. Jonah dove for the laptop, but the nearest intruder's foot slammed down on his wrist, pinning him to the floor. "Don't move!" the man snarled. Jonah struggled, adrenaline surging, but the second intruder aimed the gun at Dr. Fraser. She froze. "You don't understand," Jonah managed. "The world needs to know," the gunman sneered. "The world needs to remain stable, and you're endangering that." With that, the man snatched Jonah's laptop. The other rummaged through Dr. Fraser's desk, seizing her phone, notebooks, anything that might contain a copy of the files. She tried to protest, but he shoved her roughly into a chair. "Let her go!" Jonah shouted, struggling beneath the intruder's weight on his wrist. Dr. Fraser's voice shook with anger. "You can't silence history forever," she spat. The gunman's gaze flicked from her to Jonah. "Keep talking, and we'll see how quickly your academic career comes to an end, along with everything else." Jonah mustered his courage. "What did you do with Bryce Fletcher? Where is he?" The intruders exchanged a glance. "Not your concern anymore," the man pinning him growled. Then, as swiftly as they came, they backed out of the office, carrying Jonah's laptop and Dr. Fraser's materials. One man kept the weapon trained on them while the other slammed the battered door behind them. For a moment, Jonah and Dr. Fraser sat in stunned silence. Then Jonah yanked open the desk drawer where he'd put the external drive. It was gone. They'd taken it. All the physical evidence Jonah had left was now in the hands of those determined to bury it. Dr. Fraser's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "They can't unsee what I've read," she said softly, as though trying to reassure both Jonah and herself. "I'll write it all down from memory. I'll go on the record." But Jonah's heart sank. No official channel would believe her without the documents, especially when wealthy, powerful forces denied the story. He could feel the precarious nature of their position. "They'll discredit you," he said, voice shaking. "They'll claim you're a fraud or you fabricated evidence, and they'll come after you again." Dr. Fraser gripped the arms of her chair, knuckles white. "So be it." The truth matters. Yet Jonah wasn't sure how far they could take it before meeting an even grimmer fate. He thought of Bryce, kidnapped, killed, or coerced, perhaps locked away in some black site. The hopelessness gnawed at him. From the hallway came a fresh commotion, raised voices, footsteps pounding. Another set of men in uniform burst into the office, led by the petty officer who'd tailed Jonah before. Without a word, they seized Jonah by the arms. One man produced a pair of handcuffs, snapping them around Jonah's wrists. "Jonah Whitfield, you're under arrest for theft of classified materials and desertion," declared the petty officer in a wooden tone. "You will come with us." Dr. Fraser stood, outraged. "He's no criminal. He's—" The petty officer's eyes narrowed. "Stay out of this, ma'am, unless you want to be charged with conspiracy to commit espionage." Jonah, handcuffed and powerless, felt Dr. Fraser's desperate gaze follow him as he was dragged away. He wished he could offer words of comfort or defiance, but the weight of the situation pressed on him like a 1,000-ton hull. If these men were following direct orders from the very conspirators he sought to expose, then Jonah was about to vanish into the labyrinth of clandestine detention, just like Bryce. They hustled him out of the building into a waiting black SUV. As it peeled away, Jonah caught one last glimpse of Dr. Fraser standing in the doorway, dishevelled and frightened, but resolute. He prayed she would keep fighting, though he feared for her safety. The ride felt surreal. Jonah's mind raced, recalling every detail of the stolen documents, every mention of sabotage or financial motive that had led to the Titanic's sinking. He swore he would never forget. But memory alone wasn't enough. He needed the evidence to prove it, and now that evidence belonged to people who would bury it deeper than the ocean floor. Eventually the SUV drove into a naval yard, past multiple security checkpoints. Jonah's attempts to question his captors met with silence. They led him into a stark concrete building, down 2 flights of stairs into windowless corridors. With each step, dread coiled tighter in his gut. By the time they shoved him into a bare interrogation room, the overhead fluorescent light stung his eyes, and the walls felt suffocating. Hours blurred. They left him handcuffed to a metal table, a single camera lens glaring down at him from the ceiling corner. No one came in at first, leaving Jonah alone with his fears. Eventually a man in a crisp uniform, no visible name or rank, entered. His face was like granite. "You've made some powerful enemies, Whitfield," he said, voice low. "But you're still young with a promising future. This can end cleanly if you cooperate." Jonah's mouth felt dry as sand. "What do you want?" The man flipped open a slim file. "All the documents you took from the restricted cabinet, any copies you might have, and the names of anyone else you shared them with. That includes Dr. Fraser." Jonah's thoughts flicked to Bryce, to Dr. Fraser, to the battered remains of all his attempts to reveal the truth. He realised that if he cooperated, he'd condemn them as well. But if he stayed silent, these people could do anything they wanted to him. His future, his freedom, even his life hung by a thread. He mustered a shred of defiance. "I don't have anything left," Jonah said, voice steady, though tears threatened to well in his eyes. "You took it all." The interrogator's lips thinned. Wrong answer. What happened next blurred in Jonah's memory. The door slammed shut. He was left alone again. Hours or days passed in a haze of harsh lights, unanswered questions, and a creeping sense of doom. Each time the door opened, a new wave of demands and threats followed. They wanted assurances that the scandal would never see the light of day. Jonah refused to speak of Dr. Fraser or Bryce. At some point he realised he might never leave this place. He recalled the faces of his family, the pride in his grandfather's eyes when he enlisted, the swirl of joy and dread he felt stepping onto his first ship. Now here he was, a prisoner of the very system he had sworn to serve, all because he'd stumbled upon secrets about a century-old shipwreck. News of Jonah's arrest never made it to the public record. Stonebridge Naval Base quietly filed him under unauthorised absence, and then disciplinary discharge. His name disappeared from the official roster. Even within the Navy, rumours about his fate were hushed up. A few who had known him asked questions, but no answers were forthcoming. He had become another phantom casualty in the endless labyrinth of classified operations. As for Dr. Fraser, she tried in vain to piece together an exposé based on her recollections, but without the original documents, no reputable outlet would accept it. Anonymous threats arrived by mail, and after a few months she resigned her university post, citing stress and health concerns. The world never saw her promised revelations. In the years that followed, an obscure rumour persisted among certain conspiracy circles that a young sailor named Jonah Whitfield had discovered proof that the RMS Titanic was deliberately sunk, forging a chain of hidden alliances and insidious motives. Some claimed he was still alive, locked away in a secret naval prison. Others insisted he'd been quietly executed. Mainstream historians dismissed these tales as rumour, just another layer to the endless swirl of Titanic myths. Yet, in the corners of hushed conversation, on late-night forums, and at clandestine gatherings of maritime enthusiasts, Jonah's story lived on. They whispered that the Titanic's watery grave was not the sole repository of that ship's ghosts. Somewhere on land, behind steel doors and armed guards, an unbroken young man still carried the truth, if only he could be free to speak it. That truth, of how a majestic liner, loaded with innocent passengers and marked for destruction by hidden agendas, remains locked away, just like Jonah. And as the decades roll on, the question endures. How many tragedies labelled accidents are, in reality, contrived illusions in service of power and profit? For now, we may never know. But the memory of Jonah Whitfield flickers like a faint light in the darkness, calling us to look beyond official stories and question the illusions cast by those in power. Perhaps one day, that spark will reignite, Perhaps then, the real story of the Titanic will finally rise from the depths. Thank you for joining us for this special 4-part story. Don't forget to drop a comment telling us where you're from in the world and what time it is for you right now. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden corridors of history, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will make you question everything you thought you knew. I've got a story for you. A story about one doctor's miracle cure and the forces determined to bury it forever. Dr. Adrian Wells never set out to change the world. He only wanted to save lives, one patient at a time. In a modest research wing of the Horizon Medical Institute, his daily routine involved meticulous lab work, scanning tissue samples for irregularities, and administering new trial therapies to patients who'd run out of options. Over time, quietly and almost by accident, he discovered something extraordinary. It happened late one evening, well past the time most staff had gone home. Dr. Wells was hunched over a microscope, eyes strained from hours of observation. One of his colleagues, a brilliant geneticist named Dr. Kara Lynn, had been helping him tinker with gene editing techniques, specifically targeting cancer cells. They'd tried countless permutations. Most had failed or offered minor improvements at best. But that night, the sample before him glowed, as though the malignant cells were being systematically dismantled. He repeated the test, double-checked the data. The results were unmistakable. The therapy effectively targeted and destroyed the cancer cells, leaving healthy tissue untouched. Heart pounding, Dr. Wells hurried across the hall to share the results with Lynn. She cross-referenced the data, her voice trembling. "If this is right," she said, "we're talking about a universal approach, something that might eradicate multiple forms of cancer." Wells felt a thrill he hadn't experienced since med school, hope in its purest form. Of course, a breakthrough in the lab was only the first step. To confirm, they needed broader tests, peer reviews, official approvals. But Dr. Wells was convinced they stood on the threshold of something revolutionary. He pulled out a battered notebook, scribbling down a to-do list: replicate, expand trials, gather evidence. He talked about it to Lynn with the sort of fervour that only someone who's glimpsed a miracle can muster. The next morning, Dr. Wells prepared a short paper summarising their findings, intending to present it at the upcoming Horizon Medical Institute meeting. He wanted to gather internal support, begin a formal pilot study. If that went well, the next logical move would be large-scale clinical trials. He fantasized about a future where cancer wards became relics of the past, where patients no longer faced the dreaded diagnoses with terror. The vision was so compelling it nearly brought tears to his eyes. What he didn't anticipate was the caution, and in some corners outright hostility, he'd face from the moment he whispered about a cure. At the Institute's weekly meeting, the department heads listened politely, commending Dr. Wells on his innovative approach. But one of them, a man named Dr. Leonard Huxley, gave him a peculiar look. Huxley was a senior figure, well respected, often referred to as a father figure within the Institute. His voice was measured. "This is a bold claim, Adrian. We must confirm every angle. The medical community doesn't react kindly to sensational announcements." Wells nodded, of course. He understood the need for thoroughness. But behind that gentle caution, Huxley's expression was tense. Dr. Wells assumed it was the typical skepticism of a seasoned researcher. In reality, Huxley recognised something bigger, a potential threat to an entire industry, a universal cure for cancer. The implications were staggering. Hospital wings, chemotherapy departments, entire branches of pharmaceutical development, billions of dollars hinged on the indefinite treatment of cancer, not its outright eradication. 2 days later, the first sign that Wells was dealing with more than mere professional skepticism arrived. He discovered his lab in disarray. Samples had been disturbed, some data files erased from the computer. Dr. Lynn, normally so composed, seemed rattled. She pointed to the scattered vials, the upturned notebooks. This wasn't an accident. Someone broke in. They both stared at each other, a surge of dread passing between them. They reported the incident to security, but the investigation was cursory at best. The official stance was no sign of forced entry, so the matter was dropped. Dr. Wells tried to contain his panic. He told himself it might be a random break-in or an error by some intern. Yet a whisper of paranoia sank into his mind. What if someone intentionally targeted our research? Then, a strange letter arrived in his office mailbox, typed on plain white paper without a signature. It read, "Stop. This cure will never be allowed." No mention of who or why. The words sent a chill through Dr. Wells. The next day, Dr. Lynn discovered that her desk had also been rifled through. She wanted to go to the police, but Dr. Wells hesitated. "We have no evidence," he pointed out. "They'll just shrug it off." Still, the sense of a dark presence lurking grew stronger. In this swirl of newfound anxiety, Dr. Wells turned to Dr. Huxley for guidance. Huxley gave him a sympathetic ear, cautioning him to keep quiet about the cure until they'd secured more robust data. "We can't risk the entire scientific community laughing if it's not bulletproof. Just keep your head down, replicate your results, and be discreet," Huxley advised. Wells nodded, somewhat reassured. The older man's fatherly tone seemed sincere, yet the lab break-in and the anonymous note cast a shadow. Dr. Wells, once naive about the broader context of medical research, began to see flickers of a bigger reality. Pharmaceutical giants poured billions into drug development. A single, definitive cure for cancer threatened that entire revenue stream. Could it be that these are merely coincidences? Or was there a genuine conspiracy to suppress his findings? The notion felt paranoid, but each day it seemed less far-fetched. He soldiered on, determined to finalize the second phase of lab trials. The results continued to validate the therapy's efficacy across multiple cancer cell types. Lynn and Wells found themselves excited but also fearful, glancing over their shoulders whenever they left the building. Dr. Wells's wife, noticing his late nights and worried frowns, tried to pry details out of him. But he didn't want to alarm her. He wasn't even sure of the threat himself. So he lied, saying the stress was just typical research pressure. As he lay in bed one night, the moonlight filtering through the curtains, Dr. Wells stared at the ceiling. His mind replayed the break-in, the letter, the cautious warnings from Huxley. He kept thinking, all I want is to cure cancer. How can that be a problem? But somewhere, in the quiet of that night, a new realization took root. Maybe the problem isn't the cure, but the threat it poses to those profiting from the status quo. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was bigger than mere departmental politics. Thus Dr. Wells found himself perched on the edge of a dark journey. Though he couldn't yet see how deep the rabbit hole went, he had the cure, at least in embryonic form. But as the old adage goes, sometimes discovering something monumental puts a target on your back. The curtain was rising on a new act, one that would test his resolve, his morality, and possibly his sanity. Dr. Adrian Wells tried to continue his work quietly as doctor. Leonard Huxley had advised. For a few weeks it seemed the tension subsided, but the respite was brief. One afternoon, after a long day in the lab, Dr. Wells stepped outside to find two men in dark suits leaning against a black sedan. They wore no name tags, no badges, but their postures were unmistakably official. One nodded at him in a way that made the hairs on his neck stand up. Dr. Wells hurried to his car, trying to act casual. As he pulled away, the sedan followed, at a distance. He told himself he was imagining it. But the next day, it happened again. Over dinner, he confessed some of his worries to his wife, Elena. She frowned, her gaze flicking nervously. Could it be the press? She asked. Sometimes journalists lurk for a scoop. Dr. Wells wished that were the case, but something about the men's demeanour felt more ominous than your typical reporter. He shrugged, not wanting to alarm her further. In the following days, small but unnerving events added to his paranoia. At the grocery store, a stranger brushed past him and whispered, "Walk away," before disappearing into the crowd. His email account was flooded with spam messages referencing random keywords like cancer cure and dangerous knowledge. Dr. Wells changed his password, but the messages persisted. It felt like a cat-and-mouse game he didn't know how to play. While Dr. Wells tried to maintain normalcy in the lab, Dr. Caroline's absence loomed large. She'd travelled to a conference abroad soon after the break-in. At least that's what the Institute's official statement said. But Dr. Wells found it odd that she'd vanished without discussing it with him. He tried emailing, calling, but got no reply. He approached HR for details about her trip. They said she was on extended research leave, sounding vague. Unease curdled in his stomach. Where is she truly? Sensing a growing threat, Wells decided to back up his data in multiple places. Late one night, he copied the research files onto multiple flash drives, labelling them with random code names. He stashed one in his office desk, another in the trunk of his car, a third in the safe deposit box. He felt slightly dramatic doing so, but something told him that if the cure was forcibly erased, these backups might be the only chance to resurrect it. Then came the incident that confirmed his worst fears. A freak accident in the lab nearly cost him his life. One morning, Wells began mixing reagents for a follow-up trial. An explosion erupted from the chemicals, sending glass shards everywhere. He escaped major injury by mere inches, but a large chunk of the apparatus was destroyed. As the smoke cleared, Dr. Wells stood shaking, a few minor cuts stinging his forearms. The official explanation pinned it on improper chemical labelling, but Dr. Wells had never once mislabeled a reagent in his career. The sabotage was blatant. He decided to confide in Dr. Huxley, who still projected that mentorly aura. Huxley listened gravely, then placed a hand on Wells' shoulder. "Adrian, I know you want to publish these findings, but perhaps you should consider stepping back," he said softly. "This is bigger than you realise. Sometimes the system isn't ready for breakthroughs." Dr. Wells blinked, baffled. "Are you saying I should bury it, after we might have found a cure?" Huxley started. Oh, look, I'd never say bury it. Just pause, gather more data discreetly. The powers that be might be less threatened if you proceed slowly. No, Dr. Wells didn't know how to respond. He felt deflated by Huxley's caution. Around this time, an investigative journalist named Sarah Vance entered the picture. She reached out to Dr. Wells via an encrypted email, claiming she'd heard rumours of a revolutionary medical discovery and potential sabotage. Initially, Dr. Wells was hesitant. He wasn't sure whether to trust a journalist, but the combination of mounting threats and Dr. Lynn's disappearance drove him to meet Vance in a diner on the outskirts of town. She arrived with a worn leather jacket, a notepad, and a fierce gaze that radiated a determination to uncover truth. Over an inconspicuous meal, he detailed the break-in, the cryptic threats, the lab explosion. She listened intently, occasionally nodding or scribbling notes. "I've heard whispers about big pharma interests that target anyone who might disrupt their profit streams," she said. "But this is bigger than a rumour, if you've truly found a universal cure." Part of Dr. Wells felt relieved to confide in someone who believed him. Another part was terrified that letting a journalist in might heighten the risk. Still, he recognised he needed outside help. The authorities? He doubted the local police could face corporate or government forces. So Sarah Vance became his ally by default. She promised to investigate, gather evidence quietly. "If I can piece together a credible story, the public outcry might protect you," she reasoned. Wells wasn't entirely convinced, but it was something. Shortly after that meeting, Wells received a call from an unidentified number. The voice on the other end was calm, almost mocking. "We know you're working with that journalist. This is your final warning. Drop everything or we will drop you." The call ended before he could speak. Cold sweat drenched him. They clearly had eyes everywhere. Nevertheless, Dr. Wells pressed on. He performed more tests, reaffirming the cure's efficacy. Dr. Lynn's absence gnawed at him. He attempted to glean information from the Institute's travel logs, but they insisted her return date was indefinite, shrugging it off as routine. Meanwhile, Huxley grew distant, as though regretting having once offered fatherly advice. Dr. Wells suspected the older scientist was under pressure from unseen forces, possibly threatened as well. Behind the scenes, the corporate machine rumbled. Dr. Wells got a call from an unknown corporate entity offering a massive sum, 8 figures, more than he'd ever dreamed, to license the therapy and shelve it. They phrased it politely. "We'd like exclusive rights to conduct further research," but it was code for burying it forever. He refused. 2 days later, his research funding was mysteriously revoked, his name blacklisted from major medical grant committees. All these signs pointed to a single harrowing truth. Someone, some group, was determined that this cure not see the light of day. Dr. Wells kept a low profile, but he felt the walls closing in. He'd sense watchers outside his home, footsteps echoing late at night. Agent Cole Mercer, a man rumoured to be a government operative, began appearing in the building's corridor, politely greeting Dr. Wells with an unsettling smile. "Morning, Doctor," he'd say, as though they were old friends. The unspoken menace in his eyes was unmistakable. Sarah Vance, for her part, dug deeper, following money trails. She found suspicious lobbying activities linking major pharmaceutical giants to certain government officials. She showed Wells documents that seemed to confirm his suspicions. A consortium of power brokers who thrived on expensive treatments, not cures. She urged him to consider going public immediately, leveraging a major media outlet. But Dr. Wells hesitated. "I need more concrete evidence," he insisted. "Without it, they'll just brand me a fraud." Inwardly, he couldn't shake the notion that any big move might trigger fatal retaliation. Thus, the threat emerged in full clarity. Dr. Wells was standing on the edge of a precipice. Behind him lay a quiet life of academic obscurity. In front was a terrifying freefall into conspiracy and danger. The cure was real, but so was the corporate muscle determined to keep it hidden. He felt the tug of responsibility. This was humanity's hope, after all. Could he walk away? No, not after glimpsing how many lives could be saved, but each day he felt more certain that continuing might cost him everything. The stage was set for a confrontation that would define his fate, a confrontation he was ill-prepared to face. The days after Dr. Adrian Wells refused the corporate buyout blurred into a haze of danger. First came the sabotage attempts, then the direct threats, but everything escalated when he narrowly survived what could only be described as an assassination. It happened at 2 a.m, a time Dr. Wells rarely kept. He had stayed late at the lab analysing yet another set of cell cultures. As he drove home on a deserted highway, another vehicle sped up behind him, headlights glaring. He assumed it was a reckless driver. Then the vehicle rammed his rear bumper, jolting him forward. Panicked, he tried to accelerate, but they pinned him, forcing him off the road. The next thing he knew, he was spinning into a ditch. By the time the car stopped, battered but upright, the aggressor had vanished. Dr. Wells' heart pounded. He stumbled out, dazed but alive. This was no random accident. It was a warning. When he called the police, they were polite but sceptical. No evidence, no plate number, just his word. They wrote a report, told him to be cautious. Dr. Wells realised with sinking certainty that the local authorities wouldn't protect him from powerful corporate or government forces. The unstoppable machine overshadowed them. The next morning, after hearing the news, Sarah Vance insisted he leave town. "They know where you live, Adrian. They're escalating. You need to vanish until we can blow this wide open." Dr. Wells resisted at first, but the logic was undeniable. He packed a small bag, told Elena and the kids to go to her sister's place in another state. The tension in her eyes said she wanted more answers. He gave her what limited explanation he could. "People want me gone because of the cure." She looked at him with heartbreak but nodded, whisking the children away. Oliver Wells kissed them goodbye, uncertain when or if he'd see them again. Fear coiled in his gut like a living thing. Sarah arranged a safe house, a friend's remote cabin in a forested region a few hours away. They travelled at night, using back roads, switching cars once courtesy of a contact Sarah had among investigative circles. Throughout the drive, Dr. Wells clutched a battered duffel containing flash drives, lab notes, and a few personal items. That was all he had left of his old life. On the radio, news outlets played typical daily stories: politics, sports, weather. No mention of a revolutionary cure or a targeted scientist. The world turned obliviously as he fled for his life. The cabin was rustic with no neighbours for miles, a place where phone reception was spotty at best. Sarah assured him it was off the grid enough to buy them time. She set up her laptop, hooking to a satellite internet link for the occasional short burst to communicate with her sources. Dears Dr. Wells found himself trembling whenever he heard a car engine in the distance. Though it might just be a random local, the trauma from that highway incident lingered. Sleep became elusive, nightmares of masked men chasing him. In these tense conditions, they planned their next move. Sarah believed they needed a big public unveiling of the evidence. "Once it's out in the open, they can't silence you easily," she argued. Wells worried that the mainstream media could be manipulated or bribed. "We need something unstoppable. Maybe a live broadcast or a major whistleblower event," he said. They mulled over possibilities, scanning their limited networks. Meanwhile, Wells kept refining his cure data, ensuring it was comprehensible by any outside scientist. If something happened to him, others might replicate his work. That thought gave him a shred of comfort. One afternoon, a static-laced phone call brought shocking news. Cara Lynn had been found. Or so Sarah's contact claimed. She was in some unregistered clinic, heavily sedated. The official story was that she'd suffered a mental breakdown while travelling. Dr. Wells fumed, suspecting she'd been forcibly committed, used as a warning or a scapegoat. He wanted to rescue her, but Sarah advised caution. It's likely a trap. If you rush in, they'll nab you. Dr. Wells paced in frustration, powerless to save his colleague. The realization weighed on him. The consortium behind this plot was methodical and merciless. Then an email arrived from Dr. Leonard Huxley, the old mentor who'd seemed fatherly. The message was cryptic. We need to meet. I have urgent information. Time is short. No mention of location. Dr. Wells hesitated, uncertain whether Huxley was a friend or a mole. In the end, curiosity and hope drove him to accept. Sarah insisted on coming along, ready with a camera and a recording device to capture any confession or data Huxley might share. They arranged a rendezvous after dark in an abandoned research facility on the outskirts of an industrial zone. The building loomed, a relic from some past corporate venture. They arrived under a clouded sky. Dr. Wells's pulse throbbed as they stepped through the rusted entrance. Dust motes danced in the beam of their flashlights. Sarah kept her phone camera rolling, scanning for hidden watchers. At last, they found Huxley waiting in a long corridor, shoulders slumped, a thick file under his arm. His face bore lines of exhaustion and guilt. He spoke in hushed tones. I've been part of this system far too long, Adrian. I tried to warn you subtly, but it's gone beyond that now. The consortium sees your cure as a direct threat. They've been silencing breakthroughs for decades. He opened the file, revealing documents that named top executives, government liaisons, all funneling billions to ensure diseases remain chronic conditions, never cured outright. Dr. Wells' stomach churned reading the evidence. Pharmaceutical giants, insurance conglomerates, even certain politicians were all complicit. Huxley's voice quavered. They threatened me too. I gave them partial info on your project, hoping to buy time. Now they want me to lure you in. His eyes shone with regret. I couldn't do it. I can't be that man. A tear traced his cheek. Dr. Wells felt a tidal wave of betrayal and pity. This man he once admired was simultaneously a traitor and a victim. The deeper realization was that the entire system was rigged against cures. As they talked, Sarah recorded everything. Huxley handed over the file. This should prove the conspiracy, but you must move fast. They know I'm here. They'll come for all of us. Right on cue, headlights flared outside. The screech of tyres echoed in the hollow halls. A figure shouted, footsteps pounding. Dr. Wells, Sarah and Huxley exchanged panicked looks. In a sudden rush, men in suits fanned into the corridor, flashlights glaring. Leading them was a man Dr. Wells recognised from outside his lab, cold-eyed, likely working for the consortium. You should have stayed quiet, Huxley, the man said, voice dripping with contempt. Chaos erupted. Sarah and Dr. Wells scrambled to flee, Huxley hurling the file to them. The men advanced, arms outstretched. A moment of confusion followed, with echoes of scuffling feet. By some miracle, Dr. Wells and Sarah ducked into a side hallway, sprinted for a back exit. Behind them they heard shouts, possibly a scuffle with Huxley. Outside, the nighttime gloom swallowed them. They dashed to their car, hearts hammering. Sarah started the engine and they peeled away, file clutched in Dr. Wells' trembling hands. The memory of Huxley's last expression, resignation, sorrow, burned in Dr. Wells' mind. He feared for the man's life, but they had no means to rescue him now. They drove aimlessly, eventually ditching the vehicle at a rest stop, switching to a stolen sedan Sarah had arranged from a friend. The tension was suffocating, but they had the evidence. As Dr. Wells pored over the file, seeing damning documents that outright confirmed the kill list for cures, the scale of the conspiracy sunk in. "We must go public," Sarah said, teeth clenched. Dr. Wells nodded. Time was short. The final standoff with the consortium was inevitable, and if they waited too long, they might end up like Cara Lynn or worse. Thus, on the run, they carried the seeds of humanity's liberation from cancer, and the knowledge that every passing second brought them closer to a lethal confrontation with those determined to keep the cure buried. Dr. Wells, once a quiet man of science, now found himself living a nightmare, hunted by the very system that should champion him. The only question left: could they survive long enough to expose the truth? Hiding in a decrepit motel with flickering neon lights, Dr. Adrian Wells and Sarah Vance put out the damning documents from Dr. Huxley's file across a rickety table. The overhead lamp buzzed, revealing the carefully typed memoranda signed by powerful corporate figures referencing Project Indefinite Care. The meaning was clear. Cures were to be neutralized, profits maintained. Each page felt like a lead weight on Dr. Wells' conscience. He glimpsed repeated references to hush money payouts, threats, even a mention of orchestrated accidents. He realized with a sick churn in his gut that Dr. Lynn's disappearance was no anomaly. The plan was risky but straightforward. They'd deliver the evidence to a national broadcast channel. Sarah had connections at an influential station. If they managed to air it on a primetime slot, the public outcry could become too big to ignore. They spent the night scanning every page into digital form, uploading backups to multiple encrypted servers. Tension hung in the stale motel air. Dr. Wells typed feverishly, ensuring the lab data for the cure was also included. He prayed it would be enough to spark unstoppable demand. The consortium could bribe some outlets, but maybe not all. The next morning, the broadcast network's contact arranged a secret meeting in an empty parking garage. Oh yes, Dr. Wells found himself in the passenger seat scanning the surroundings for potential ambush. Sarah drove, jaw set, scanning her mirrors. They reached the third level, headlights reflecting off damp concrete. The station's liaison, a middle-aged producer named Reyes, greeted them nervously. He listened to Sarah's pitch, flipped through the file, and paled. "This is huge," he muttered. "But the station's owners, they have deep ties to the pharmaceutical sector." He shook his head. "I'm not sure we can run it without upper management approval." Frustration flared. "This is life and death," Sarah argued. Wells joined in, voice trembling with righteous anger. Reyes sighed. "I'll try, but if they refuse, we may have to find an independent outlet. Possibly a live internet broadcast, bypassing network filters." He left, file in hand, leaving them in suspense. As they descended the parking garage ramps, a black SUV pulled in, nearly blocking their path. They recognized it as the same model that had tailed them before. Sarah punched the gas, weaving around it. Tires screeched, but they escaped. The tension soared. Over the next 48 hours, phone lines crackled with updates from Reyes. He reported internal conflicts, some executives pushing to bury the story. Another insisted a partial piece might run, heavily edited. Meanwhile, Wells and Sarah changed motels again, aware that every minute they stayed put was an invitation for a hit squad. Dr. Wells' eyes burned from lack of sleep, his mind swirling with visions of unstoppable corporate assassins. In quiet moments he thought of Elena and the kids, wondering if they were safe. He made cryptic phone calls to ensure they were well, but avoided details that might reveal his location. Finally, Reyes called with partial good news. "We have a green light for a short live segment tomorrow night. The anchor is sympathetic, but the station only grants 5 minutes. We can't do a full documentary, but it's something." Sarah clenched her fist, half relieved. They arranged a plan. Dr. Wells would appear in disguise, revealing the cure, the conspiracy, and Huxley's documents. Sarah would provide additional context. If they could ignite public outrage, perhaps other media outlets would follow suit. It was a desperate gamble, but the only shot they had. They arrived at the station in the pre-dawn darkness, sneaking in through a side entrance. Reyes, pale and sweating, guided them to a dimly lit backstage area. The anchor, a woman named Diane Caldwell, introduced herself curtly, eyes flicking over the documents. Her expression was a mix of shock and fear. "We go live at 8:05, make it count," she said. "But I warn you, station execs might cut the feed if it gets too inflammatory." No. Wells nodded, heart pounding. He donned a hooded jacket, but Sarah insisted that revealing his face might carry more impact. Torn, he finally decided to keep the hood off. He wanted the world to see him, a real person, risking everything. 8:00 p.m. arrived, and the station's news broadcast began with routine headlines. Dr. Wells and Sarah waited in a cramped side set, microphones pinned to their collars. Cameras loomed like silent watchers. The anchor segued into a shocking medical exposé and signalled for them to walk on stage. Justice Dr. Wells' pulse hammered. He swallowed, stepping into the bright lights, aware that millions might be watching. He started explaining his background. A humble oncologist who discovered a universal gene therapy for cancer. Then he mentioned the repeated break-ins, sabotage, and veiled threats. Sarah followed up, brandishing Huxley's documents on camera. For a moment, the anchor's eyes widened with genuine alarm, but she pressed them for specifics. Dr. Wells recited enough details to be credible, naming a few high-level execs, referencing key paragraphs in the file. The anchor looked uneasy, glancing at her teleprompter, presumably expecting a corporate muzzle any second. Halfway through, the broadcast cut abruptly to a commercial break, no warning, no sign-off. Studio staff erupted in confusion. The station's control room lights flickered. Reyes burst onto the set, whisper shouting, "They're pulling the segment! We lost the feed! Some higher-up demanded it!" Wells and Sarah exchanged a grim look. They'd gotten maybe 2 minutes on air. The anchor apologized frantically, calling it a technical glitch. Everyone knew better. The consortium's reach extended into the station. Fearing immediate retaliation, Wells and Sarah fled the building, hearts hammered. Outside, the night air was thick with disappointment. That was their biggest chance for a mainstream revelation, and it had been snuffed out. As they debated their next move, Wells' phone buzzed with a text from a burner number. The message read, "Run, they're coming." The implication was clear. The consortium might attempt a lethal strike now that the partial unveiling failed. Desperate, Dr. Wells recalled to Huxley's final mention, "If everything collapses, get out of the country. Present the data globally. The UN might help." Sarah was reluctant but recognized the logic. They connected with a pilot friend who could secure a small private plane for an international flight. Geneva, perhaps, where the WHO might accept Dr. Wells' research. Arrangements were made in hushed phone calls. The flight was set for the following evening from a remote airstrip. The next day was a blur of paranoid preparations. Dr. Wells concealed the original documents in a padded envelope, taped to his chest beneath his shirt. Sarah carried digital backups on multiple USB drives. As dusk fell, they drove to the airstrip in a borrowed car scanning for tails. A lone Cessna awaited, engine humming. The pilot, a taciturn man, waved them aboard. The sky was a muted purple, the first stars glimmering. Dr. Wells exhaled, imagining the plane's rise as their final escape from the consortium's clutches. But fate had a different plan. Less than an hour into the flight, radio contact was lost. Controllers on the ground reported garbled static, then a sudden drop in altitude. Radar indicated a catastrophic mechanical failure or sabotage. Witnesses near the coastline claimed to see an explosion. The plane vanished from the screens. By the following morning, local authorities discovered wreckage scattered in the ocean shallows. No survivors found. Dr. Wells, Sarah, the pilot, gone. The news coverage labelled it a tragic accident. Pilot error, technical malfunction, inconclusive. The overshadowing subtext was that Dr. Wells' cure had died with him. Some conspiratorial corners whispered sabotage, but official investigators dismissed such claims. Agent Cole Mercer, rumoured to have orchestrated countless covert ops, publicly expressed condolences, while quietly ensuring all data about Dr. Wells' project was reclassified. And so it was that the cure that might have ended cancer was lost. The final showdown ended not with triumphant revelation, but with a single plane crash that obliterated hope. In the aftermath, the consortium tightened its grip. Dr. Lin remained unaccounted for, Dr. Huxley presumably silenced. For the public, the fiasco became just another footnote in the daily avalanche of news. Meanwhile, a handful of unwavering conspiracy theorists championed Wells' memory, pointing to the hush that descended around any mention of his therapy. Days after the plane crash, as the media cycle churned, official statements emerged. Mechanical failure, no sign of foul play. The general public, preoccupied with other headlines, accepted the verdict. The notion that a miraculous cure had died with Dr. Wells barely registered. The consortium exhaled a collective sigh of relief, confident their profits remained unchallenged. Yet rumours circulated in hushed circles. Sarah Vance, the investigative journalist presumed dead in the crash, had told a few allies about a backup plan. A handful of Dr. Wells' colleagues scattered worldwide whispered that he'd distributed enough data to replicate the cure. Some said he'd arranged for trusted foreign scientists to receive encrypted files, but no one stepped forward publicly. The fear of retribution was too strong. A month later, an unlisted video surfaced on a dark web forum. The grainy footage showed Wells sitting in a dimly lit room, hair dishevelled, voice steady despite visible exhaustion. The timestamp indicated it had been recorded hours before the fatal flight. In the clip, he spoke directly to the camera. "If you're watching this, something happened to me. Know that I tried to share the cure, but powerful forces want it hidden. They fear the financial implications. But you, whoever you are, mustn't let them bury it. This cure belongs to humanity." The video ended abruptly. The clip circulated among conspiracy boards, but mainstream media dismissed it as a hoax. Within days, the video link vanished from most platforms. Dr. Huxley, if he was still alive, made no public statements. Some rumoured he'd fled the country, others claimed he'd been coerced into silence. The institute where Dr. Wells worked quietly removed his name from the staff directory, shifting the official story to Dr. Wells was an unstable researcher who met a tragic accident. Colleagues who once admired him were either too intimidated or too sceptical to speak up. Meanwhile, an ocean away, Delin was found in a private facility. She was heavily medicated, with no recollection of the last few months. Her medical records described exhaustion-induced breakdown, but a nurse confided in whispers that men in suits occasionally visited her, scanning her charts, ensuring she stayed sedated. The nurse who leaked that information soon left the facility under vague circumstances. For many, the memory of Dr. Wells faded, overshadowed by the daily churn of scientific news, corporate releases, and political chatter. But a small group of believers, spurred by the evidence Sarah had leaked and the cryptic video, worked quietly to decode the partial data that had escaped destruction. They pieced fragments together, some gene sequences here, some therapy protocols there. The puzzle remained incomplete, lacking critical segments. Yet they pressed on, fueled by the conviction that the cure could still be resurrected. Their efforts continued in secret labs, hoping to avoid the consortium's gaze. Among these underground scientists was a renegade cell biologist in Europe, a pair of postdocs in Asia, and an immunologist in South America. They communicated via encrypted channels, mindful that any sign of progress might draw lethal attention. The consortium occasionally caught wind of these hush-hush projects, deploying sabotage. Lab freezers mysteriously failed overnight, data servers spontaneously crashed. The cat-and-mouse game endured, but the seeds of the cure had scattered too widely, too unpredictably to be fully uprooted. For the grieving Wells family, life was never the same. Elena, raising their children alone, refused all interview requests, keeping their location private. She sometimes found letters in her mailbox from supporters, describing how Dr. Wells' short appearances on that ill-fated broadcast gave them hope. She stored these letters in a box, a small tribute to the legacy he left behind. She often wondered if her husband had truly died in that plane crash. She prayed for closure, but the official story offered little comfort. Years passed. The world discovered new treatments for cancer, some improved outcomes, but none offered the universal cure Dr. Wells had glimpsed. The consortium thrived, continuing to funnel funds into profitable treatments. Yet in corners of the scientific community, the name Adrian Wells appeared as a whispered legend, a cautionary tale about the cost of disruptive discoveries. Students sometimes read about him in obscure articles titled "The Cure That Killed Him," half convinced it was pure conspiracy. Occasionally, conspiracy theorists staged protests outside major pharmaceutical headquarters, chanting that Dr. Wells was murdered for the cure. The mainstream labelled them fringe, and media coverage was minimal. But the rumour never fully died. It found a small but fervent following online. Every so often a new leak or testimony would reignite the debate. People asked, what if the cure is out there, locked in a vault, tested only by shadowy elites? The theories ran wild, some plausible, others outlandish. The consortium, if it existed in the shadows, remained silent, letting the theories swirl until they burned out. In a quiet epilogue, a battered notebook once belonging to Dr. Wells surfaced at a garage sale in a small Midwestern town. The scribbles inside repeated the gene therapy steps, though incomplete. The buyer, a teenage science enthusiast, recognized the name Adrian Wells. He posted photos online, seeking help deciphering the code. Within hours, the forum thread was swarmed by trolls and mysteriously vanished. The notebook was lost again, or so the story goes. Another piece of the puzzle flitted away into rumour. Thus, the cure that killed him ended as a story without neat resolution. Its aftermath was an uneasy stasis. No definitive public unveiling, no ultimate justice. The powerful forces behind the cover-up carried on with business as usual, treating Dr. Wells' demise as a cautionary footnote. But under the surface, sparks of his discovery persisted. People who believed in his work, in the fundamental decency behind curing a disease that had plagued humanity for centuries, refused to let the idea rest. Some nights, in quiet corners of the internet, you can still find archived files referencing Adrian's protocol. Or you might overhear a scientist at a conference mention Dr. Wells' name with reverence, quickly hush-hushing the topic. The question remains, was there enough data scattered across the globe to eventually replicate the cure? Or had the consortium sealed its fate forever? In the grand scheme, that question lingers. Did de Wells truly die in the ocean's depths, or might he have escaped, living under a new identity, watching from afar as the world continued to wrestle with the same diseases he could have eradicated? The official record says he's gone. The conspiracies say otherwise. Either way, the moral stands. In a world driven by profit, a cure can be seen as a threat. And sometimes the price of truth is a price paid in blood. As for Sarah Vance, she never re-emerged, presumably lost in that plane crash. But a few months after the incident, a snippet of video was posted on a fringe news site showing her hand holding up a USB drive labelled Wells Data v3.0 RAWs, then cutting to static. Was it old footage? A hoax? No one could confirm. Yet the tantalising possibility left watchers enthralled. The cure might still exist, hidden, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to try again. Such is the legacy of Dr. Adrian Wells, a brilliant mind who found something too valuable to be allowed and paid the ultimate price. The cure that might have saved millions remains locked behind the steel doors of corporate greed, while the world keeps turning, haunted by the knowledge that one man found a solution and was silenced for it. In the end, the story stands as a testament to the power of secrets, the reach of conspiracies, and the unwavering drive of those who strive to heal humanity despite impossible odds. Daniel Danny Callahan grew up in a modest home in northwest Washington, D.C., just a short drive from the seat of American power. His paternal grandmother was a second cousin, twice removed of JFK, enough of a link to give him a faint brush with the Kennedy legacy. While some children idolize sports heroes or fictional adventurers, Danny's childhood fascination was his distant presidential relative. Family gatherings were often punctuated by half-spoken stories, knowing glances, and the hush that accompanied any mention of Dallas, 1963. Yet it wasn't until Danny turned 13 that his obsession with the assassination truly set in. That was the year his grandfather, once a low-level aide in a government office, fell gravely ill. Sensing his mortality, the old man called Danny to his bedside and pressed a worn leather-bound folder into his hands. "This, I never had the courage to share while I was healthy," he whispered. Inside were cryptic notes and partially redacted documents, including an unfiled CIA memo referencing leverage points in Texas. There were 3 initials scrawled at the bottom, R.A.D. The meaning was unclear, but the hush in the room was deafening. From that moment on, Danny's life had a purpose, to uncover the truth behind JFK's death. He studied every conspiracy, pored over every publicly released document. Through high school and college, while others partied or navigated typical teenage drama, Danny was in libraries or on internet forums dedicated to the JFK assassination. He was convinced there was more to the story than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone, and that someone in the corridors of power had buried the truth. At Georgetown University, Danny majored in political science and international relations, fueled by a burning need to penetrate the system that might hold answers. He met Sarah Monroe during his junior year. She was 2 years older, already interning at a notable newspaper, and every bit as relentless in her pursuits. They bonded over a stack of declassified CIA briefs. Danny had been hogging the library microfilm machine, scrolling through old national security transcripts. Sarah confronted him, half joking, "You're not the only conspiracy nut in town, you know." From that day on, they became friends, and often partners in sifting through the labyrinth of half-truths and speculation that surrounded Dallas, 1963. Sarah, with her piercing hazel eyes and tendency to scribble notes on anything within reach, was a rising star in investigative journalism. She was dogged, often ignoring editorial suggestions that she'd tone it down. She had a habit of dropping quotes from real whistleblowers into everyday conversation, referencing sources from older CIA leak cases. Though her style clashed with many seasoned reporters, it meshed perfectly with Danny's unyielding hunger for secrets. Armed with a shiny new degree and a stack of recommendations, Danny landed an entry-level position at a lesser-known government agency, an obscure division connected to intelligence analysis. It wasn't the CIA or the FBI, but it was a place to start. If he played his cards right, he would glean insight into the halls of the intelligence community, building connections that could eventually grant him access to vaults of classified files. At the same time, Sarah was piecing together a special series on political cover-ups for her paper. She was particularly drawn to the JFK cold case, a colloquial term she coined for her multi-article deep dive into conflicting testimonies and unsealed documents. Danny, though restricted by clearance protocols, often fed her stray leads that he picked up through casual chatter at the office, discussions about old files, or references to managers who'd been around since the 1960s. They became a formidable team, even if they had to operate carefully. Word travelled fast in government circles, and Danny knew he had to keep his personal inquiries discreet. More than once he felt eyes on him in the hallway, or sensed that certain colleagues stopped talking the moment he entered a room. But he chalked it up to nerves. He was a new hire after all. Why should they trust him? One evening, after a day spent combing old microfilm, Danny found a cryptic reference in an ancient budget ledger. Project Gold Crown, authorised expenditures November 1963. Gold Crown. He'd never heard the term. He flagged it for later, quietly making a note in a private journal. When he casually asked a superior about it, the man's face blanched. "Never heard of it," he said, before swiftly changing the topic. From that point, Danny's suspicion only grew, yet for the next couple of years, progress stalled. Danny moved from desk to desk, gleaning small bits of knowledge, nothing conclusive but enough to stir the pot. As time went on, Sarah's investigative column gained traction, putting them both under a more critical spotlight. She wrote scathing pieces about how the Warren Commission failed to address key inconsistencies, how the House Select Committee on Assassinations had left critical leads unresolved, and the systematic destruction of evidence. Predictably, this drew some negative heat from certain corners of the intelligence world, Midway through his second year at the agency, Danny was invited to a private lunch by one of his supervisors, a man named Clay Finch, who specialised in document classification. Finch offered a wide smile over a sandwich in the cafeteria. "You've been busy, Danny," he said in a tone that was borderline accusatory. "Interested in historical records, are we?" "Just want to learn," Danny replied calmly, aware that each word needed to be measured. Finch leaned closer. "History is a funny thing. A lot of it is better left behind. The official record stands for a reason. You wouldn't want to disrupt that, would you?" There was an ominous note to Finch's voice, but his eyes were maddeningly unreadable. That moment marked a shift for Danny, a realization that everything he was doing, every digital search, every phone call with Sarah, every request for older files, was being tracked. And behind Finch's sly smile, Danny sensed a message. "We know what you're up to. Tread carefully." A week later, Sarah told Danny she'd received an anonymous tip from a caller who claimed to have inside information from the 1960s intelligence community. The caller insisted the truth behind JFK's murder was deeper than any single branch, pointing to a hidden web of power brokers. The call ended abruptly, but not before the voice uttered a phrase that sent chills up Sarah's spine. "Keep digging and you'll meet the committee." "The committee?" Danny asked. "Like some secret group?" Sarah shrugged anxiously. "Who knows? This entire case is a riddle inside a locked box, but something tells me we're on the right track." Neither realized how dangerous that track would become. Danny was closer to the nerve center of government secrets than he'd ever been, and the watchers, both inside and outside his agency, were beginning to circle. For the next 6 months, Danny and Sarah waded into increasingly murky waters. At first, their partnership involved a simple back and forth. Danny would slyly pass on non-confidential leads gleaned from his job, while Sarah followed up with gritty fieldwork, tracking down rumoured witnesses, rummaging through dusty courthouse records. The synergy worked. Sarah's articles gained a cult following, her audience enthralled by the notion that powerful forces had orchestrated JFK's demise. But the more she wrote, the more pushback she received from her editors and ominous calls to tone it down. One late afternoon, while searching through a digital archive of declassified intelligence briefs, Danny stumbled across a suspicious reference to Operation Crosswind, Cuban Ops, November 21st to 23rd, 1963. This short mention rattled him. According to official narratives, the CIA's Cuban involvement was well known, but had supposedly wound down after the Bay of Pigs fiasco in 1961. Why would there be a covert operation still active in late 63, timed suspiciously close to the assassination date? Curiosity piqued, Danny attempted to access the Crosswind file. His clearance was insufficient, but he did manage to glean a cryptic summary. Deployment of foreign assets to the continental US for strategic disruption. No further details. Heart pounding, he texted Sarah. Found a doc linking foreign shooters to Dallas timeframe. Holy Grail. Need to be sure. They agreed to meet that night at Sarah's apartment in Foggy Bottom. She buzzed him in, excitement practically shimmering in her eyes. If foreign operatives were brought stateside, that lines up with the theory that Oswald wasn't alone, she said, motioning for Danny to close the door behind him. Imagine if the second shooter was... She never finished the sentence. The apartment reeked of smoke. Her living room was trashed, papers strewn everywhere, a lamp shattered, the stench of something recently burned. Sarah froze, eyes wide. The desk where she kept her notes and laptop was ransacked, its drawers yanked out, contents scattered. In the corner, the remnants of her personal notes on the JFK cold case lay smouldering. A single envelope rested on top, its edges singed. It bore no address, just Danny's name scrawled in jagged letters. Gingerly, Sarah opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. "Stop. This is your only warning." Beneath the text was a small printed symbol, a stylized eagle clutching a shield, reminiscent of official government insignias but subtly altered. Danny felt his stomach twist. He recognized the partial design from one of his grandfather's cryptic documents. RAD floated back into his mind, though he still didn't know what those initials meant. Fear mingled with fury. Sarah's face paled, but her voice trembled with anger. "They have no right," she muttered, sifting through the ashes of her research. "Months of work. Gone." Danny spoke quietly, keeping his voice steady. "They're telling us to back off, so we're onto something real." Within the week, the story broke in the local media that an award-winning investigative journalist, Sarah, had been the victim of random vandalism. The official police statement was laughably vague. Sarah's editor, worried about potential liability, advised her to take a temporary leave for her own safety. It was effectively a suspension. Shaken but not broken, she vowed to continue her work from the shadows. Meanwhile, rumours circulated through Danny's office that a small group of employees had been flagged for overreaching curiosity. Danny suspected he was on that list. One morning, his supervisor, Clay Finch, offered him a dead-eyed stare and said, "You have potential, Danny. Don't squander it by chasing ghosts." Danny forced a cordial nod, but inside, alarm bells rang. They were tightening the net. In spite of the threats, Danny and Sarah pressed on. She began analysing a trove of microfilm archives for any mention of Operation Crosswind. Danny, after fiddling with secure server access, found a reference to a secondary file labelled Project Gold Crown. The word kept popping up in old 1963 to 64 budget logs. Crosswind, Gold Croon. The puzzle was expanding, and every piece hinted at the involvement of certain high-level US officials who had manipulated events in Dallas. As frustration mounted, Sarah had a breakthrough. She'd been researching possible retired intelligence officers from the 60s who might still be alive. Hidden in the dusty corners of a Senate hearing transcript, she found mention of William Bill Keating, an ex-CIA operative with rumoured involvement in covert Cuban missions. He dropped off the radar decades ago. Some speculated he had died. Others insisted he was living in remote corners of Texas under an assumed name. 3 weeks later, Danny and Sarah tracked Bill Keating to a rundown ranch outside Lubbock, Texas. He was old, late 70s at least, skin leathery from the sun, and gaze haunted by secrets. They knocked on his door, uncertain if he would even speak to them. Keating first tried to slam the door in their faces, but Sarah had a journalist's persistence, and Danny wielded the documents his grandfather had left behind. They caught Keating's attention just enough to wedge a foot in the door. "I'm done with that life," Keating growled. "You have no clue what you're digging into." But his eyes flicked to the unfiled CIA memo that Danny held. In the corner, those same initials, RAD, glinted in faint ink. He exhaled shakily, letting them inside. Over stale coffee and the hum of a dusty ceiling fan, they listened as Keating spoke haltingly about the old days. "Oswald, he was a pawn, sure, but not the only piece on the board," he muttered. "There were bigger fish behind it. Names you'd never guess. Some in the White House at the time, some hidden in intelligence. They used Cuban tension as cover. 2 shooters, not just one, probably more. And the cover-up? It was top down. He spat the words as though they tasted foul. The committee oversaw everything. Sarah pressed gently, voice trembling with excitement. Who is the committee? Keating's gaze flickered with fear. He rubbed his temples, muttering, "You want me to sign my death warrant?" At their insistence, he revealed partial details. The committee wasn't an official agency. It was an off-the-books collective of power brokers, some with government titles, others from finance or defence. Their mission was to steer the national narrative when it threatened stability or certain interests. They have assets everywhere. CIA, FBI, the media, Keating said. They orchestrated hits on threats to their power. They believed JFK was out of control. When asked for hard evidence, Keating shook his head. I have one piece, a tape of a conversation from November 63, 2 nights before the assassination. It'd blow the doors off everything, but I keep it hidden. No one can protect me if it gets out. I can't just hand it over to 2 strangers. Sarah's frustration was palpable. People need to know! Keating's voice rose sharply. People also need to stay alive. You have no clue how far the committee's reach extends. He exhaled, calmer. If you want to survive, drop this. I'm telling you for your own good. They argued for hours, but Keating wouldn't budge. He offered no location for the tape. Tension thickened. In the end, they left empty-handed, though the conversation itself was a bombshell. Confirmation of 2 shooters, the committee's existence, and an infiltration into key agencies. It was the clearest evidence yet that a hidden group had orchestrated JFK's death, but verifying it would be another matter entirely. Returning to DC, Danny felt a storm brewing. He had a trove of half-baked leads, plus Keating's cryptic confessions. Sarah's articles, though momentarily stalled, had a public following that might amplify their findings. He also realised how precarious his position was. A desk jockey rummaging through restricted files that powerful men would prefer to keep sealed forever. Late one night, Danny pulled the old leather folder out from a locked drawer, rereading his grandfather's cryptic notes, references to shadow patriots, the need to maintain illusions, and repeated scribbles of those same initials, R.A.D. He also found a scribbled phrase in the margin, "Power demands a narrative." It struck him that these words might encapsulate the committee's entire mission. He called Sarah in a hushed voice. It's bigger than we thought. If Keating's telling the truth, the cover-up wasn't just about a second shooter. It was about rewriting the entire story of that day in Dallas. Sarah's reply crackled over the line, steady but tinged with dread. Then we have to tear that story wide open. The days bled into weeks as Danny buried himself further in his government work, using every sliver of downtime to poke at the CIA, FBI, and other labyrinthine intelligence divisions. His relentless curiosity didn't go unnoticed. Yet ironically, it earned him a promotion when a mid-level analyst role opened up. The official explanation was that his efficiency in combing archives and correlating old case files had impressed certain higher-ups. Unofficially, Danny suspected they wanted him closer so they could keep better tabs on him, or possibly groom him into one of their own. With this promotion, Danny found himself with a broader security clearance. Not top level, but enough to open certain classified doors, and open them he did. Late nights in a dimly lit government reading room, scanning files stamped with warnings. Eyes only, restricted, national security. He discovered more references to Crosswind, Gold Crown, even cryptic mentions of a cipher dog operation. Many were wholly unrelated or redacted beyond comprehension, but patterns emerged. He saw too many converging threads timed around November 22nd, 1963, to call it coincidence. One file stood out, a CIA internal message log from the week of the assassination. Half of it was blacked out, but on one line Danny read, "Confirming arrival of redacted in Dallas. Rendezvous with local asset. Full operational oversight under Gold Crown." The timestamp was November the 22nd, 1963, just one day before JFK was shot. His breath caught in his throat. If this was real, it confirmed an active CIA operation in Dallas separate from Oswald, perhaps orchestrating the second shooter. It was the kind of smoking gun conspiracy buffs had speculated about for decades. Rather than rejoice, Danny's stomach knotted with anxiety. He knew these revelations placed him in serious danger. Every keystroke he made in the system could be tracked, but the desire for truth was stronger than fear. He copied the relevant lines onto a small notepad, carefully shielding himself from the security camera overhead. The next morning he found his desk drawer had been rifled through. Someone was searching for evidence that he'd gone rogue. That same afternoon, Bill Keating's name surfaced on local news. The retired CIA officer had been found dead in his Texas ranch, apparently of a self-inflicted gunshot. The reporter framed it as a tragic suicide of an elderly recluse. But Danny's gut turned ice cold. Keating, who had secrets that could topple institutions, gone. It was too neat, too convenient. A phone call to the local sheriff's office revealed minimal details. The last person known to visit was some out-of-towners, presumably Danny and Sarah. The officer on the other line, in a clipped tone, asked if Danny had any involvement. Danny gave a tight-lipped denial and hung up, dread pooling in his stomach. News of Keating's death rocked Sarah. She was convinced the committee, or some arm of it, had tied up a loose end. "He told us too much. Now he's gone," she seethed during a tense phone call, her voice shaking with anger. "We have to find that tape he mentioned. It could prove everything." But the tape's location remained a mystery. With Keating dead, any trail was likely cold. Late that night, Danny revisited his grandfather's old documents, hoping for some clue to Keating's hidden stash. Nothing, just cryptic references, repeated phrases about the second gunman, the illusions, and the ominous presence of RAD. That night, Danny slept fitfully, haunted by the notion that he'd inadvertently caused Keating's demise. To make matters worse, Sarah caught word that major players at her old newspaper were pressuring her to abandon the JFK cold case series if she wanted her job back. She refused. Her reputation, however, was taking hits. Online trolls labelled her a crackpot conspiracy theorist, and certain mainstream voices mocked her for refusing to let the 60s rest in peace. She pressed onward, determined to prove them wrong. One quiet morning, Danny arrived at work to find a sealed envelope on his desk. Inside was a single photograph, grainy and obviously old. It showed a man on a grassy area, rifle poised. The vantage point resembled the infamous grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza. A scrawled note on the back read, "2 shooters, 1 official, 1 ghost. Don't trust the watchers." Danny's spine prickled. Was this a threat? A clue? Or both? Over the next week he dug deeper into the agency's older records, but found more locked doors than open ones. Senior colleagues gave him polite smiles paired with veiled warnings. "Young man, you're about to learn how the real world works," one said, as if delivering fatherly advice. Another cornered him by the coffee machine, voice low. This is bigger than your curiosity, Callahan. Don't let your fascination blind you to consequences. Sarah, working from her makeshift home office, connected another dot. She discovered the name Conrad Hastings, repeated in old intelligence rosters. Hastings had since risen to become an influential director within a hush-hush government branch. If Gold Crown was real, he might have been involved from the start, or inherited guardianship of its secrets. She confronted Danny with the name. He recognized it. Hastings was a powerful figure, rumoured to be second in line for a top intelligence post. If he was part of a cover-up, their adversaries ran very high indeed. Anxiety piled up for Danny. His phone line crackled with interference. Strange cars idled near his apartment at odd hours. He found himself looking over his shoulder, suspecting every shadow, every co-worker. Sarah was equally on edge. Twice, she spotted black SUVs tailing her. They were deep in enemy territory, chasing an explosive truth that could cost them their lives. One evening, when the city's lights shimmered off the Potomac River, Danny took a secret meeting with Sarah in an abandoned parking garage. He showed her the partial logs referencing a covert assassination squad deployed to Dallas. She reciprocated by handing over her own findings on Hastings, plus a newly uncovered piece of archival testimony from a retired FBI agent who had once claimed there was a deep apparatus controlling the official narrative, like a puppet master behind the stage. Their conversation was hushed but urgent. If Hastings is part of this, we're looking at someone with the power to bury us, Sarah said, brow furrowed. We need something definitive, an undeniable piece of evidence that they can't just spin away. Danny nodded, voice tight. We find the final log, the real data behind Gold Crown. There has to be a paper trail in the classified archives. If we get that, maybe we can blow the lid open, but we'll have to do it carefully. Let's not end up like Keating. They parted ways, determined but terrified. Danny realized that all his years of searching had led him here, a precarious dance with a hidden fortress of power. The drive to expose the conspiracy clashed with the grim knowledge that the committee, whoever they truly were, had disposed of threats before. They could do it again, with lethal precision. The next morning, Danny received a summons to Director Conrad Hastings' office. The short note read, "We need to discuss your future with the agency." The sense of dread in Danny's chest was almost suffocating, but he composed himself and prepared for the meeting. If Hastings was indeed an architect of the cover-up, this confrontation could either open doors or slam them shut forever. Director Conrad Hastings' office bore all the hallmarks of power. Mahogany desk, thick carpet, a portrait of a smiling president on the wall. Hastings himself was in his early 60s, with iron grey hair and a practiced, cool demeanour. He greeted Danny with courteous detachment, offering neither handshake nor smile. The door clicked shut behind them. "I've had my eye on you, Mr. Callahan," Hastings began, glancing at a file on his desk. "You've demonstrated an impressive aptitude for archival work and analysis." Danny forced a neutral expression. "Thank you, sir." Hastings leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "I also understand you've cultivated an interest in historical controversies." His voice had an edge, a subtle warning. "As an agency, we value curiosity, but we also require discretion. National security depends on safeguarding certain records." In that moment, Danny realized Hastings was testing him. Perhaps he was being offered a veiled invitation to join the club if he agreed to muzzle his private investigations. Or maybe Hastings was sniffing out whether Danny was an active threat. Swallowing hard, Danny offered a diplomatic reply. "I respect the boundaries of classification, sir. I simply find the SARS era academically fascinating." Hastings nodded, a flicker of amusement passing across his otherwise stony features. "Indeed. That decade shaped modern intelligence. But be mindful, Mr. Callahan, that some corners of the past remain sealed for good reason. The national interest doesn't always align with academic curiosity." After a few more minutes of measured conversation, mostly about departmental reassignments, Hastings dismissed Danny with a polite wave. Danny's heart pounded as he left. He felt both threatened and offered a chilling compromise. Keep quiet and climb the ranks, or keep digging and face consequences. That afternoon, Sarah emailed him a cryptic message. "Final piece in Louisiana, more soon." No signature, no details. It was out of character for her. Danny guessed she'd uncovered a new lead tied to old intelligence operations in the South. Without hesitation, he booked an after-hours flight to New Orleans, letting his supervisor believe he was taking personal leave. They met in a tiny diner off a rural highway, half an hour outside Baton Rouge. Sarah seemed jumpy, eyes darting at every passing car. She explained she'd found a reference in an old FBI field report about a hidden satellite office used in the JFK era, possibly to store sensitive records away from prying eyes in DC. The note specifically mentioned Gold Crown. They followed the clue to an abandoned brick building once leased by an FBI informant. Graffiti stained the walls, windows were boarded up, and the property was ringed by a sagging chain-link fence. With crowbars and flashlights in hand, they broke in under the cover of darkness, searching for anything that might still be hidden. Dust coated every surface. Broken furniture lay in heaps. To the untrained eye, it was just another derelict property. In a back room behind a rotting bookshelf, they found a rusted metal door. The old lock took effort to pry open. Inside was a cramped storage area, the ceiling so low they had to crouch. Sarah's flashlight caught a cluster of battered filing cabinets. Most were empty, but one drawer held a locked metal box. Forced open, it revealed a stack of mildewed folders, newspaper clippings, and a reel of old magnetic tape labelled Confidential DK Radio Intercept November 21, 1963. Sarah's pulse quickened. DK Radio Intercept. Could that be connected to Bill Keating's missing tape? Or is this a different intercept? They scanned the brittle documents. References to a phone call allegedly placed from an unidentified intelligence agent to an unknown external asset in Dallas, scheduling a job for November 20. The text was partially redacted, but phrases like "all necessary arrangements," "trapdoor scenario," and "asset will stage defection narrative" leapt out. Danny's mouth went dry. This was it. Concrete proof that the official story was a smoke screen. They had no illusions that this single folder would solve the entire puzzle, but it was a massive piece. Sarah gingerly touched the magnetic tape reel. "We need to digitize this, see what's on it." Her eyes glowed with anticipation. Leaving the building, they felt elation and dread warring inside them. If they possessed authentic proof of a covert operation orchestrating JFK's murder, that also meant the committee, or their modern successors, would stop at nothing to silence them. They decided to drive to a safe location, an old friend's place in Lafayette, to examine the tape. On a lonely stretch of highway, they realized they were being followed. A sleek black SUV, headlights pinning them in the rearview mirror. A tense chase ensued. Danny floored the gas, navigating winding rural roads. Their pursuer matched every turn, occasionally drawing close enough that they could feel the pressure of a bumper tap. Sarah frantically called her friend in Lafayette, telling him to be prepared. Finally, after a hair-raising swerve through a side road, They lost the SUV by cutting off their headlights and coasting into a deserted driveway. They waited, hearts pounding, until the SUV roared past, lost in the night. They arrived at Sarah's friend's place. Jeremiah was a college acquaintance with a knack for vintage audio equipment. In a cluttered back room, he rigged up a reel-to-reel player. The three of them listened with bated breath as the tape hissed, crackled, and then voices emerged. The audio quality was poor but distinct enough. Voice 1. "Confirm you are in position. The route is locked. Take the shot. He'll be slowed at the turn." Voice 2. "Roger. Our decoy is set. The defector story. You're sure it covers us?" Voice 1. "Guaranteed. This ties up with Oswald. Remember, the corridor must be clear. No mistakes, or the big man will bury us." Static washed over the reel, then resumed. Voice 2. "Understood. Rendezvous at the safe house after the event?" Voice 1. "Yes. Then proceed with the fallback narrative." Sarah paused the tape, tears in her eyes. Danny felt nauseated. They had just heard direct evidence that a second shooter using a decoy plan pinned on Oswald was orchestrated by some high-level figure. This wasn't vague speculation. These were men calmly planning an assassination. The hair on the back of Danny's neck stood up at the mention of the big man, presumably a reference to someone above them, perhaps a powerful official or the committee itself. Jeremiah, stunned, asked, "This is from the day before JFK was shot?" Sarah nodded numbly. "Sounds like it. This is dynamite. They made duplicates. Digital backups, multiple flash drives, knowing one master copy wouldn't be safe. Sarah stashed a drive in her luggage. Danny hid another in his shoe. They agreed to part ways early next morning. Sarah would drive back to DC with the documents, while Danny would fly. The plan was to release this bombshell simultaneously through Sarah's journalistic channels and Danny's quiet leaks to certain allies in government who still believed in transparency, but they never got the chance to execute that plan smoothly. Before dawn, Jeremiah woke them, voice shaking. "Somebody's banging on the front door." Armed men, likely mercenaries or black ops, poured inside. The ensuing chaos was a blur. Danny and Sarah scrambled out a side window, clutching the stolen evidence. Gunfire erupted behind them, shattering windows and sending the front door splintering off its hinges. With hearts pounding, they sprinted into the night. They were outnumbered, outgunned, but they had what might be the final piece that could prove a conspiracy. All that remained was to survive, and to ensure the truth saw daylight. Adrenaline surged as Danny and Sarah navigated the pre-dawn darkness. The stolen evidence pressed tight against their bodies. The quiet Louisiana air bristled with danger. Their car was parked behind Jeremiah's house, out of sight. With no time to check if Jeremiah made it out safely, they could only pray he'd found cover. Sarah gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white as they sped away. Danny fumbled for his phone, trying to call 911, but the line crackled with static. No help was coming from official channels. They both knew they'd likely been pegged as intruders or fugitives. They decided to split up. Sarah would go directly to a secure contact in DC, who owed her favours, an editor with a strong track record of protecting whistleblowers. Danny would make a desperate move on his end, try to access a top-level federal archive in Washington. If he could cross-reference the voice on that tape with any known high-ranking official from the 1960s, they might finally name names. As Sarah dropped Danny at the Baton Rouge airport, they shared a brief, intense embrace, fear etched in both faces. "Stay alive," she whispered. Back in DC, Danny barely paused to catch his breath. He snuck into his apartment to grab a change of clothes and discovered his front door's lock had been tampered with. paranoia spiked. He left immediately, not daring to stay. Using an old pass for after-hours building access, he entered the labyrinthine warren of government offices. His new clearance might help him get into the deeper archives, though he wasn't sure if it was enough to waltz in unchallenged. Under flickering fluorescent lights, Danny navigated to a sub-level reading room. He found a sealed compartment that required biometric authorization. Boldly, he pressed his fingerprint to the scanner. Miraculously, it granted access. Perhaps a glitch or an oversight, or maybe Hastings had left the door open to test him. Within the corridor, rows of locked file cabinets stood behind tinted glass. Above them hung a sign. Archival Vault. Classified Histories. Danny scanned labels. Cuban Ops in 63-65. Domestic Counterintelligence in 60-64. Project Gold Crown. His heart pounded. There it was, Gold Crown. He approached, checking over his shoulder. No security detail in sight, but his year's nerves screamed. He used a small hacking device that Andrew, a tech-savvy colleague from years back, had once given him, hoping it might override the cabinet's digital lock. A beep, a click, and the cabinet slid open. Inside, manila folders bristled with old memos, cables, and dispatch logs. Many were heavily redacted, entire pages black with marker. But as he flipped through them, a name jumped out repeatedly. Director Conrad Hastings. At the time, a young intelligence operative attached to clandestine operations. Danny's eyes widened. Hastings had clearly been involved in Gold Crown from the start. He wasn't just a future caretaker of the files. He was part of the machine that orchestrated them. He snapped pictures with his phone. One memo dated November 25th, 1963 read, "Post-event. Ensure Oswald narrative remains primary. Assets must confirm no second shooter. Cooperate with Warren Commission. If infiltration or leaks occur, activate Project RAD." That acronym again, RAD. This time beneath it, a signature scrawled in black ink. Hastings. A floorboard creaked behind him. Danny whipped around to see Hastings himself standing in the corridor. He was alone, no guards in sight, but his posture radiated quiet menace. "I see you've let your curiosity lead you down the rabbit hole," Hastings said, voice echoing. Danny's blood ran cold, but he raised his chin defiantly. "It's all here. Proof you were complicit in orchestrating the Dallas operation. The memo about controlling the narrative, about Oswald being a scapegoat." Hastings stared at him with an expression of weary condescension. "You think you're the first crusader to come down this hallway, rummaging for the truth? How naive. Even if you make it out of here with those files, the public won't believe you. The system is built to repudiate illusions that threaten its foundation. We've been ensuring that for decades. You murdered a president," Danny hissed. "And you've murdered others. Keating, maybe more." A flicker of annoyance crossed Hastings's face. "I didn't personally pull the trigger, but I was part of safeguarding our nation from a leader we deemed dangerously unpredictable. We did what we had to do. Power is not about justice, Callahan. It's about continuity, about preserving the American project." Danny took a step back, readying himself. "It's not preservation. It's an execution of democracy itself. You're no patriot." Hastings let out a bitter laugh. "Patriotism is a mask we wear for the masses. The deeper truth is that people want to believe their government is stable and just. The committee ensures that narrative remains intact no matter the cost. You can wave that evidence around all you like, but you're one man against an entire apparatus trained to deny, discredit, or destroy whatever you expose." The tension escalated. Danny clutched the folder. Hastings inched closer. A sudden scuffle erupted as Hastings lunged to snatch the documents. Danny struggled to keep hold, adrenaline spiking. They slammed into a row of cabinets, metal rattling. Hastings, older but formidable, pinned Danny's wrist. Danny let out a grunt, managing to slip free just long enough to land a strike at Hastings' side. The older man staggered, wheezing, but refused to yield. He wrested the folder away, scattering pages across the floor. A single spark of opportunity flashed for Danny as he retrieved his phone, still containing pictures of the damning memos. He darted around Hastings, snatching a few loose pages from the ground. Hastings snarled, "You can't escape the reach of the committee. Even if you run, we'll find you. We'll bury you, like we buried everyone else who got too close." Danny's heart hammered, but fear morphed into righteous fury. He feinted left, then barged past Hastings, sprinting down the corridor. In the distance, alarm sirens began wailing. Security was on its way. As he reached the door, Hastings' final words echoed. "Even if you expose us, history remains ours to shape." Danny didn't look back. By nightfall, Danny was holed up in a dilapidated motel on the outskirts of DC. He'd swapped out phones, changed clothes, used cash to avoid a digital trail. There he received a frantic call from Sarah. She had made it safely to a rendezvous with her contact, but the response so far was lukewarm. "They're worried this story is too radioactive," she said in frustration. "My editor's terrified of a government backlash. Some are claiming the tape might be a forgery." Danny exhaled. "We still have your tape, my phone pictures, and a few original documents from Gold Crown. That might be enough to push it over the edge. Let's release it online, wide. Conspiracy sites, independent news, social media, everything at once. They can't shut it all down." So they did. In a single coordinated push, Sarah uploaded the tape's audio across multiple platforms, while Danny shared the scanned documents, some with C. Hastings clearly visible. They also posted partial transcripts from the sub-level archives, referencing Oswald's setup and the second shooter. The avalanche of information ignited the internet. Within hours, thousands of users were dissecting the data, cross-referencing older conspiracies and reposting the files. The mainstream media initially dismissed it as a hoax, deepfake audio, some claimed. Government representatives offered bland statements of denial, refusing to comment on unsubstantiated historical speculation. But a portion of the public was electrified. Forums erupted. Protests formed in front of the Capitol building, demanding a new investigation. Others ridiculed the revelations as more tinfoil hat nonsense. The swirl of disinformation was as thick as the truth. It was exactly as Hastings had predicted. The committee's modern allies unleashed a flood of debunkings, false experts, and contradictory evidence. Confusion reigned. Days turned into weeks. Sarah's life was turned upside down. She was doxxed, her phone bombarded by anonymous threats. Danny found his name blacklisted in government circles, and a quiet rumour circulated that an arrest warrant might be issued for him on charges of espionage or theft of classified property. Realising the noose was tightening, he fled DC, disappearing into a web of sympathetic contacts who believed in his cause. In the months that followed, a swirl of partial truths lived on in the digital sphere. Some believed the revelations wholeheartedly, proclaiming, "We told you so. JFK was taken out by a shadowy cabal." Others scoffed. Director Hastings, named personally in the leaks, retired abruptly, citing health issues. No official inquiry ever gained traction. Politicians and networks pivoted to other headlines. The public's attention span wavered. Sarah soldiered on, giving interviews to alternative media outlets. She championed the authenticity of the tape and the documents, but mainstream acceptance never materialized. Each time a fire of belief spread online, it was quickly doused by the new controversies or distractions. Years passed. Sarah Monroe found some semblance of normalcy, though her career remained stunted by the controversy. One chilly evening, she returned home to her modest apartment, exhausted after a long day chasing another story. A plain brown package awaited her at the doorstep. No return address. Inside, she discovered a single USB flash drive and a note in a handwriting she recognized immediately. Danny's. He had disappeared off the grid, evading the committee's manhunt, if indeed it still actively pursued him. The note read, "Sarah, here's more from 11/22/63. I found it among my grandfather's hidden stash. It's raw footage from an unknown bystander. Second gunman visible. Undeniable. Share with caution. D." Sarah's heart hammered as she plugged the flash drive into her laptop. Grainy black and white footage flickered on screen, capturing Dealey Plaza from an unusual angle. There, faint but unmistakable, was a figure perched behind the fence on the grassy knoll, rifle glinting in the midday sun. The muzzle flash was visible. Sarah's breath caught. This was the holy grail that conspiracy researchers had hunted for decades. Visual proof that couldn't be explained away as lens flare or trick lighting. Her phone rang, interrupting her shock. She picked up and a calm, anonymous voice said, "That's enough, Ms. Monroe. Let the past die." The line went dead, leaving only a dial tone. Sarah stared at her reflection in the dark laptop screen. The second gunman's image burned into her mind, an indelible testimony that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie. But she also sensed the silent threat behind that phone call, the ever-present committee, or whatever name they operated under now. She closed her eyes, mustering courage. "Let the past die?" she murmured, gripping the flash drive. Never. Yet even as she prepared to release this final smoking gun, doubt whispered in her mind. Would it truly change anything? Or would the machine churn on, rewriting the narrative, discrediting the footage as yet another hoax? The precarious line between truth and conspiracy wavered, but for Sarah and for Danny, wherever he was hiding, the mission would never end. Even if the world refused to believe, they would keep seeking, keep fighting, because some truths demand to be told, and some secrets refuse to stay buried. Ethan Graves first discovered the name Veronica Holt in a stray PDF, half buried in an online data dump that conspiracy communities were devouring. He'd been clicking through thousands of lines of corporate spreadsheets, offshore registrations and meeting transcripts, all leaked from a whistleblower in the finance sector. Officially, these documents were about routine lobbying, but the deeper Ethan dug, the more he saw patterns that didn't add up. Names recurred in odd contexts, referencing hush-hush policy summits that no mainstream coverage ever touched. What caught his eye one late night was a recurring symbol in the margins of certain files, a faint watermark shaped like an all-seeing eye perched above stylized wings. Next to that watermark, the name V. Holt appeared again and again. Ethan's heartbeat picked up. He recognized that all-seeing eye from older, more sensational conspiracy lore. People called it an Illuminati emblem, or sometimes a Masonic derivative. He'd rolled his eyes at it in the past. Nobody with common sense took that stuff seriously. But now it was right in front of him, embedded in documents that otherwise looked legitimate. He was seated in his cramped one-bedroom apartment in the outskirts of Philadelphia. At 29, he looked older than his years, with permanent dark circles under his eyes from too many late nights sifting obscure data. A part-time gig at an independent online magazine paid some bills, but his real passion lay in chasing leads on hidden power structures, UFO cover-ups, big pharma conspiracies, hush-hush deals. Once in a while he'd strike gold, but more often people dismissed him as a conspiracy blogger. Tonight, the clock read 2:45 a.m. Thin walls separated Ethan from a neighbour's muffled TV. Outside, a light drizzle pattered on the window. Rubbing his face, he gulped the dregs of cold coffee, determined to keep going. Something about these documents demanded more than his usual casual approach. Scrolling further, he found cryptic references to a global steering meeting, with lines like Media Narrative Alignment, VH, Q3 Planning. Another pointed to a think tank with a bland philanthropic name, listing major news organisations as partners. It made his stomach clench. Were these genuine coordinates for controlling coverage? He hammered out a draft blog post tentatively titled, "Are we being led by hidden hands?" But he hesitated to publish. There were too many unknowns. He needed more concrete proof, or at least a credible second opinion. The next day, stiff from lack of sleep, Ethan rode the subway to a local library, where he'd arranged to meet a friend, Dr. Celia Monroe. She was a visiting historian at Temple University, known for her published research on Renaissance-era secret societies in Italy. They'd become acquaintances after Ethan pestered her for background on some papal conspiracy for an older piece. In the library's hushed reading room, Celia gave him a polite, if tired, smile. She was in her early 40s, with curly dark hair pinned back, wearing business casual attire that suggested she'd come straight from teaching. "I hope this is important," she whispered, setting her coffee thermos aside. "I'm behind on grading." Ethan pulled out printouts of the suspicious documents, flipping to pages with the winged eye watermark. "Have you ever seen this symbol in your research?" She squinted at it. "Sure, an eye in a pyramid or an eye in various forms is common in esoteric traditions. The wings add a twist. Doesn't necessarily prove anything by itself." He nodded, leaning in. "What about the name Veronica Holt? Have you encountered references to a V. Holt in context with modern secret societies?" Celia's eyebrows rose. Veronica Holt is a big name in philanthropic circles, CEO of the Holt Foundation. They do public health initiatives, sponsor educational reforms, that sort of thing. Some revere her as a champion of humanitarian work. "Humanitarian or manipulator?" Ethan murmured. "Check out these lines about media narrative alignment. If the Foundation's philanthropic veneer covers deeper agendas..." Celia carefully read the lines, frowning. "This is suspicious, yes. But do you realise how many conspiracies revolve around wealthy foundations? The Illuminati rumour surfaces every time a billionaire invests in global policy." I know, but this watermark, plus the repeated references to hush-hush summits, I suspect a genuine secret group, not just rumour." Celia sighed. "If you're hinting at the actual Illuminati, historically they were an 18th century Bavarian society suppressed by the government. Some conspiracists claim they never really went away, that they morphed into a global puppet master. But mainstream academics dismiss that." Ethan's voice hushed. Could the mainstream be ignoring something real? Maybe they exist under different names, controlling philanthropic organisations to shape world events. Celia shook her head slowly, but a seed of curiosity gleamed in her eyes. "All right, I can't promise anything, but let me see if I can trace that symbol in archival references." They parted with an air of unresolved tension. Ethan felt a flicker of optimism. Celia's practical approach could yield tangible leads, or confirm he was chasing phantoms. Back in the city, Ethan tried to pitch a follow-up article to his editor at the small news site he freelanced for. The editor, a jaded man in his 50s named Carl, frowned at the Illuminati angle. "I like conspiracies that bring clicks, but come on, Ethan, this is ancient territory. We need fresh angles, not rehashes of centuries-old boogeymen." "But the philanthropic tie, the modern front, there's something huge here," Ethan pressed. Carl shook his head. "Maybe if you can find ironclad evidence, otherwise do a piece on local corruption. That's your strength." The brush-off stung, but Ethan had expected it. He trudged home, a swirl of doubts in his mind. Was he imagining connections? The mainstream scorn for Illuminati talk was near universal, but if a group was truly that powerful, they'd want the public's scorn to remain. A couple of nights later, he got an email from a throwaway account. "Stop rummaging in places you shouldn't. This is your first and final warning." His heart lurched. The subject line read, "The Eye Sees." Attached was a single, grainy photo of Ethan outside the library, unmistakably him, looking over his shoulder. He closed the email, pulse pounding. A moment later, the message auto-deleted, leaving no trace. Someone was watching. He realised with a chill that he'd never published anything about the Illuminati or Veronica Holt yet. This threat was about raw research. If real Illuminati agents were monitoring him, he wasn't just chasing a fantasy. Spooked but determined, Ethan called Celia at once. She answered groggily. He'd woken her. He poured out the details of the threat. She was silent for a moment. "That's concerning. I have some references you might find interesting. I discovered a mention of a 19th century text, Ordo Occultus Sumerium, rumoured to have instructions for an international power structure. But the text vanished from university archives in Rome decades ago. Some suspect it ended up in private hands." Ethan's heart beat faster. Could that text link directly to the modern group? It might. The Iron Wings motif apparently appears on page 1 as a master emblem. He exhaled, mind racing. "We need to find that text." Celia let out a soft, resigned laugh. "You make it sound easy. People have tried. It's considered a lost treasure among occult historians. Unless you have resources in black market antiquities, I doubt we can track it." But Ethan was already scribbling notes, ignoring the knot in his stomach from the threat. "One clue at a time, Celia. We'll figure it out." Hanging up, he felt a spark of purpose. The fear lingered, but the puzzle beckoned. He'd gleaned from every corner. Old librarians, fringe collectors, who knows? If the real Illuminati existed, they might have left a paper trail once upon a time, and Ordo Occultus Sumerium could confirm it. That same week, Ethan posted a short cryptic teaser on his personal blog. "The Eye in the Wing, corruption at the highest levels." He withheld details, but implied a major exposé was coming. The response was mild. His followers were used to big conspiratorial claims, but one email arrived from a new address. "I can help. Luke." At first, Ethan assumed spam, but the message read simply, "We share a common interest. I once walked among them. They are real, but you must be cautious. They watch everything." Attaching a phone number, the email vanished from his inbox soon after, as though it self-destructed. Ethan's skin prickled. "A self-professed insider?" He dialed. A male voice answered, taut with nerves. "So, you're the blogger stirring up illusions about the Illuminati." "Not illusions, evidence," Ethan retorted, a dry chuckle. "Evidence. If only you knew how deep it goes. I used to be close with them, or at least a branch of them. We parted ways. I want to help, but not over the phone. Meet me in DC?" Ethan's anxiety soared. This could be a trap, but if the man was legitimate... "Fine," Ethan forced calm. "A public place. Send me details." Luke murmured agreement and hung up abruptly. Ethan sank onto his couch, mind spinning. In 1 week he'd gone from chasing symbolic scraps to clandestine phone calls and threats. If these forces were real, his life was about to get complicated. He remembered reading about journalists who claimed to expose major conspiracies, only to be discredited, financially ruined, or worse. He glanced at a framed photo of his sister and niece smiling at a family barbecue. He felt a pang. He'd hardly visited them lately, too consumed by the next big story. If the Illuminati was truly after him, they might threaten the people he cared about. Yet turning back now seemed impossible. The puzzle's gravity pulled him forward. He felt an odd sense of destiny, or at least unstoppable curiosity. As dawn's light seeped through the window, he pressed his laptop open one more time, scanning flight prices to Washington, D.C. All the while, that symbol of the winged eye lingered in his thoughts, a silent challenge from the shadows. He murmured aloud, "Let's see how far down the rabbit hole goes." Little did he know, the journey would lead him across continents, into centuries of hidden history, and force him to confront the biggest question of all. Did the world even want the truth, if it might undermine everything they believed? Ethan arrived in Washington, D.C. on a dreary afternoon. The sky brooded with grey clouds that matched the city's austere architecture. He trudged off a budget bus that smelled of stale coffee, shoulders tense. For a moment, he questioned the wisdom of meeting a stranger who claimed, "I once walked among them." The curiosity and the thrill of a potential breakthrough overrode caution. He'd chosen a busy cafe near Capitol Hill for the rendezvous, public enough to deter violence, but discreet enough for a hushed conversation. Tucked into a corner booth, he ordered an espresso and waited, scanning the faces of patrons for signs of recognition or hidden intent. About 15 minutes in, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair approached. He wore a cheap baseball cap and carried a battered briefcase. With a quick glance around, he slid into the booth across from Ethan. "You must be Ethan," the man said in a subdued voice. "I'm Luca Desi." Ethan sized him up. Luke's eyes held a haunted look, like someone who'd known both privilege and betrayal. Fine lines creased his face, and his posture was guarded. "Luke," Ethan began, voice tight. "You said you were close with them." "The Illuminati," Luke grimaced. "They don't call themselves that. Not these days. But yes, it's the same lineage. The group has rebranded, merged with other networks, and infiltrated everything from philanthropic boards to intelligence agencies. I was part of a major think tank. On the surface, we were economists and policy experts. Underneath, we had an unspoken code." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And Veronica Holt? Do you know her?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Luke's face. "I met her once. She was rumoured to be on the Society's inner council. They hide behind philanthropic foundations, using them as a front to sway global policies. They shape narratives, Ethan. The media, the educational systems, even the arts. Always behind the curtain, never letting themselves become the story." Ethan tried to swallow his excitement. He'd never heard such direct confirmation before, but he needed something tangible, something that would hold up under scrutiny. Why come forward now? Luke exhaled. Guilt, mostly. "I had a crisis of conscience. The final straw was seeing them destroy a colleague's reputation because she objected to certain manipulations. She wanted the group to be more transparent, to earn public trust. They ousted her, and she ended up in ruin." He paused, glancing around as if expecting watchers. "But be warned, if you push too hard, they'll come for you in ways you can't imagine. They can freeze bank accounts, sabotage your credibility, pit law enforcement against you, or worse." Ethan's stomach churned, recalling the threatening email. "I've had a taste, but that only proves I'm onto something real." Luke slid a worn envelope across the table. "Inside, you'll find partial membership rosters, though heavily coded, and references to certain special gatherings. Pay attention to the location code names. Rome, London, stateside enclaves. They rotate. A major gathering is rumoured soon. Maybe they'll finalise some global reorganisation, monetary policies, digital tracking expansions, things that seem unconnected but yield enormous control." Ethan opened the envelope discreetly. Pages of cryptic columns, code names, some repeated references to OWS, Delta Group, Project Aurora. Then he saw the winged eye symbol scrawled at the top of one sheet. He felt a jolt of validation. "This is... thank you. But how do I decode the membership list?" Luke offered a thin, pained smile. "They use classical ciphers, partial shifts referencing key historical events. My mind's too rattled to recall every detail. But you have an ally, right? The historian, Dr. Monroe? She might crack it if she recognises the references." Ethan nodded, adrenaline coursing. "Yes, Celia. She started researching that symbol." Luke's gaze hardened. "Ethan, they won't let you waltz away with this knowledge. If you plan to expose them, be prepared for personal ruin. They truly believe society can't handle full disclosure. The masses would tear civilization apart if left to their own devices, they say." Ethan's voice was a near whisper. "I can't let fear stifle the truth." Luke studied him for a moment, seeming to weigh sincerity. "Then watch your back," he rose. "I'll be in touch if I survive." He left money for coffee and slipped out. Ethan stared after him, a swirl of exhilaration and dread. The envelope felt heavier than mere paper. Outside, the city's hustle pressed in. Politicians, lobbyists, tourists scurried around Capitol Hill. Ethan slipped into anonymity among them, but a seed of paranoia grew in his mind. Anyone could be an operative. Any camera could be feeding watchers. He wasted no time returning to Philadelphia, stashing copies of Luke's documents in multiple secure cloud drives. Then he called Celia Monroe. She answered after a few rings, sounding distracted. "Celia, I have something big. Membership rosters, coded references to gatherings. We need to decipher them." She inhaled sharply. "All right, come by my office tomorrow, but Ethan, are you sure about this? You're messing with forces that might be unstoppable." His throat tightened. All the more reason to keep going. The next morning, Celia's office in Temple University's history department was a cramped space lined with books on medieval and Renaissance secret societies. Ethan arrived early, locking the door behind him. He spread out Luke's cryptic pages on her desk. Celia donned reading glasses, scanning the coded lines. These references: Alpha 19, Beta 23, Ecliptic, Aeneas. Possibly classical allusions. Aeneas might refer to Virgil's Aeneid, used as a key text for some shift cipher. Or it could be code for an upcoming event in Rome, since the story is deeply tied to Rome's mythical foundation. Ethan's pulse quickened. Luke hinted they hold a major gathering in Rome. Could that be next on the calendar? Celia flipped another page. "Look here, September 15. Apparatus Mundi initiation, 66.6%. The date is coming up in 2 months. Apparatus Mundi might be a cryptic name for their overarching plan. 66.6% could imply 2/3 completion of something." He scratched his chin. "Wait, do you recall any historical references to an apparatus mundi from older texts?" Celia typed rapidly on her laptop, cross-referencing digital archives. "Yes, there's a 17th century treatise rumoured to describe a method of controlling social frameworks, economics, religion, media. Though of course, 17th century media was more like pamphlets and sermons. Some scholars connected it to a proto-Illuminati group. If these modern conspirators adopted that same name, it could be symbolic." Ethan's mind whirled. So they're 66.6% done with a plan to unify global systems under their apparatus mundi? That's downright apocalyptic. Celia rubbed her temples. If they truly believe in a top-down system for world stability, they might see themselves as benevolent shepherds. Or they might just crave total power. He frowned. Luke mentioned a major monetary shift, maybe digital currency infiltration, or a global financial reset. If I can confirm it, maybe I can blow this wide open. But skepticism nagged at him. Were these cryptic lines proof enough, or could they be misinterpretations? Celia noticed his doubt. "We need more than code words. We need real names, real events." Ethan nodded. "Luke said there's a big meeting soon, possibly in Rome. If we can find the exact date, location, maybe I can gather photographic or recorded evidence." Celia inhaled sharply. "You'd risk travelling abroad, sneaking into a secret summit of global elites. That's near suicide." He gave a wry smile. "In my line of work, we call it an occupational hazard. Will you help me?" She hesitated, conflict in her gaze. "I can't ignore the moral imperative. If you're right, if they're about to orchestrate something massive, someone has to blow the whistle. But yes, it's dangerous. Let me see what else I can decipher from these references." For the next few hours they pored over the pages. Celia identified classical ciphers referencing Dante's Inferno, linking numeric codes to lines from the text. The numbers matched partial times, 9:30, 2000 or so forth. They gleaned a possible date, September 15th, the same date from the Apparatus Mundi initiation. Location hints suggested a historic building near the heart of Rome, maybe something affiliated with a philanthropic group. A few lines read, "Holt Foundation, Sala Aurelia, final alignment." Ethan's heart pounded. Veronica Holt was apparently heading a final alignment meeting in a place called Sala Aurelia. He tapped at his phone, searching for the name. "There's a Palazzo Aurelia in central Rome, used as a high-end event space. The Holt Foundation is indeed hosting a philanthropic summit there mid-September." Celia's eyes flicked up from the documents. "So the official story is a philanthropic gala, but under the surface, it's the Illuminati's big day." He exhaled. "We have a time frame, a place, and an event." If I can get inside, maybe I can film or record something. That's unstoppable proof. Celia looked uneasy. I can't see how you'll get in with standard press credentials. They'll sniff you out. He shrugged. I might have to go undercover. You have any academic invitations to that gala? She looked flustered. I was actually invited to a separate symposium in Rome around the same time, a small academic talk on Renaissance manuscripts. The sponsor, the Holt Foundation. Ethan's eyes widened. You're basically on the inside track. This can't be coincidence. They might want you close to keep an eye on your research, or they see you as benign. She swallowed. I could attend, see if I can glean more from the inside, but infiltration, that's something else entirely. Meanwhile, Ethan's phone buzzed, an unknown number. Warily he answered. Graves, a female voice said coldly. This is Veronica Holt. I believe you've been sniffing around my affairs. Ethan's hand trembled. Ms. Holt, She spoke calmly, an undercurrent of menace. Your blog posts, your queries to various organisations, we're aware. I caution you, truth is a fragile commodity. Spread lies or half-truths, and you'll hurt the people you claim to protect. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Are you threatening me? I'm offering guidance. You fancy yourself a journalist? Real journalism demands responsibility. Some knowledge is best left undisclosed. You've been warned. The line went dead. Celia stared, eyes wide. That was her? She basically admitted to watching you. That's huge. Ethan's stomach churned. She's brazen. She wouldn't call if she wasn't sure she could neutralise me. We need that proof soon. His mind reeled with possibilities. He could publicise all they had right now, but it was a cryptic puzzle that wouldn't convince the masses. A direct infiltration of the Rome summit might be their only chance to blow it open definitively. But he worried about the danger. Already he pictured an army of well-dressed security with hidden earpieces, or watchers in the Roman streets. And if this secret society had centuries of experience, they'd be masters at eliminating threats. He forced a shaky grin. Then again, nobody ever changed the world without risk, right? Celia sighed. You're incorrigible. All right, I have a flight to Rome booked for my talk. I can register you as my research assistant or something, if that helps get you into the broader event. Relief flooded him. That'd be perfect. She rose from her chair, collecting the coded docs. I'll see if I can interpret more of these references. But Ethan, brace yourself. If everything you suspect is real, we're about to confront a global machine, and it might not crumble easily. He nodded, a grim set to his jaw. I've always known the truth is costly. Guess I'm about to pay in full. They parted, each weighed down by the magnitude of what lay ahead. That evening Ethan cancelled a dinner with family. He told them he was travelling for a big story. They expressed worry, but he offered scant details, not wanting to endanger them. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, mind swirling. The next stage of his life would revolve around exposing an alleged Illuminati plot. If he succeeded, he'd be either a hero or a marked man, possibly both. He felt the flutter of fear, but also an undercurrent of excitement. After all these years of chasing hints and half-truths, he was about to square off with the most iconic conspiracy in human history. Before sleep claimed him, he checked his phone one last time. Another anonymous text had arrived. Beware false allies. The eye has many watchers. He set the phone aside, heart pounding. False allies, indeed. Could Luke betray him? Could Celia or someone else be compromised? The only certainty was that trust would be a scarce resource in the looming confrontation, and so he drifted off, uncertain whether morning would bring new revelations or fresh threats, or both. One thing was sure, the unstoppable march toward Rome had begun. When Ethan and Celia landed at Rome's Fiumicino airport, the Mediterranean sun greeted them with a warm glow that almost dispelled the tension swirling within. They trudged through the arrivals hall with minimal luggage. Ethan had insisted on travelling light to avoid suspicion. Rome, Celia mused, taking in the bustle of tourists. City of echoes, so many layers of history and secrets. Ethan forced a half-smile, scanning the crowd for any watchers. I have a feeling we're about to discover some of those secrets firsthand. They flagged a taxi to their modest hotel near the city centre. En route, Celia quietly pointed out landmarks. The Colosseum's ancient arches, the grand Vittorio Emanuele monument, winding cobblestone streets brimming with life. Ethan, usually enthralled by such surroundings, felt only a faint stirring of awe. His mind remained fixed on the looming philanthropic gala at Palazzo Aurelia. At the hotel, they were greeted by an envelope at the front desk. Inside, a formal invitation to the Holt Foundation Cultural Preservation Gala, scheduled in 3 days' time, addressed to Dr. Celia Monroe and an unnamed research assistant. Ethan's nerves spiked reading it. This was real. They had a foot in the door. The invitation included instructions for a preliminary orientation the next afternoon at a smaller conference hall. After dumping their bags in their shared suite, a cramped space with a single desk, Celia opened her laptop. I have my academic panel tomorrow, but we can finalise our infiltration plan after that. Maybe we can gather intel during orientation. Ethan nodded, pacing. Right. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any signs of tight security or suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, I'd like to see if we can glean more from local archives. Maybe dig up the Ordo Occultus Summarium or references to it. Celia raised an eyebrow. You realise that text has been lost for decades. But sure, we can try. The National Library or certain church archives might hold clues. He rubbed his hands together. We have 2 or 3 days before the big event. Let's use them. They parted ways the next morning. Celia headed to her academic talk, while Ethan visited the Biblioteca Nazionale. The library's grand halls smelled of old books and polished wood. Despite the presence of digital catalogues, many rare collections were off-limits to the general public. At a desk labelled Special Collections, Ethan politely requested access to manuscripts referencing the rumoured text. The librarian, a stern older woman, shook her head. Mi dispiace, signore, but these volumes are restricted. You need special permits from the Ministry of Culture. He attempted his best persuasive smile. Could I see just an index of them, to confirm references for academic research? She regarded him with thinly veiled suspicion. One moment. Leaving him alone briefly, she returned with a battered index book. These records are incomplete. You have 15 minutes. Ethan scanned the entries, heart pounding. He found a listing from 1865. Ordo Occultus Summarium, rumoured donation, never confirmed. Beside it, a note read, relocated to private estate, no official record. He jotted it down. Private estate. Where? Another line referenced a partial translation done by an Italian scholar in 1902 stored in the library's archives, Shelf M21, but a subsequent note read, M21 missing since 1937. He sighed. The text had apparently eluded countless seekers. This was a dead end for now. Still, he left with renewed conviction. So many references to this text. If the Illuminati had it, they were guarding it fiercely. Maybe he'd find out more at the gala. That afternoon, Celia texted him from the orientation site. You have to see this. Security is intense. I told them you're my assistant. No issues yet, but they're scanning IDs, taking photos, possibly facial recognition. Careful. Ethan hurried to join her, arriving at a stately conference hall near the Tiber River. The place was swarming with staff wearing Holt Foundation badges, some in suits with earpieces. A suspiciously high ratio of them moved with practiced vigilance. He stepped inside a mosaic-floored foyer, greeted by Celia, who handed him a visitor's pass. She leaned close, whispering, They've got uniformed guards, plus hidden muscle. I recognised at least 3 men who looked like ex-military, possibly private security. He forced a casual nod, scanning the room. Attendees milled about, discussing heritage restoration, cultural archives. Among them, Ethan spotted 2 well-dressed individuals wearing subtle lapel pins of the winged eye symbol, just like the watermark. A chill shot through him. He approached a refreshment table, feigning interest in pastries, while covertly eavesdropping on these pinned individuals. They spoke in hushed tones, a melodic accent that might be Spanish or Portuguese. He caught a snippet. The final alignment meeting is strictly invitation only. Ms. Holt arrives tomorrow. We must ensure no infiltration. Ethan's breath caught. They were referencing infiltration. They definitely suspected infiltration was possible. That spelled danger. Celia sidled over, apparently studying a schedule pamphlet. We got to tread lightly, she murmured. If they sense we're suspicious, we'll be barred from the main event. He nodded, taking a pastry to appear casual. What's next on the orientation schedule? Short keynote about global cultural cooperation, then a guided tour of the Palazzo Aurelia's exhibit halls. We can see the main gala area. Sure enough, a polite hostess announced they'd be going to Palazzo Aurelia next. Celia and Ethan joined a small group of scholars, artists, and Foundation staff boarding a luxury shuttle bus. The staff pinned with the eye symbol boarded a separate tinted SUV, no doubt top tier. Palazzo Aurelia stood near the outskirts of central Rome, perched on a gentle hill. The building exuded Renaissance elegance with tall windows, ornate columns and sprawling gardens. A perfect place for a philanthropic gala, and apparently a clandestine Illuminati conclave. Guides welcomed the group inside, leading them through marble corridors. Busts of Roman emperors dotted the halls. Gilded frames displayed classical paintings. All the while, discreet cameras lined the ceiling corners. At last, they reached the main ballroom, where dozens of workers set up stages, lighting rigs, and plush seating. The hostess explained the gala would feature philanthropic panels, cultural exhibits, and an exclusive dinner for high-level guests. Ethan hung back, capturing mental snapshots of vantage points and possible hidden access doors. He noticed a locked set of double doors guarded by a stern-faced man. A sign in Italian read, "Private, authorized access only." He whispered to Celia, "I'd bet good money that's where the real meeting will happen." She pursed her lips. "We can't just waltz in." "Of course not," he murmured. "We'll need cunning. Maybe slip away during the dinner portion." After the tour concluded, they returned to the shuttle. On the ride back, one of the pinned staffers gave Ethan a lingering stare as if memorizing his face. Ethan kept his expression neutral, but inside tension coiled. They were definitely suspected. That evening, back at their hotel, they strategized in hushed tones. "We have 2 days until the gala," Celia began. "Tomorrow Miss Holt arrives. The final day is the event. We need to confirm exactly when the hidden conclave meets." Ethan nodded. "One approach. If you're recognized academically, you might get invited to sub-events. I can shadow you. Alternatively, we scout the layout, find a discreet place to hide during the day, then emerge during the meeting." Celia frowned, scanning the gala's printed schedule. "I see references to breakout sessions tomorrow evening, but no detail. That might be it. Or maybe the real meeting is after midnight." He tapped the schedule. "Luke's documents mention a time, 9:30 p.m. That might align with a hush-hush late session, possibly after the official dinner." Celia drummed her fingers. "If we do sneak in, can we film or record? We need more than hearsay, but phones might be jammed or confiscated." Ethan revealed a small pen-like camera. "I brought a micro camera, local storage. Might slip it in my coat pocket, aim it discreetly." She shook her head, a faint smile. "You came prepared." He attempted a grin. "I try, but let's be mindful we might only get one shot. If we get caught, who knows what they'll do." They paused, the enormity of the risk pressing down. Then Celia inhaled. "All right, we proceed. Tomorrow I'll try to glean info from the staffers or see if any invitations come my way. Meanwhile, you observe and plan entry routes." The next morning, a swirl of tension roused Ethan early. He used a burner phone to call Luke, hoping for last-minute tips. It rang unanswered. Strange. Luke had said he'd remain cautious but available. Had something happened? Midday, Celia texted that she'd been invited to an evening reception at Palazzo Aurelia for VIP guests. She was told to bring one assistant if she wished. "They're letting you come," her text read, "but keep low." Ethan's gut twisted. Could it be a trap? Still, refusal would blow their cover. He quickly ironed the only decent blazer he owned. By dusk they arrived at the palazzo's main entrance. A string quartet played softly in the courtyard. Candle-lit lanterns lined the walkway. Men and women in formal wear chatted, sipping champagne. Ethan felt out of place among the high society atmosphere. Holt Foundation staff greeted them politely, scanning their invitations. Ethan tried to stay calm under the suspicious gazes. Inside, waiters circulated with hors d'oeuvres. The chatter of polite conversation hung in the air, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Chandeliers cast warm light across frescoed ceilings. Celia glided through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with fellow academics, while Ethan lingered near the edges. He spotted high-profile attendees, a foreign diplomat, a billionaire tech mogul, a famed neurosurgeon, all presumably enticed by the Foundation's philanthropic facade. Suddenly a hush spread. Veronica Holt entered, flanked by aides. She was taller than Ethan expected, her silver hair swept into a graceful style. She wore a dark, elegant dress, exuding confidence. Applause rippled as she greeted the gathering, praising their dedication to cultural heritage and global unity. Ethan's pulse hammered. So there she was, rumoured Illuminati ringmaster. As she approached a group, he sidled closer to overhear. Holt's voice was rich and assured. Tomorrow's main session will address pressing global issues, inequality, climate change. We hope to unify philanthropic strategies for maximum impact. I trust you'll find it enlightening. Enlightening indeed, Ethan thought. He felt a trickle of fear and excitement. Her speech was so polished, so genuine on the surface. Yet according to Luke, she was a puppet master behind the scenes. He spotted the pinned staffers again, posted at discreet vantage points. One stared at Ethan with open suspicion. He pretended not to notice, turning to snag a flute of champagne from a passing tray. Celia drifted over, whispering, "We should keep a low profile. I sense we're being watched." Ethan sipped the champagne, scanning for an exit route. "I'll slip around, see if I can find that locked corridor. Cover for me if anyone asks." She nodded, voice tight. "Be careful." He ambled away, weaving past cliques of guests engaged in small talk about art and charity. Eventually he edged down a less crowded hallway. Sure enough, he found the same locked double doors from yesterday, now guarded by 2 staffers. No sign of an easy pass. As he feigned interest in a nearby painting, he heard footsteps behind. A voice. "Lost, Mr. Graves?" He turned to see a tall woman, late 30s, with a refined accent. She wore a subtle brooch featuring the winged eye. Ethan forced a calm grin. "Just exploring the palace. So many beautiful halls," her lips quirked. "Some places are off limits. We prefer guests stay in designated areas. Let me show you back to the reception." He recognized a polite threat. Of course. Reluctantly, he let her guide him away. The hint of intimidation confirmed they weren't messing around. Back in the main hall, Veronica Holt herself was wrapping up a short speech on transformative philanthropy. Applause followed. Then she mingled briefly, drifting within a few feet of Ethan. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand. She glanced at him, her expression polite but distant. "Dr. Monroe, is this your assistant?" Celia introduced Ethan. Holt's gaze flicked over him, calculating. "I hope you enjoy tomorrow's sessions, Mr. Graves. We're keen to show the world how collaborative effort can truly shape the future." Her handshake was cool, her smile unwavering. Ethan managed a polite nod, hiding the swirl of tension. This was the woman who'd threatened him on the phone. Face to face, she seemed flawlessly charming, but he sensed the steel beneath. Soon after, the event wound down. As the last guests filtered out, Ethan and Celia exchanged glances. Tomorrow would bring the official gala, and presumably the covert final alignment behind closed doors. They had to be ready. Outside, night had fallen over Rome's ancient streets. They caught a taxi, neither speaking much. The magnitude of the next day pressed upon them. Somewhere behind Palazzo Aurelia's locked doors, a centuries-old society would gather to finalise a plan that could reshape global power. Back at the hotel, Ethan tried calling Luke again. No response. Anxiety gnawed at him. Could Luke have been compromised? Celia laid out a battered notebook. "We have to assume tomorrow night is the moment. We'll blend in during the official dinner, then slip away. If we catch them in secret deliberations, we record everything. That's our shot." Ethan exhaled, exhausted yet wired. "Yeah, if we vanish, well, at least we tried." She managed a shaky laugh. Encouraging. They turned in for the night, though sleep was elusive. Ethan replayed the day's events in his mind. Veronica Holt's commanding presence, the pinned staffers, the security. He clutched the pen camera he planned to hide in his jacket. If all went right, soon he'd have footage that could expose a global conspiracy older than modern history. But beneath his determination lay a flicker of dread. What if they were 2 steps ahead, luring him into a trap? He set that fear aside. No turning back now. As Roman church bells chimed midnight, he drifted off into uneasy dreams filled with winged eyes, labyrinthine corridors, and faint echoes of the word apparatus mundi. Ethan awoke to the sound of distant church bells tolling in the early Roman morning. A sliver of light peeked through the drapes of the small hotel room, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. He stretched, feeling the stiffness in his back from a night spent half awake, haunted by visions of locked doors and winged eye emblems. Across the cramped space, Celia sat at the tiny desk, already poring over documents on her laptop, hair still a mess from sleep. She glanced up with a tired smile. "Morning. I've been reading up on the Ordo Occultus Sumerium references again. If it really is tied to the Illuminati's tradition, it could outline their entire philosophy and methods." Ethan rubbed his eyes. "And the day of the gala is finally here. We're out of time to do more research. Tonight's our only window to catch them in the act." Celia nodded, then gestured to her screen. "I found a nugget. There's a mention in an old scholarly article that Ordo Occultus Sumerium contained elaborate instructions on rituals or initiations that revolve around symbolic gestures, handshakes, coded phrases, that kind of thing. Maybe that's relevant to how they recognize each other. If we spot something at the gala, we'll know." Ethan's nerves fluttered. We can't exactly watch for secret handshakes without drawing attention, but every clue helps, and it might confirm we're seeing the real Illuminati. This event, it's a high-stakes infiltration. Celia closed the laptop. "We also have to consider an escape plan in case it goes sideways. That building will be full of security." He exhaled, going over mental checklists. The microcamera pen was ready. He had a digital audio recorder disguised as a key fob. "We record everything, then slip out. If we can't get away, we'll upload our evidence from within. I have a script that auto-sends the files to multiple servers once my phone detects a specific keyword." Celia raised an eyebrow. "Impressive, but let's hope it doesn't come to an all-out chase in the palazzo corridors." They spent the morning in tense readiness. Around noon, they ventured out for a final reconnaissance walk near Palazzo Aurelia. The city was bustling. Tourists snapped photos of statues and fountains, unaware of the clandestine gathering about to take place behind the majestic palace walls. By early afternoon, they returned to the hotel to rest and prep. At 6 in the evening, they changed into their formal attire. Celia in a sleek black dress that lent her an air of quiet confidence. Ethan in a dark suit borrowed from a friend back home. It was slightly tight in the shoulders, but it would have to do. The pen camera clipped inside his jacket pocket. The key fob recorder slipped in an interior fold. They arrived at the Palazzo Aurelia just as the sun dipped low over the rooftops. The courtyard bustled with black cars delivering VIPs in designer evening wear. A string quartet played softly. Staffers scanned invitations under golden lights. The main gates were decorated with lush floral arrangements, giving the entire scene a veneer of opulence and warmth. But Ethan's unease only grew as he recognized some of the security personnel from the orientation, unsmiling men with watchful eyes. Celia gripped his arm lightly. "Steady," she whispered. "We belong here, remember?" They handed over their invites. A polite attendant nodded and waved them inside the grand foyer, where sparkling chandeliers illuminated polished marble floors. Waiters offered champagne flutes. The hum of refined conversation filled the space. Painted ceilings depicted classical gods and angels looking down from swirling clouds. Celia gently steered them near a side corridor, scanning the area. "We should mingle first, not vanish too soon. Otherwise they'll suspect we're snooping." Ethan agreed. As they meandered among the crowd, they spotted familiar faces, philanthropic leaders, university deans, ambassadors. Veronica Holt stood near the centre, engaged in lively conversation with a small group of dignitaries. She wore a stunning silver gown, her expression poised, as if nothing could ruffle her calm authority. At one point, Holt's gaze drifted toward Ethan, and their eyes locked for half a second. Her lips curved in an almost imperceptible smirk, acknowledgement that she knew precisely who he was. The moment felt like a minor jolt of electricity. Then she returned to her conversation, dismissing him as if he were of no concern, or so it appeared. Staffers soon ushered attendees to the main ballroom for the official dinner. A sweeping staircase led them to a massive hall decked out with round tables draped in fine linens, ornate centerpieces and flickering candlelight. Soft classical music drifted from an unseen string ensemble. Ethan's stomach churned with anxiety, but he forced a polite smile at the table they were assigned. As the dinner began, course after course of delicate Italian cuisine, Ethan played the part of Celia's mild-mannered assistant. They made small talk with a pair of archaeologists from Spain and a museum director from Berlin. Polite conversation touched on the Foundation's initiatives, but nothing indicated a deep conspiracy. Meanwhile, Ethan discreetly studied the corners of the room, identifying potential side doors and exit routes. Partway through the main course, the hush fell as Veronica Holt took the small stage to address the gathering. She spoke of bridging cultural divides, the power of heritage to inspire unity. The crowd applauded at measured intervals. Ethan had to admit she possessed a persuasive charisma that could sway hearts if not minds. But her polished speech offered no hint of any clandestine plan. Yet he sensed that behind the rhetorical flourishes lay a carefully orchestrated front. The real meeting would come later, once the uninitiated had left for the night. As the dinner wound down, staff began ushering guests to a post-dinner lounge area. Many were excited about the scheduled opera performance or a special unveiling of newly restored Renaissance art. Celia checked her watch, leaning to Ethan. "It's nearly 9:30. That might be the key time from Luke's notes." Ethan pushed away his plate. "We should slip out soon. Let's pretend we're going to admire something in the next hall." They rose from the table. Outside the ballroom, a corridor branched in multiple directions. Soft lighting and discreet signage guided guests toward the lounge, but Ethan steered Celia down an unmarked hallway. At the far end, he spotted the same double doors from earlier, guarded, of course, by a pair of stoic men in suits. "How do we get past them?" Celia whispered. Ethan's mind raced. He'd anticipated a direct guard scenario. Maybe a distraction would help. "Give me a second," he said, scanning the area. There was a side door leading to a service corridor. If they could slip in and circle around, they might find another entrance. They ducked into the service corridor, ignoring the questionable glances from a staff member carrying a tray of dishes. Winding through the back passages, they found an old wooden door that might connect to the restricted area. Locked. Ethan fished out a small pry tool, a relic from his investigative escapades, and worked at the lock, heart hammering. Celia kept watch, hearing the faint echo of footsteps. "Hurry!" she hissed. Finally the lock gave. They slipped inside, emerging into a dimly lit antechamber. The hush was profound here, the air thick with the sense of something clandestine. Faint voices drifted from a corridor to the left. They crept forward, passing ornate wooden panelling and oil paintings that felt more like relics than decor. The corridor curved. At its end, a set of tall double doors stood slightly ajar, no guards in sight from this angle. Voices rose, muffled, as though a meeting were in session. Ethan's pulse thudded. "We found them," he mouthed, pointing at the door. Celia nodded, face tense. Carefully they inched closer. Through the gap they glimpsed a smaller but opulent chamber, a long table flanked by men and women in formal attire. The winged eye symbol was visible on the wall above, rendered in subtle gold relief. Veronica Holt presided at the head of the table. At her side, a man read from typed documents, perhaps a deputy or ally. Ethan activated his pen camera, angling it so it could capture what was happening. Celia pressed an ear to the gap, trying to catch the words. "The final alignment is nearly complete," Veronica Holt was saying in a low, resonant voice. "We have confirmation from key financial institutions that the digital transition can proceed. By next quarter, we'll have enough leverage to nudge public sentiment under the guise of a global stability measure." An older gentleman spoke next, accent vaguely German. "And if the public resists a mandatory digital currency shift?" Veronica smiled coolly. "We'll stage the narrative. Our philanthropic arms, along with allied media, will highlight economic emergencies. People respond to fear, and from fear emerges acquiescence. This is the stepping stone to further integration under Apparatus Mundi." At that phrase, Ethan felt a jolt. Apparatus Mundi. The conspiracy was real, and they were discussing it openly, here, behind a locked door. Another woman spoke. "So the timeline remains. Incremental crises, step-by-step acceptance, all culminating in the announcement by year's end." "Yes," Holt replied. "The Council can reconvene in London afterward to finalise expansions into integrated ID systems. Then we'll address the next phase. Substantial population influence is not an easy goal, but we have centuries of experience in subtle persuasion." Celia's eyes widened, her breathing shallow. They were hearing the literal blueprint for a global manipulation campaign, anchored by false crises and controlling finances. She glanced at Ethan, who was capturing it on video. This was beyond what they'd hoped for, actual undeniable proof that a powerful group, presumably the Illuminati, was orchestrating world events. But then, footsteps in the corridor behind them made them freeze. A security guard, perhaps investigating a noise. They flattened themselves against the wall. An authoritative voice barked softly, "Chicheli!" "Who's there?" A flashlight beam cut across the hall. In a split-second decision, Ethan grabbed Celia's hand and slipped through the door they'd opened behind them, stepping into an even darker side chamber. They pressed themselves behind a heavy curtain. The guard's footsteps approached, paused, then retreated. The hush returned. Heart racing, Ethan motioned for Celia to remain still. They could still hear the meeting inside the chamber. Another male voice complained about certain political leaders being slow to align. Veronica answered, "They'll fall into place, or be replaced. We have no illusions about loyalty, only compliance." Celia's face paled. They were talking about forcibly removing political figures. The entire weight of this operation was monstrous. Ethan carefully nudged the pen camera forward, capturing the full audio and partial visuals through the door gap. They had what they came for, and more. He signalled to Celia that they should leave before the guard returned or the meeting ended. Yet part of him yearned to keep recording. The revelations were staggering. A staged economic crisis, mandatory digital currency, orchestrated fear campaigns. But staying longer might mean capture. With a reluctant heart, he began to pull away, ensuring the pen camera faced the meeting for a last few seconds. As they retreated down the corridor, every step felt like an echoing betrayal of their presence. They found the service door again, slipping back into the staff corridors. The sense of relief at escaping unseen warred with the terror that at any moment an alarm or pursuit might erupt. Only once they'd returned to the main gala area, where lounge music tinkled and guests chattered, did they allow themselves to breathe. The official dinner was ending. People were trickling out, discussing the wonderful philanthropic speeches and upcoming cultural initiatives. None had any clue about the high-level manipulations happening just behind locked doors. Celia clutched Ethan's arm. We got it. You recorded them. We have living proof." Ethan nodded, struggling to keep composure. "It's bigger than I ever imagined. We need to get this out fast before they sense a breach and come after us." But even as the adrenaline surged, a cold fear crept in. Veronica Holt and her cohorts wouldn't let such incriminating evidence slip away easily. The road ahead would be perilous. They had to leave the palazzo discreetly, secure the footage, and brace for the storm that would follow. They made their way to the exit, hearts still pounding. Outside, the Roman night greeted them with a warm breeze. They forced themselves not to hurry or look rattled. Out on the street, they flagged a taxi. As the car pulled away from the palazzo's grand facade, Ethan stared back at the illuminated structure. He'd come to Rome seeking the truth about an ancient conspiracy. Now, he had it. Raw, explosive truth that could shake the world. But unleashing it might bring powerful retaliation. The question was no longer whether the Illuminati existed, but whether he and Celia could survive exposing them. For now, though, he clutched the microcamera pen in his pocket like a talisman of hope. We have them on record. The tide had turned. If they acted quickly, the Illuminati's centuries of secrecy might be one step closer to collapse. They arrived at the hotel after midnight, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Ethan practically sprinted to their room, Celia close behind, each scanning the hallway for suspicious figures. Once inside, they locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle and turned on the lone desk lamp. Ethan pulled out the pen camera, carefully ejecting its micro SD card. His fingers trembled as he slotted it into a small USB reader attached to his laptop. Celia hovered anxiously. Seconds ticked by, the computer reading the data. Then a folder of video files appeared. The largest one was time-stamped just minutes earlier, labelled by the device's default naming system. He double-clicked it. Grainy footage, partially off-angle, showed a portion of the table, silhouettes of seated figures, and a decent shot of Veronica Holt at the head. The audio was faint but discernible. Ethan scrubbed through. Yes, there was the portion about controlling finances, about using fear to drive acceptance of a new system. Their voices were distinct, naming Apparatus Mundi and referencing a council meeting in London. Celia placed a hand to her mouth. This is everything. Actual conspirators, in their own words. Ethan's heart hammered in triumph and dread. We need multiple backups now. If they trace us, they'll try to wipe it out. They methodically copied the video to various encrypted cloud accounts, sending links to each other's private email addresses. Ethan also uploaded it to a hidden server he'd rented under an alias, just in case everything else was compromised. The process took half an hour, each minute feeling like an eternity. At last they sat back. exhausted but relieved. The precious evidence was safe, at least digitally. Celia let out a shaky exhale. What's our next move? We can't just post it on social media. They'd discredit or bury it. We need a platform that can't be easily attacked. Ethan rubbed his temples. In an ideal world, I'd go mainstream, contact a major journalist or an influential platform, but the Illuminati infiltration runs deep. They might have allies in major media. The video could vanish, or worse, we'd vanish. She nodded grimly. We could attempt a live press conference, but we're nobody. They'd brand us conspiracy nuts. The best approach might be a combination. Push the footage to multiple high-credibility outlets simultaneously, so it's impossible to contain. We can also leak it to smaller independent sites, generating a viral effect. Ethan considered the risk. If we do that from here, we might be cornered. It'd be safer to leave Rome. They probably know where we're staying. Our plane tickets are for tomorrow night, but maybe we should leave earlier. Celia glanced at her phone. We can look for an earlier flight, or a train to another city, then out of the country. Let me check. She began typing furiously. A beep alerted them to an incoming message on Ethan's phone. He picked it up. Another unknown number text. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Surrender it, or the consequences will be dire. VH. He showed Celia, dread pooling in his stomach. Holt's not even pretending anymore. She's aware we have a recording. She must have noticed a break in security or recognized our suspicious behavior, Celia said. We have to assume they'll come for us soon. Ethan scrolled up to confirm if it was truly Holt. The style matched, though it could be an operative using her name. Regardless, the threat was real. Let's get out of here, now, he said. Celia nodded. Earliest flight out is midday tomorrow, but there's a 6 a.m. high-speed train to Milan, and from there we can catch a flight to Frankfurt, then back to the States. It's complicated, but we can move before they intercept us. He grabbed a duffel bag. Let's do it, I'll pack. We can catch a cab to the train station before dawn. They scrambled to gather their belongings, stashing the laptop and ensuring they had all the digital backups safely in cloud storage. Within an hour, they were ready to flee. The tension in the small room felt suffocating. At 3 a.m., they checked out quietly, creeping down the hotel stairs to avoid the elevator and any potential watchers. Outside, the Roman streets were eerily quiet. They dragged their suitcases a few blocks until they found a taxi rank, hopped into the first available cab. Termini station, Celia said softly, glancing around to ensure nobody followed. The taxi ride was uneventful, but Ethan's nerves remained taut. He kept replaying the infiltration in his mind, the locked door, the hush of the conspirators' voices. One slip, and they'd have been caught. Now they possessed the ultimate blackmail or the ultimate weapon, depending on one's perspective. He prayed they could survive long enough to use it. Termini station bustled even in pre-dawn hours, with travellers dozing on benches or rushing for early trains. Celia purchased tickets for the 6 a.m. bullet train to Milan. They found a spot on the platform, tension thrumming. 5 minutes before departure, Ethan spotted a well-dressed man stepping off an incoming train. The man briefly locked eyes with Ethan. Something about his posture screamed security. The man frowned, tapped his phone, and started walking toward them. Ethan's stomach flipped. Celia, I think we're made. Let's go, now. They rushed to the train doors. The man broke into a jog. "Scusy," he called out, voice low but urgent. Ethan and Celia shoved onto the train, weaving through passengers. The overhead announcements signalled departure. Just as the doors slid shut, the man reached the platform, face twisting in anger as he realised he was too late. The train lurched forward. Breathing hard, they found seats, hearts pounding. Through the window, they saw the man pacing, phone pressed to his ear. He vanished from view as the train accelerated. Celia let out a shakily triumphant sigh. We escaped, at least for now. Ethan stared out at the rolling countryside. They're definitely after us. They know we have evidence. This is bigger than just intimidation. They'll mobilise their entire network if needed. They spent the 3-hour ride in tense silence, occasionally whispering about next steps. Celia scoured flight options from Milan. Meanwhile, Ethan quietly penned an emergency statement on his laptop, a short write-up summarising the videos, the conspirators' explicit mentions of manipulating global finance, naming Veronica Holt. If anything happened to them, he planned to auto-publish it to his blog and email a few trusted contacts. Some might dismiss it as wild conspiracy talk, but the actual footage was too damning to ignore. Around 9 a.m. they arrived in Milan. They caught an express bus to the airport, passing sleek modern buildings and bustling streets. By mid-morning, they were through security for a Frankfurt-bound flight scheduled to depart at noon. They grabbed coffee in the terminal, nerves still taut, but beginning to hope they might pull off a clean getaway. That hope shattered when Celia noticed a pair of men in suits lingering near the seating area. One was reading a newspaper, but occasionally glancing at them. The other seemed to be fiddling with his phone. Both exuded that same ex-military aura Ethan had become attuned to. "Over there," Celia muttered, nodding discreetly. "I think they're Holt's people." Ethan's gut churned. "They must have flagged our names in the booking system. We can't wait around here or they'll arrest or abduct us." Celia's eyes darted to the departure board. "Our flight board's in an hour, but we can't stay put. They'll corner us. Another option, we buy new tickets under aliases, or we vanish into the city." He considered their limited finances. "If we flee the airport, we might lose our chance to get home quickly. The longer we linger in Europe, the greater the risk." Celia bit her lip. "We could slip past them at the gate, or if we can somehow cause a distraction." Ethan grimaced at the thought of a public scene, but time was running. "I might have a plan. Let's go to a different gate, find a flight leaving sooner, pay last minute. It'll be pricey, but worth it." They rose, trying to act casual. The men in suits noticed, standing as well. Ethan and Celia weaved through the terminal corridors. The men followed at a distance. As they passed a restroom, Ethan nodded to Celia. "Duck in the ladies' room for a minute. I'll loop around, meet you on the other side. We'll see if we can split their attention," she nodded. The men would have to decide whom to follow. Ethan peeled off down a different hallway, heart thumping. He spotted one suit tailing him, the other presumably waiting for Celia. As soon as Ethan turned a corner, he broke into a sprint. The corridors forked. He took random turns, descending stairs, ignoring baffled travellers. Then he found a flight information kiosk. He typed frantically, searching for soonest departures anywhere outside Italy. A flight to Geneva left in 40 minutes from gate B13. That might be just enough time. He caught sight of the suit barreling down the hallway. Ethan ducked behind a pillar. The man jogged past, scanning the crowds. Once he was out of sight, Ethan darted the other way, heading for gate B13. He prayed Celia could also slip free. If not, this was all pointless. At gate B13, a short queue was boarding. Flight to Geneva. Perfect. He approached the airline counter, short of breath, rummaging for his credit card. "One ticket, last minute," he panted. The agent typed away, gave him a steep fare. Ethan didn't care. He paid, had his passport scanned, stepped through the gate. The agent handed him a boarding pass with seconds to spare. His heart hammered as he boarded the plane. He sank into a seat near the back, scanning every passenger who walked by. No Celia. No sign of the suits. Anxiety twisted in his gut. He didn't want to leave Celia behind, but staying put might have doomed them both. A flight attendant announced final boarding. The jetway door closed. Ethan closed his eyes, dread creeping in. Did Celia make it out somehow? He prayed so. The plane pushed back, engines spooling up. Soon they were airborne, leaving Milan behind. Up in the clouds, he felt a mix of guilt and relief. He texted Celia with a cryptic message. "Took an earlier flight. Message me if safe. I'll wait in Geneva." The phone showed no immediate reply. Gritting his teeth, he turned it to airplane mode, focusing on the next step. In Geneva, maybe he could regroup, see if Celia contacted him, and figure out how to release the footage in a way the Illuminati couldn't squash. The plane landed smoothly. Ethan stepped into Geneva's modern airport, scanning for any sign of watchers. None so far. He found a secluded bench, turning his phone back on. No messages from Celia. His heart sank. He typed a frantic follow-up. "Where are you? Are you okay?" Then he waited in agony, checking news sites to see if any incident had occurred in Milan's airport. Nothing reported yet. Minutes crawled by. Then a text arrived from an unknown number. "Your companion is with us. Cooperate, or she will suffer." Attached was a blurred photo of Celia, looking terrified, with arms pinned behind her back. Ethan's vision dimmed with panic. They had Celia. The Illuminati or its operatives had moved swiftly. Now they threatened her life if he didn't hand over the evidence. He typed a furious reply. "Release her, or the footage goes public now." A response came almost instantly. "If you do that, you seal her fate. We can always spin or bury your evidence. Return to Italy. Come alone." Ethan's hands shook, rage boiling in him. They had Celia, the friend who'd risked everything to help him. He had the footage that could topple the conspiracy, but saving her seemed impossible if he exposed them now. He realised with a cold knot that they were forcing a choice, truth or friend. Another message arrived. "You have 48 hours to comply, or we end her life." Staring at the phone, Ethan felt tears sting his eyes. The Illuminati, whatever they called themselves, had centuries of practice in manipulation. Now, they wanted him to trade the precious evidence for Celia's safety, or perhaps walk into a trap that cost him both the evidence and his life. Could he rely on them keeping their word? Yet he couldn't abandon Celia. Anguish tore at him. He typed a single word back. "Agreed." Setting the phone aside, he tried to steady his breathing. He'd just committed to returning to the lion's den. The conspirators might kill them both anyway, but he had to try. She'd risked everything to help him. He couldn't let her suffer for his choices. He had 48 hours to plan a rescue or some cunning maneuver. The question was whether he could outsmart an ancient global power. And so, with the precious footage secured in distant clouds, Ethan Graves, armed with fury, desperation and a flicker of hope, prepared to face the Illuminati on their terms. The price of truth had never felt so high. Ethan slumped on a cold metal bench in Geneva's airport, trembling with rage and fear. The text from Celia's captors repeated in his mind, "Return to Italy. Come alone." If they truly held her, he had no choice but to comply. Yet how could he rescue her without losing the footage or his life? Wiping sweat from his brow, he composed himself. They gave him 48 hours. That was a sliver of time. He needed to craft a plan, something that allowed him to keep the evidence safe yet get Celia out. But how to do that against the Illuminati's vast resources? He typed a message to the unknown number. "I need a location to meet you. I'll come." The phone buzzed minutes later with coordinates near Lake Como, Italy, along with a time, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. The text ended, "No games, bring all copies." Ethan swallowed thickly. They wanted the footage. Of course they did. He jammed his phone into his pocket, considering his options. He had backups stored in the cloud. Killing him wouldn't delete the evidence. But maybe the Illuminati believed they could extract the decryption keys from him, or force him to sign disclaimers claiming it was staged. Or, if they possessed advanced infiltration, they might find ways to take down his servers. Still, the risk was real that they could do so if they gained physical access to him. He needed help, someone who could mount a rescue or provide backup. But who? Luca Desi had vanished. His editor Carl was stateside and probably wouldn't believe him. The only other ally that came to mind was Officer Angela Ross, a detective from back in Philadelphia who'd once assisted him on a local corruption case. She was honest, but this was international territory, out of her jurisdiction. Reaching out might be pointless, yet he had to try. He found a quiet corner, dialed Angela's number. After a few rings, she answered, groggy from the time difference. Ross speaking. Ethan spoke in a hushed rush. "Angela, it's me, Ethan. I'm in deep trouble, like conspiracy-level trouble. People are abducted. I have evidence of global manipulation. I can't explain it all, but I need any contact or tip on how to handle a hostage situation overseas." Silence, then a sigh. "Ethan, you always manage to land in the worst tangles. This is no joke?" "Deadly serious. My colleague is kidnapped. The group behind it is unbelievably powerful. I can't go to local police. They might be compromised or outgunned. I need a strategy, or a referral to an international agency you trust." Angela's tone turned grim. "Official channels might be slow or compromised, but let me see. I have a friend at Interpol. No promises they'll act swiftly. They need evidence, and time to coordinate with local authorities." Ethan realised time wasn't a luxury he had. "Thanks, but I'm on a 48-hour clock. Could you at least feed them the location? I got coordinates near Lake Como. Might help if they could be on standby or do a quiet stakeout." Angela hesitated. "All right, I'll pass it along, off the record. But watch your back. This group, whoever they are, won't hesitate to remove obstacles." He thanked her, heart pounding with a glimmer of hope. Interpol might or might not show up, but it was something. Next, he set up an encrypted message on his laptop. "If I don't check in within 72 hours, auto-send the footage to a curated list of journalists. including some left-leaning, right-leaning, independent and international outlets. That might create unstoppable coverage. The Illuminati thrived in shadows. A worldwide public leak would be catastrophic for them. He typed a last command. Use location triggers. If my phone remains in the same spot for more than 24 hours, or if it crosses certain borders, push the info out. He hoped that would force the conspirators to keep him alive and moving if they wanted to avoid the doomsday scenario. Finally, he bought a one-way ticket back to Milan that departed early morning. All that done, he found a cheap airport hotel for the night. Sleep eluded him. His mind whirred with rescue fantasies. He pictured Celia locked in some basement, terrified. The guilt pressed like a stone on his chest. She was roped into my mission. I have to get her out. At dawn, he boarded a short flight to Milan, arriving midday. He had nearly 10 hours until the scheduled meet. The day dragged in excruciating tension. He roamed public areas, glancing over his shoulder for watchers. He found a coffee shop to sit and revise his plan, approach the coordinates, pretend to offer the data, hope Interpol might show up. But Interpol's involvement was a long shot. He needed a more direct angle. He recalled Luca Dessi's warnings about the group's ruthlessness. If they suspected he was playing them, they'd kill Celia. That fear overshadowed everything. Yet handing them the actual encryption keys for the footage was unthinkable. He decided on a compromise. Show them a partial link or partial key, enough to prove authenticity, but keep the final piece hidden. Maybe that would buy them time or leverage. The hours crept by. Dusk settled over northern Italy, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange. Ethan rented a car at the Milan airport, driving north toward Lake Como. As the roads wound through scenic mountainsides, he could hardly appreciate the view. His stomach churned with dread. He arrived near the coordinates around 9 p.m. The location was a remote villa perched on a hillside overlooking the shimmering lake below. Moonlight glinted off the water's surface. The roads were narrow, lined with tall hedges, perfectly private for clandestine dealings. He parked near a stone gate adorned with elaborate ironwork. No other cars were in sight. The gate was ajar. A single dim light glowed from the villa's windows, a silhouette of a grand structure behind. He half expected armed guards, but the path was eerily quiet. He walked through the gate, crossing a courtyard flanked by manicured bushes. At the heavy wooden entrance door he paused, heart thundering. Then it swung open from inside, revealing a tall figure in a tailored suit. The man silently beckoned Ethan in. They led him down a dim corridor with tiled floors echoing every footstep. At last he reached a candlelit room that resembled an old-world parlour. High ceilings, antique furniture, a crackling fireplace. There, perched on a velvet chair, was Veronica Holt, wearing a black evening dress. Two men stood behind her, arms folded. Another man was in the corner, cradling a submachine gun. Tension hung thick in the air. Ethan's gaze darted around. No sign of Celia. "Where is she?" he demanded, voice trembling with anger. Veronica Holt regarded him coolly. "Mr. Graves, such dramatic flair. You have something of ours. I want it returned. Now." He clenched his fists. "The footage is encrypted. You can't do anything with it. Let Celia go, and I'll give you partial access." One of the men behind Holt stepped forward, expression grim. "We're not negotiating, Graves. You hand over the entire encryption key, then we'll discuss your friend." Ethan forced himself to remain steady. "That's not happening until I see she's alive and well. Bring her here, now." Veronica sighed, turning to the corner. She snapped her fingers. Another door opened. A guard escorted Celia in, her wrists bound, a bruise on her temple. She looked rattled, but her eyes lit with relief upon seeing Ethan. He swallowed a surge of emotion, locking eyes with her. She was alive. That was something. Veronica spoke softly, but every syllable carried menace. "I trust you see we're serious. Release her? Possibly. But not before you relinquish your blackmail material. You may think you've hidden backups, but we have ways to find them. Let's not waste time with heroics." Ethan's mind raced. She wanted the entire set of keys. If he refused, Celia might die. If he complied, they'd likely kill them both anyway to keep the secret safe. He needed a stalling tactic. "The decryption process is multi-layered," he said. "I can show you the first step, but it's not an instant reveal. We have to do it from my laptop, connect to secure servers." Veronica arched an eyebrow. "Convenient. You expect me to simply let you open your computer and do whatever you wish? He shrugged, feigning indifference. It's your call. No key, no reason for you to keep Celia alive. But if you kill us, you'll never get the data unlocked. My final dead man switch will release everything publicly. I've set it up already. Her lips tightened. I know you're cunning, Mr. Graves, but so are we. Very well. You'll give the partial key tonight here. Then we'll accompany you to wherever you must go next. If the information is as you say, Ms. Monroe might leave unharmed. Ethan forced himself to keep a calm facade, though inside he wanted to scream. Even if he gave them a partial key, the Illuminati might break the rest eventually. He needed a rescue or escape. Angela's tip to Interpol might be in play, but there was no sign of any police approach. Time was ticking. Fine, he said, pulling out his phone. I'll input the partial passphrase in a text file, you'll see it. But remember, if you harm Celia, the final pass never surfaces, and the dead man switch triggers. Understood. Veronica Holt's expression remained icy. She nodded at the guard who untied Celia's wrists. Celia stumbled forward, massaging her bruised arms. She shot Ethan a desperate look that said, "Be careful." Ethan typed out a random chunk of the encryption pass, about half of the necessary string. Veronica eyed it warily. This means nothing to me. I need to confirm it's valid. He nodded. We can test it by partially decrypting a small portion of the video file. You'll see it's real. Then we'll do the rest in a more secure environment. Deal? Veronica considered. Very well. We'll take a short sample. If it checks out, we proceed. If you attempt any trick, your friend pays. She turned to her associates. Take them to the study. Monitor every keystroke. They led Ethan and Celia to a high-ceilinged study with a grand oak desk. A laptop sat open, presumably set up by Holt's tech experts. One guard plugged in an external drive. Another hovered behind Ethan with a pistol. Celia stood off to the side, shaken but defiant. Ethan stepped to the laptop, carefully inputting a link to one of the partial backups. Then he entered the partial decryption pass. For authenticity, he let it decrypt the first 10 seconds of audio. The computer played a snippet of that fateful meeting. Veronica's voice talking about global realignment. The guard paused the playback, turning to Holt with a nod. Her lips pressed thin. So you do have the real footage? She stared at Ethan, cold triumph in her eyes. Now, we'll simply hold you until we retrieve the entire pass. Once we confirm all copies are erased or decrypted, your threat is neutralized. Then, possibly, I'll decide your fate. Celia's voice shook. You promised, Holt cut her off. I promised nothing definitive. I said you might leave unharmed. That depends on your cooperation. Ethan glared. You can't simply block the entire internet. Once your group is exposed, you're done. Veronica's laugh was almost pitying. We've weathered storms for centuries. Even if partial truths emerge, we can bury them with disinformation. The masses have short attention spans. Her gaze hardened. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. We prefer minimal disruption to society. She gestured to the guards. Secure them in separate rooms. We'll attempt to extract the final pass from Mr. Graves. Ms. Monroe can reflect on her good fortune if he cooperates. Celia tried to protest, but a guard grabbed her arm, leading her away. Ethan's blood boiled as he was similarly seized. They were whisked through a winding corridor up a flight of stairs, then deposited into separate locked rooms. The heavy doors slammed, leaving Ethan in near darkness with only a single lamp glowing and no windows. He pounded a fist on the door in frustration, trapped in a remote Illuminati stronghold. The so-called apparatus of global power had them at its mercy. If he caved, the Illuminati would likely still kill them. If he resisted, Celia might die, and he had no clue if Interpol or any cavalry was on the way. In the oppressive silence, he sank onto the small cot, breath ragged. He needed a miracle or a cunning ploy to turn the tables. The cost of truth was, indeed, staggering, yet he still clung to a sliver of defiance. They might have cornered him physically, but the unstoppable nature of digital backups gave him leverage, if he could wield it properly. Tomorrow, or the day after, might bring forced interrogation, or an unexpected rescue, or a last-ditch trick. He closed his eyes, recalling everything Luke Adesi had said about the Illuminati's hubris. Perhaps that was their weakness. If I can exploit that. And so, Ethan prepared to gamble with the only currency he had, the truth. Because in a world shaped by illusions, a single, undeniable revelation could topple even the most venerable conspiracies. In March of 1967, a young man named Daniel Hale regained consciousness inside a nearly deserted military complex. The room where he awoke was lit by a single, flickering overhead light that revealed concrete walls stained with a dark residue. He was strapped to a metal chair, leather bindings at his wrists and ankles. For a moment he felt certain this was some kind of nightmare, until he tried to move and realized the restraints were painfully real. Faint echoes of voices spilled from an intercom in the corridor beyond. Through an open doorway, distant red emergency lights strobed. An alarm wailed, punctuated by sporadic gunfire in hallways somewhere deeper in the complex. The man in the chair was Daniel, though at that moment he could not fully recall his own name or how he had come to be here. Only scattered images swirled in his mind, torturous experiments, needles plunging into his veins, men in suits pressing him to answer questions he couldn't understand. There were disjointed recollections of electric shocks, of bright strobing lights that overwhelmed his senses. Yet each time Daniel tried to piece together a coherent memory, he encountered only static, like an empty radio frequency. While the alarms continued, Daniel discovered that his wrist straps were slightly loose, apparently undone in a hurry. He tore free with frantic movements, ignoring the burn on his skin as he pulled the leather tight enough to bruise. Then, summoning the last of his strength, he wrenched one arm free. A wave of dizziness assaulted him, but he steadied himself by gripping the chair's steel arm. The rest of the straps soon fell away. Stumbling from the chair, he nearly collapsed on the cold concrete floor. His body felt frail and unsteady, as though he'd been drugged or starved for days. A walk down the corridor led him past small, claustrophobic cells. Flickering lights revealed glances of what might have been other test subjects, or possibly empty cots. He couldn't be sure. The alarm's shriek jarred every nerve. In the distance, Daniel caught glimpses of uniformed personnel rushing around corners, some shouting in disoriented panic. They seemed preoccupied with an ongoing crisis and paid no attention to him. When he reached an exit door left ajar, the swirling wind of the outside night struck him like a slap. The facility's exterior was surrounded by high fences and barbed wire, yet the gate stood inexplicably open. Searchlights swung erratically across the yard but found no target. The confusion and chaos suggested something had gone horribly wrong. Daniel stumbled across the compound's courtyard, adrenaline driving him to escape the labyrinth of buildings behind him. Once he slipped through the open gate, the night air smothered him in bitter cold. He realized he wore only a thin hospital gown, smeared with dirt and possibly dried blood. Shivering, he pressed onward, leaving footprints in the frosty ground. A sign lay discarded, partially buried in a drift of snow. Brushing it off, he read, USARMYRESEACHFACILTY. The letters were stenciled and partially scratched out. No further details. He tried to recall if he had ever enlisted or if he recognized the name of the place. Nothing rose from his memory. A single-lane road wound through a dense patch of trees. Daniel followed it on foot, pushing aside branches and ignoring the burning ache in his limbs. At last, dawn arrived, revealing a rural highway intersection. Collapsing onto the roadside, Daniel flagged down a passing driver, a rugged older man in a pickup, who allowed him to climb into the back seat. The driver pressed him with questions, but Daniel had none of the answers, only a jumbled name. "I think I'm Daniel Hale." The driver took him to the nearest small town, a lonely cluster of buildings built around a diner and gas station. There, Daniel borrowed clothes from a local charity box and huddled in the diner, gulping hot coffee. His voice trembled as he asked random patrons about the date, about any rumours of a secret facility nearby. Most stared at him like he was out of his mind. The waitress eventually told him it was indeed March of 1967, and no, she had no idea about any restricted base. As people shuffled in for breakfast, Daniel realised how out of place he appeared. Eyes wild, hair ragged, and an expression that spoke of horrors no one else would believe. In the following days, Daniel wandered aimlessly, hitching rides from passing vehicles. There was nowhere specific he needed to go, but he burned with a conviction that he had just escaped something monstrous. Although the details remained fuzzy, a name repeatedly surfaced in his fractured thoughts: MK Ultra. He had read about it somewhere, or maybe overheard the term in a half-remembered briefing. The CIA had, according to rumours, run clandestine mind control experiments under this code name, using drugs and psychological torment on unwitting subjects. He discovered his mind was raw with paranoia, prone to seeing every black sedan on the highway as a possible tail. Shadows would flit at the corners of his vision, and he often felt a creeping sense that watchers lingered just out of sight. He tried reminding himself that, real or not, he had to find the truth about his captivity. The only guiding principle he had was a vow. He would expose whoever was behind that nightmare facility. Yet everywhere he went, official records were scant. No one had heard of Daniel Hale. No news articles spoke of a mass breach or meltdown at a research lab. The normalcy of small-town life only further convinced him of the darkness lurking behind the government's closed doors. Even as he struggled to piece his memory together, an undercurrent of dread hinted that the watchers had not given up. One day he spotted a black sedan idling near a motel where he was staying. When he tried to approach, the car sped off, vanishing around the corner. Daniel had no way to prove that was truly suspicious. Possibly his paranoia was conjuring threats at every turn. But he made a crucial decision: find a journalist who might be open to fringe stories, someone who could help him chase down leads on MK Ultra. With that plan, he set his sights on Chicago, carrying a half-remembered reference to a newspaper that once published exposés on government misconduct. As he boarded a bus north, Daniel's heart pounded with a mix of hope and fear. He might be driving himself deeper into peril, but something had to be done. He could not simply forget the place he escaped, the facility's corridors, the voices screaming behind metal doors. No matter the cost, he intended to uncover the truth of what they had done to him. Weeks after Daniel's frantic escape from the unnamed facility, he arrived in Chicago with little more than a borrowed coat and an address scribbled on a diner napkin. That address led him to a small independent newspaper office on a narrow downtown street, the Beacon Press. He had discovered references to it while reading old library archives. The paper was known for publishing investigative pieces and taking chances on stories that bigger outlets dismissed as conspiracy theories. Inside the modest lobby, a single receptionist raised an eyebrow at the sight of Daniel Hale. Thin, slightly dishevelled, eyes glinting with a haunted intensity. He requested a meeting with reporter Sarah Whitman, the journalist who had penned articles challenging CIA tactics abroad. The receptionist told him to wait, so he perched on a cracked vinyl chair, fighting the urge to glance nervously over his shoulder for watchers who might have followed him. Sarah Whitman emerged about an hour later, a slim woman in her late 20s, wearing a no-nonsense expression as she invited Daniel into her cramped cubicle. Newspaper clippings papered the walls behind her, capturing headlines about governmental corruption. She was direct. "I'm told you have a lead on some secret CIA project." Mind explaining? Daniel recounted his story in a tremulous voice, describing the deserted military compound, the odd experiments he vaguely remembered, electroshock, heavy sedation, something about mind control, MK Ultra. Hearing the name, Sarah raised a skeptical brow. Nonetheless, she took notes. Daniel sensed she was humouring him, at least for the moment. Over the next few days, Sarah allowed Daniel to share more details, trusting him enough to see whether any of his claims could be verified. They sifted through library microfilm, searched half-buried references to MK Ultra in old legislative hearings, and discovered official documents that insisted the CIA had shut the program down in the early 1960s. But there were dark hints that the experiments continued under different code names. Even Sarah, who had covered controversial government activities, seemed unsettled by how many records were missing or heavily redacted. In her small Chicago apartment, she set Daniel up on the living room couch. Together, they examined rumoured CIA sub-projects: LSD doping, forced hypnosis, implanting false memories. Daniel's fragmented recollections aligned with the worst accusations. The deeper Sarah dug, the more phone calls and foyer requests she made, the stronger her suspicions grew. Oddly, sources who might have known something refused to speak or disappeared outright. One day, Sarah arranged to meet an ex-nurse from a VA hospital, rumoured to have seen unusual patient files. The nurse never showed at the agreed cafe, and within hours, Sarah found the nurse's phone disconnected. A pattern was emerging. The more obstacles they faced, the more determined Sarah became. She confided in Daniel that bigger newspapers often squashed CIA scandal stories due to fear of retaliation or lack of concrete proof. "The Beacon Press is our best hope," she said. Daniel was grateful, though guilt weighed heavily on him. He felt she was risking her career, and possibly her safety, to help him. Still he pressed on, his nights flooded with nightmares of strapped-down chairs and men in suits whispering orders. Soon they pieced together leads about other alleged MK Ultra survivors, but most either had died under mysterious circumstances or had gone underground unreachable. Sarah tried speaking to the families of those who vanished, but doors slammed in her face or calls ended abruptly. It was as if an unseen force systematically erased every trace of those who might expose the program. Then came a chilling development. Sarah's apartment was ransacked while they were out, the only missing items being the notes and a single redacted CIA document they'd retrieved from an old library collection. The police treated it as a routine burglary, ignoring Daniel's insistence that it was a targeted theft. Sarah realised she had stepped onto dangerous ground. She considered dropping the story, but her journalistic instincts overcame her fear. "We're onto something," she told Daniel. "If we back down, they win." Desperation led them to a name whispered by fringe researchers, Dr. Raymond Carter, a former CIA scientist rumoured to have defected from MK Ultra with stolen evidence. If anyone could confirm Daniel's experiences, it might be this man. Sarah spent days tracking Carter's last known address. Meanwhile, Daniel felt the watchers tightening their net. On multiple occasions, he spotted the same dark sedan parked outside the Beacon Press or creeping down Sarah's street at odd hours. They once received a late-night phone call that was nothing but heavy breathing. Sarah tried to trace it, but the call ended abruptly. Her editor, worried about potential lawsuits or repercussions, told her to abandon the story. Sarah refused. In a tense confrontation, the editor demanded she drop all mention of the CIA. She threatened to resign, but the editor relented partially, urging her to proceed with caution. That very day, a colleague approached Sarah and confided that odd men in suits had asked about her, wanting to know if she seemed mentally still. Paranoia gnawed at Daniel's mind, but he pressed forward, fueled by the memory of the facility. He had no illusions that the Watchers might abduct him again or simply kill him if he got too close to the truth. Sarah, though outwardly tough, admitted more than once that she was afraid. Both of them recognized how unstoppable the CIA could be if a certain program needed to remain secret. At last, they got a potential lead on Dr. Carter's whereabouts in a rundown part of Baltimore. The final phone call Sarah placed to a contact ended in cryptic instructions on how to find Carter's apartment. Before leaving for Baltimore, they made backup copies of every shred of evidence, storing them in a bank safe deposit box under a fake name. Neither wanted to risk losing all proof again. The day they set out, Chicago was blanketed in a cold drizzle. Daniel noticed a sedan following them for a few blocks, but it vanished amid traffic. He and Sarah exchanged nervous glances. Both felt that the next steps might determine whether they lived or vanished like so many others. As they boarded a bus bound east, each clutched a bag containing their notes, determined to track Dr. Carter and find that missing piece that could blow open the entire MKUltra conspiracy. In Baltimore, under the cover of a dreary overcast sky, Daniel and Sarah located the worn apartment building that supposedly housed Dr. Raymond Carter. Standing at its chipped front door, they exchanged tense nods before Sarah pushed the buzzer next to a name that matched Carter's alias. Moments later, a gravelly voice answered through the tinny speaker, but it offered no greeting. Sarah introduced herself as a journalist accompanied by Daniel Hale, stating they had crucial questions about MKUltra. A long pause followed, only broken by static. Then the voice commanded them to come up alone, no mention of the apartment number. The building's front door clicked open, the lock disengaged. Sarah and Daniel cautiously stepped inside, climbing creaking stairs that smelled of stale cigarettes and damp plaster. On the third floor, a door stood ajar at the end of a dingy hallway. Inside, the scene was as grim as the approach. Newspapers piled on the floor, overflowing ashtrays, and a haze of dust motes drifting in the pale light from a single lamp. Dr. Raymond Carter, thin and haggard, stood near a window that overlooked a narrow alley. He wore a threadbare robe, eyes darting between Daniel and Sarah, as if expecting them to pull a gun at any moment. Dark circles under Carter's eyes hinted at nights spent battling anxiety or guilt. He barely greeted them, simply gesturing for them to close the door. Once the door was locked and bolted from inside, Carter sank into a battered armchair. "You found me," he murmured. "That alone means the agency probably already knows you're here." Her and Daniel exchanged wary glances. Carter exhaled, running a trembling hand across his unshaven face. "I was a junior researcher on MKUltra. I never intended to hurt anyone, but you can't imagine the horrors they authorized. It got out of hand." Sarah kept her voice gentle, determined not to spook this crucial source. "We have partial files, references to sub-projects. Daniel here has first-hand experience. But we need solid proof, official documents that confirm what happened to him." Carter gazed at Daniel for a moment, then asked, "Do you recall a conditioning regimen or forced LSD trials?" Daniel nodded, scribing vivid flashes of strobe lights, sedation, voices demanding compliance. Carter winced at each detail. Eventually he stood rummaging through a stack of discoloured papers on an end table. Pulling out a battered folder, he handed it to Sarah. Inside were typed memos, some with classification stamps referencing deep conditioning protocols, psychic driving, and Subject H. One page described how a certain subject displayed extreme resilience to memory erasure, requiring repeated sessions. Daniel's blood ran cold. He recognized elements of his nightmares reflected here in black and white. They designed methods to break minds, then reprogram them, Carter explained, voice edged with sorrow. If any subject became too unstable or rebellious, they'd vanish them. Officially, it never happened. A layer of tension pressed on the room. Carter's hand shook. You realize this knowledge can kill us all? Before Sarah could respond, the phone in the corner of the apartment rang. Carter froze, eyes flicking to the clock. "Nobody calls me," he whispered. With palpable dread, he picked up the receiver. After a few seconds, he placed it down without a word. "They know you're here," he told Daniel and Sarah. "You should go." His gaze locked on Daniel. "Be careful. You're not the first subject who tried to expose them. None survived for long." They rushed out, the thick folder clutched to Sarah's chest. Within minutes, they were back on the street. Grey clouds draped over Baltimore's skyline and drizzle dampened their hair and clothes. Hailing a cab, they retreated to a cheap motel on the outskirts. Behind a locked door, they spread Carter's documents on the bed. The evidence was explosive. It named high-level CIA officials, listed sub-projector codes, and, in some references, connected experiments to the same facility Daniel recalled escaping. Their plan was to meet Sarah's editor in person, deliver the materials, and publish an immediate exposé. But caution was essential. They suspected watchers might track them. All night Daniel tossed in bed, mind swirling with the possibility that they were dangerously close to finishing the puzzle. Yet fear gnawed at him. Would the watchers let them succeed? At sunrise they packed their belongings, stashing the folder in Sarah's duffel. Neither of them noticed a figure in the motel parking lot, dressed in plain clothes, peering from behind a row of cars. As they drove away, that figure made a quick phone call. Barely an hour outside of Baltimore, their plan collapsed. A police cruiser pulled them over on a rural highway. The officer claimed they matched the description of suspects linked to a robbery. Baffled, Daniel and Sarah complied. The officer searched their trunk, apparently finding a hidden gun that neither had ever seen. Next, another officer discovered a small bag of narcotics in Sarah's side door pocket. Sarah tried to protest the obvious setup, but the police insisted they were criminals in possession of an unregistered firearm and illegal substances. The entire traffic stop took on a surreal quality as 2 more squad cars arrived, placing both Daniel and Sarah under arrest. She demanded to call her editor, but the officers told her to keep quiet. In the confusion, the battered folder with all of Carter's evidence vanished from Sarah's bag. By the time they were separated at the police station, neither could find the documents. The cops seemed uninterested in hearing about CIA conspiracies or planted evidence. Daniel endured a frantic interrogation, but was soon released without charges. A desk sergeant mumbled something about no stolen property found, so you're free to go. When Daniel asked about Sarah, the sergeant looked confused. "We have no Sarah Whitman in our system." Nothing in the station's log indicated her arrest. Panicked, Daniel repeated her name, yet the officers insisted no such person had been detained. That night, Daniel wandered the city, calling every number he could recall for Sarah, her apartment, the Beacon Press, even her relatives. No one answered, or they claimed not to know her. The watchers, it seemed, had removed Sarah from the board. Stripped of the folder alone, Daniel realized the conspiracy's power. It could vanish people at will, erase evidence, manipulate law enforcement. In every way that mattered, he was once again alone. Desperate, he rushed back to Dr. Carter's apartment, hoping the old researcher could confirm Sarah's existence or replicate the lost data. But Carter was gone, his room oddly pristine, reeking of fresh bleach. A neighbour said men in suits had visited hours earlier, and soon after Carter disappeared. Only a single line of chalk dust marred the doorway's threshold, as though everything inside had been meticulously scrubbed away. At that moment, Daniel's phone, taken from the apartment phone line, rang. He picked it up, heart pounding. A raspy voice uttered, "Enough, Hale, drop this, or vanish like the rest." Then the line cut. He lowered the receiver, shoulders trembling. The Watchers had systematically dismantled every piece of leverage he possessed. No journalist, no ally, and no documents. But Daniel refused to give in. If the Watchers were this determined to silence him, it meant that somewhere out there still lay a final clue, a path to total disclosure. Above him, a light bulb buzzed, and the corridor reeked of antiseptic. He could almost taste his own fear. Alone at the hallway of a now abandoned building, Daniel reminded himself that he'd escaped once before. He could do it again. He just needed to unravel the last layer, probably the very heart of MKUltra. Director William Ashcroft, the name Carter had hinted at but never fully explained. Summoning what resolve he had left, Daniel resolved to find Ashcroft, no matter the cost. In the aftermath of Sarah's disappearance, Daniel moved like a phantom through city after city. He changed motels frequently, paid in cash, and travelled by bus rather than train, never lingering too long in one place. At times, it felt fruitless. Without Sarah's journalistic connections or Carter's documents, each lead turned cold. But the Watchers were far from gone. Daniel sensed them on every street corner, behind every passing face. Nightmares plagued him. In those dreams he was strapped once more to a metal table, bright lights overhead, a half-circle of scientists observing from behind glass. A tall figure in a suit, someone who might be Ashcroft, scribbled notes. A single phrase echoed in Daniel's mind upon waking. He never truly left. Unable to silence the memory, Daniel scoured libraries and old intelligence circles in Washington, D.C. He pretended to be a researcher, investigating Cold War secrets, carefully gleaning scraps of info. Indeed, a William Ashcroft had served as a senior official in clandestine programs before retiring in the early 1970s. Yet rumours suggested Ashcroft still operated out of a reactivated government compound in rural Virginia. The place was said to have been a training camp, though some claimed it was never truly decommissioned. Driven by desperation, Daniel decided to gamble on that rumour. If Ashcroft was the key, confronting him might produce answers about Sarah Carter and the entire labyrinth of MKUltra, or it might lead Daniel straight to the Watchers. Still, he had no illusions left. He was either chasing the truth or careening deeper into a psychological trap. The line between paranoia and reality felt impossibly blurred. Camp Stonebridge, the rumoured location, lay hidden behind wooded hills and a chain-link fence. Daniel approached under the cover of night, trudging through thickets. The main gate was unmanned, but security cameras perched on tall poles. He kept to the shadows, eventually slipping through a gap in the fence. Inside, a cluster of old barracks and administrative buildings loomed. All lights were out except for a faint glow from an underground entrance at the far end of the compound. As Daniel crept closer, a memory jolted him. The hallway in the facility from which he'd escaped. The same dull paint, the same militaristic architecture. Could it be that all these places were connected? The Watchers might be letting him in, perhaps expecting him. That chilling possibility almost made him turn back, but he pressed on, entering a side door that led into the main administrative building. Fluorescent lights buzzed in deserted corridors. Every footstep echoed. Passing an open door, Daniel glimpsed dusty desks, abandoned files, a half-broken lamp. Another hallway led to a locked steel door. He found it slightly ajar, the lock mechanism clearly tampered with. It seemed as though someone had set a stage, beckoning him onward. Down a set of stairs he encountered the glow of still active overhead lights. The basement smelled of old chemicals. Doors with frosted glass windows lined the hall. Through one window he glimpsed a row of outdated computers, flickering faintly. This suggested a command center, partially operational. Tension coiled in his stomach. At the corridor's end stood a single lit room. Daniel approached cautiously, heart thudding. Inside, a tall man in a charcoal suit waited behind a metal desk, posture impeccable. His hair was silver, slicked back, and he seemed entirely unruffled by Daniel's intrusion. He looked up, a mild smile touching his lips. "Daniel Hale," he said in a calm voice, as if greeting an old colleague. "I've wondered how long it would take you to find this place." Every alarm bell in Daniel's head rang at once. He recognized the man instantly, not from memory so much as from a deep sense of dread. This was William Ashcroft, the one Daniel believed to be the mastermind behind the secret experiments. Overcoming a wave of terror, Daniel demanded, "Where's Sarah? What did you do to her?" Ashcroft's smile was faint, devoid of warmth. Sarah Whitman, a persistent little reporter, but ultimately insignificant. "You must know, Daniel, the person you call Sarah has manifested in multiple forms across the years. She was never truly in danger. She existed only for a time, fulfilling a role. Then we removed her." Daniel's blood turned to ice. "That's a lie," he spat. "I worked with her. She was real." He brandished no weapon, only his fists clenched in rage. Yet Ashcroft showed no fear, simply crossing the room with measured steps. "MK-Ultra was the public name for something we refined after shutting it down," Ashcroft explained quietly. "We discovered new methods to shape perception, to implant entire narratives. You, Danielle, are our greatest subject, resilient, intelligent, driven by a moral imperative to expose the truth. Each iteration, we let you escape, watch you gather evidence, recruit allies, but always we remain in control." Daniel's vision swam. The basement corridor seemed to tilt, walls flickering at the edges of his sight. "You're lying," he rasped. "I walked out of your facility. Ashcroft slid open a file drawer, revealing a folder labelled with Daniel's name. He tossed photographs across the desk. Daniel recognized himself in each one, though the background shifted. Some bore 1970s decor, others an 80s setting. Still others looked more modern. Always Daniel's face was the same age. "We've repeated this scenario multiple times," Ashcroft said, almost kindly. "You pass through illusions, believing it's the real world, until your cycle ends. Then we reset. Each time your mind frays further, yet we learn. The watchers, the missing allies, the documents you find, they are all orchestrated, leading you here." In that moment, the building's fluorescent lights flickered, revealing glimpses of a bare, windowless lab. Daniel sank to his knees, hands pressed to his temples. The images in the photographs resonated with buried memories. He heard a swirl of voices, Sarah's laugh, Dr. Carter's trembling confession, the nurse from the facility, each voice overlapping like layers in a dream. "None of it was real," he whispered. "Or all of it was." Ashcroft bent forward, placing a hand on Daniel's shoulder in a mock gesture of comfort. "Reality is what we craft for you. We glean valuable data from your attempts to break free. The simple question is, do you truly wish to wake, or is it safer in the illusions you cling to?" Daniel's eyes flicked to the overhead light. For a moment, it revealed not the basement but a sterile hospital ward. A figure, some doctor, stood at a console watching from behind glass. Another flicker, and Daniel was back in the corridor. He gasped, feeling his sense of self disintegrate. Was he hallucinating, or was the corridor itself a mental projection? He tried to lunge at Ashcroft, but his limbs felt weighted. The older man stepped aside gracefully. Let the sedation wear off or not. Either way, we'll begin again soon. Perhaps next time it'll be 95, or 2005, or some other era you find yourself in. Daniel dropped to the floor, vision darkening. The last thing he heard was Ashcroft's voice, low and unperturbed. Sleep now, Daniel. You're only halfway to your next revelation. Days, or possibly hours later, Daniel woke in a bright hospital-like setting, arms wrapped to a bed. The overhead lighting was painfully vivid, and a steady beeping from a heart monitor pricked at his ears. A nurse approached with the clipboard. She wore a sympathetic smile, though there was a haunting familiarity in her features. She looked eerily like Sarah Whitman, but made no sign of recognition. An older doctor, wearing a crisp white coat, soon joined them. He introduced himself as Dr. Carter, though he bore little resemblance to the shaken man Daniel had met in Baltimore. This Carter exuded professional composure, as if he had never set foot outside a well-funded hospital. He spoke gently, explaining that Daniel Hale was a patient undergoing psychiatric treatment, prone to paranoid delusions about CIA mind control. You've had another episode, Dr. Carter said. We're increasing your medication to stabilize your condition. Please understand these conspiracies you imagine, MKUltra, Watchers, escaped facilities, are all part of your pathology. Our job is to help you see reality. Daniel's heart hammered. He tried to protest, but his tongue felt heavy. The nurse injected something into an IV line, flooding his veins with warmth that dulled his panic. He glimpsed a nameplate reading St. Thomas Psychiatric Centre 1967. That date hammered at his mind. Everything the older Ashcroft had suggested now hovered at the edge of plausibility. A cyclical dream, illusions layered upon illusions. He tried focusing on small details. The nurse who resembled Sarah had a name tag labelled E. Whitman, not Sarah. Could it be a random coincidence? Or was this another step in the subtle rewriting of reality, reminding him that Sarah existed in multiple forms? Each day in the psychiatric ward followed a numbing routine. Daniel was led to group therapy, where staff gently encouraged him to dismiss conspiracy talk. Some patients listened in awe, others poked fun at him. Occasionally he would spot a staff member glancing at him with a flicker of recognition, as though they were watchers in disguise. At night, strapped in his bed, Daniel felt the confusion swirl. Perhaps he truly was delusional, he told himself. Yet the memories of electric shocks, sedation, and that unearthly conversation with Ashcroft refused to vanish. The staff insisted that these recollections were the product of a fractured mind. Over time, sedation blurred the days. Time lost meaning. At one point, Daniel noticed that the wall calendar read 95, and nobody seemed to find that suspicious. The next day it might revert to 1967. He tried pointing it out to a nurse, but she only patted his shoulder, telling him to rest. One evening, a different nurse slipped into his room. She whispered, "We're moving you tonight," then proceeded to wheel him toward a service elevator. Half conscious, he glimpsed an ambulance waiting outside, its back doors open. The nurse loaded him inside and the vehicle rumbled away from the hospital. Daniel's sedation made everything spin, but he sensed this was either a rescue or another elaborate trick. After some miles, the ambulance jerked to a stop. When the doors opened, there was no sign of the nurse. The vehicle was empty, door wide, revealing city street at night. The sound of passing cars filled the air. Slowly, Daniel managed to climb out. A nearby newspaper stand displayed a headline dated 95. Dazed, Daniel shuffled down the sidewalk wearing hospital scrubs, an ID band on his wrist reading Daniel Hale. Pedestrians shot him wary glances. Within minutes he spotted a black sedan idling at a curb. The watchers, or so he believed, but he felt no immediate threat, only a sense that the watchers allowed him to move forward. He wandered the city in a trance, eventually stumbling upon a reflection in a shop window. He looked the same as ever, mid-20s, no signs of aging, no matter how many times the timeline seemed to jump. The shop window displayed a row of televisions, some showing news from the mid-90s. Part of him realised that once again reality had shifted. Did the watchers reinstall him into a new iteration? At a rundown motel he rented a room with money he found in the ambulance's glove compartment. The desk clerk didn't remark on his odd attire. In that dimly lit space, Daniel tried to gather his thoughts. Every phone call he placed to old numbers led nowhere. Each mention of Sarah Whitman or Dr. Carter brought confusion from those he reached. The watchers had wiped the slate clean once more. Outside the motel window, neon signs flickered in the darkness. Daniel found his reflection in the glass, his expression haunted. If Ashcroft was correct, he was stuck in a never-ending cycle, each attempt to expose MKUltra culminating in a reset. He was the perfect subject for mind control research. The watchers, the illusions, the journalists, they existed to keep him dancing on puppet strings. Yet part of Daniel refused to surrender. Even if his mind was caged, he would keep searching for cracks in the illusions. Maybe in one iteration he would break free entirely. Maybe he could sabotage their system from within. The watchers might be all-powerful, but Daniel's stubborn hope flickered like a lone candle in the dark. He stepped out into the night, the hum of street lamps overhead. A pair of distant headlights approached. He didn't run or hide. There was no point. The watchers would find him if they wished, or let him continue this labyrinthine chase if it served their purposes. Even so, Daniel would keep pushing. For Sarah, for Carter, for every lost name in the swirl of memory. Perhaps somewhere in a place not yet reconfigured, the truth waited to be discovered. The headlights drew closer, revealing an unmarked sedan with tinted windows. It slowed as it passed him, then accelerated away. Daniel exhaled, shoulders tense, so the watchers were watching as always. Wiping sweat from his brow, he walked onward into the city's neon glow, uncertain whether he was truly free or simply stepping into another illusion. The cycle could reset at any moment. In some hidden facility, William Ashcroft might have been observing him through a monitor, scribbling notes about the subject's adaptability. Or maybe Ashcroft existed only in Daniel's frayed imagination. The horror lay in not knowing, and that was the greatest power of MKUltra's final evolution, the ability to blur the boundary between real life and mental prison. Thus concluded another chapter in Daniel Hale's endless pursuit of the truth. He vanished into the city's night, carrying a fragment of hope alongside a crushing dread that each step was orchestrated by unseen hands. The watchers, for their part, had no reason to fear his next move. They had orchestrated it already. And so, somewhere in the hush of darkness, the experiment continued, a silent testament to the question that haunted Daniel above all, and he ever truly escaped. Sam Whitaker felt the day's fatigue deep in his bones. At 46, the daily grind of commuting to an unremarkable office job had sapped a vigour he barely remembered having. Despite it all, Sam always told himself that another day meant another chance, a small mantra he repeated quietly over the hum of the overhead lights. Every little thing seemed designed to stress him out. The crowds on the bus, the never-ending digital notifications, the glare of computer monitors. The only reprieve came from late-night reading sessions where he'd let his mind wander into the pages of some second-hand novel. It was during one such late evening at the office, when the fluorescent tubes in the hallway hummed a bit louder than usual, that Sam noticed an odd corridor near the break room. The entire floor layout was typically so familiar that any variation stood out immediately. For years, the hallway led only to a supply closet, but tonight, it looked different. It seemed longer than usual, the far end swallowed by flickering shadows. He hesitated. Maybe it was the eye strain or the reflection of the lights playing tricks. Some part of him warned that this was odd enough to warrant caution, but he was exhausted and needed to drop off a stack of old reports in the closet. The corridor beckoned, the overhead fixtures buzzing steadily. As Sam walked down the hall, that peculiar hum grew uncomfortably loud. It drilled into his ears. Halfway to the closet, the lights flickered. One loud pop echoed behind him. He turned around quickly, perhaps a bulb had burned out, yet everything behind him was swallowed by a pale haze. The hallway felt endless now, an expanse of off-yellow wallpaper stretching back the way he'd come. He shook his head, blinked several times, even rubbed his eyes, but the reality refused to snap back. "This can't be right," Sam murmured, squinting at what should have been the door back to the main office. The crisp smell of stale carpet hit his nose, reminiscent of an old motel from decades past. The hum overhead was the only companion in sight. He doubled back, heart thumping. 10 steps, 20 steps. The corridor refused to end. Each corner revealed yet more of the same unwelcoming corridor. The overhead fluorescents flickered and buzzed in a dissonant pattern. How had he gotten so turned around so quickly? A low-level panic set in. Sam didn't want to panic yet. Panic leads to foolish decisions, an old co-worker had once told him. But his senses told him something was horribly wrong. The deeper he moved, the more the environment seemed to lose any logical sense of dimension. There were more corners than should exist in a standard office floor plan. More identical stretches of damp, dingy carpet and walls tinted the kind of yellow that reminded him of aged paper. He debated calling for help. His cell phone had 0 signal, which made no sense for an office building in a metropolitan area. Then again, a moment ago, there had been an entire row of cubicles and a break room behind him. Now, there was just this. He took a turn and found what might have been a lounge area, only it was empty. No chairs, no decor. The hum from the ceiling felt as if it was getting inside his head, setting every nerve on edge. A bead of cold sweat trailed down his temple. Sam forced a deep breath. "Hello?" he called out, voice echoing strangely. No response. The silence, save for the buzzing lights, felt suffocating. He moved forward, found another corridor, and realised with dread that each hallway looked exactly like the last. The floor plan repeated ad nauseum, as though he were stuck in some poorly rendered video game environment. Anxiety gnawed at him. He considered turning around again, but which direction was that? He could try leaving chalk marks on the walls, but he didn't have any chalk. He paused to rummage through his pockets. He had a pen. He might attempt some kind of mark, but the wallpaper was too old and textured for the ink to take properly. Still, it might be worth trying. As he pressed his pen to the wall, an unexpected sound drew his attention. A distant scuttle, like something scraping against the carpet, far off yet distinct. The hair on his arm stood on end. No, he thought, it could just be his imagination, or maybe the building's ventilation. But part of him, deep down, knew something else was in here with him. Pushing down a flood of fear, Sam took a slow step toward the sound. The corridor stretched on, occasionally turning at sharp angles. Everywhere was that same lifeless colour, that same unwavering hum. He began to walk faster, hoping to find a corner or doorway that would lead him back to the real world. The scuttling sound faded, replaced again by endless white noise. The entire place felt like a stale trap designed to push a person to the brink of their sanity. Finally, after navigating what felt like half a mile of identical halls, Sam found a dead end. Littering the corner of the floor was a single piece of trash, an old wrinkled fast food napkin. That tiny scrap of normalcy startled him as much as any strange figure might have. It was proof that other people, or at least another presence, had been here once. The thought was both comforting and terrifying. Unsure of what else to do, Sam slumped against the wall, the harsh fluorescent glare settling onto his shoulders like a burden. There was no telling how or why he had arrived in this bizarre labyrinth, let alone how to escape. The only certainty was the monotony of the corridor, the old carpet smell, and that faint scuttling sound he might, or might not, have imagined. He reached back into his pocket and gripped his phone, though it showed no bars. Part of him wanted to record a message, in case the phone ever found a connection or someone discovered it. The effort felt futile, but in times of panic, small acts of normalcy can keep the mind tethered. He hadn't realised how dry his throat was until he tried speaking. If someone finds this," he whispered. "My name is Sam Whitaker. I'm lost. He stopped. The scuttling returned, louder and closer this time, echoing through the endless halls. Sam's heart pounded. Maybe there was something else wandering these corridors. Something not friendly. Something that noticed him just as he noticed it. Pushing to his feet, Sam took a long, shaking breath and began walking again, forcing himself to keep moving. If he remained still, that sound might get closer, and he definitely wasn't ready to find out what it was, at least not yet. Sam's footsteps felt heavier with every cautious step he took. Every corner he turned revealed more of the same. Bleak yellow hallways that offered no relief from the oppressive hum of the lights. Minutes, or hours, felt like they bled into each other. He was no longer certain how long he'd been wandering. Without a clock or even a working phone, time had lost its usual structure. Somewhere in the distance, that scuttling sound still taunted him, an intermittent reminder that he was not alone. He had the creeping sensation that if he let his guard down, that thing, whatever it might be, would close in. So he forced himself onward. Each corridor twisted into another, forming a maddening pattern of identical gloom. Then, as he turned one more sharply angled corner, Sam saw something new. A series of faint marks near the floor's edge. Kneeling down, he squinted at what looked like chalk scribbles. The line was barely visible against the wallpaper. He followed the scrawl and realised it wrapped around the edge of the wall, as though whoever drew it had been in a rush. "Is anyone here?" Sam called out softly, trying not to let his voice echo too loudly. The corridor swallowed his words as though it were a living entity. Anxiety and relief fought for control within him. Chalk markings might mean there was another person wandering these halls, someone who might help him find a way out. Or it could be an ominous sign left by something else. Still, it was the first real clue he'd encountered. As he pressed on, he found more markings, each forming a kind of trail. Sometimes the lines dipped low or streaked higher, as if the chalk holder's hand had been unsteady. After a dozen or so steps, he heard something ahead. A faint shuffle. Maybe footsteps. He held his breath, part of him terrified that the scuttling entity was waiting just around the corner. But then a voice, a human voice, low and tense, whispered, "No, no, don't do this to me again." Sam's heart leapt. He hurried forward, rounding a bend. There stood a woman, around his age, maybe a bit older, her hair pulled back in a messy braid. She held a small chunk of chalk in one trembling hand. She froze when she saw him. Her expression flickered between terror and guarded hope. "Oh God," she breathed. "You're real?" Sam raised both hands, palms out, as if to show he meant no harm. "I think so," he said, voice cracking from dryness and relief. "My name's Sam Whitaker. I'm stuck here. I don't know how I ended up in this place." She nodded, swallowing hard. "Grace Kane." Her voice was strained, as though she had spent days shouting or crying. "I've been here. I don't even know how long, but it feels like forever." The chalk in her hand wavered. Sam saw the raw fear in her eyes. She hesitated, scanning the corridor behind him, as if expecting a monster to come barreling down at any second. "If you're just another hallucination," Grace murmured, "please don't vanish on me again." He carefully stepped closer. "I'm as real as I can be," he assured. The overhead light flickered, making them both jump. Sam tried to steady his breathing. "You've been marking your path?" Grace nodded. "It's my best guess at not going in circles, but the corridors change sometimes. I swear they shift. One day, a hallway will lead to a certain area, but the next, it's a dead end, or a different place entirely." The notion of shifting corridors made Sam's already unsettled stomach twist further. "So there's no set way out?" She shook her head. "Not that I've found, but I keep hoping. It's better than just giving up." They stood there, letting the bleak hum fill the silence. For a moment, the flicker of overhead fluorescence seemed to intensify, painting both of them in a sickly yellow glow. Sam took in her appearance, exhausted eyes, a faint bruise on her forehead, dried lips that spoke of dehydration. She looked half-starved, as though she'd been surviving on scraps. He gestured at the corridor behind him. "I heard something earlier, like a scuttling noise. Have you seen anything?" Grace's eyes darkened. "The entities," she whispered, voice catching. "I've only caught glimpses, shadows or shapes around corners. Sometimes they sound like they're crawling on the walls. Sometimes I think they're behind the lights, flickering them on purpose. Other times they're right there and then gone." Sam felt his pulse quicken. "Can they hurt us?" She swallowed. I believe so. I felt them brush past me in the dark, a hand or limb that shouldn't exist. I've had them chase me for hours. At least it felt like hours. I don't know how to tell time here anymore." Despite the oppressive fear, Sam realised he felt an odd relief. He was not alone. There was someone else who understood this nightmare. "Then we need a plan. Any plan. To escape, or at least stay alive." Grace exhaled, her shoulders sagging in momentary surrender. "There's one idea," she began slowly. "Sometimes, if you can find where this place warps, like a glitch, you might slip back into reality. I've never found it, but I've heard stories, seen references in old notes left behind by others. That's why I carry chalk, to mark where the corridors feel strange. Have you found any especially strange areas?" She nodded, looking up and down the corridor. "A few times. Dim corners that warp your vision, or rooms where you can hear distant voices. They never led me out, but maybe I missed the right moment." She let out a hollow laugh. "It sounds crazy, I know." Sam reached out to lightly touch her shoulder, a tiny gesture of solidarity. "We're past questioning what's crazy. Let's just try." Grace flicked a quick glance down the hall, her eyes brimming with exhaustion and desperation. "All right," she said. "I have a stash of water a few corridors away. Found a cooler in one of the random rooms. Then we can keep searching." They began to walk together, guided by Grace's faded chalk marks. Every so often, Sam would add a small pen scribble, just in case. The idea that the environment itself might shift was horrifying. He found himself glancing at the walls constantly, worried they might move or rearrange in front of his eyes. A part of him still clung to a flicker of hope. If Grace had survived for this long, there must be ways to endure. Maybe the best chance for either of them to escape lay in working together. The only problem was that the corridors seemed infinite, and time felt meaningless. As they turned another identical corner, Grace turned to Sam, voice subdued. Stick close. This place has a way of splitting people up. Even if we're side by side, we could lose each other around a corner, Sam nodded solemnly. I'm not going anywhere without you, he promised. It was only half altruistic. He needed her as much as she needed him. In the dim recesses of these endless halls, the idea of wandering alone was unbearable. So they pressed on, hearts pounding in unison, bracing themselves for the next flicker of the lights or the next scuttling noise in the distance. Neither spoke aloud what haunted them both. If they were going to survive, they would need far more than chalk marks and hope to combat the endless shifting labyrinth, let alone the entities prowling its depths. Grace led Sam through a narrow corridor that smelled of must and something acidic. The floors were slightly damp, the overhead lights flickering just enough to add a queasy strobe-like effect. Their footsteps squished into the soggy carpet, sending a chill up Sam's spine. Wait, Grace said, pausing to press a chalk mark into the damp wall. The mark only partially held. Just in case, she muttered, though she didn't sound hopeful. For the next few minutes they navigated in silence, turning corners so uniform that Sam might have believed they were walking in place. Yet Grace seemed to track these subtle differences. An additional stain on the carpet, a darker patch of wallpaper. After a while, she led him into a small room where a broken fluorescent lamp hung precariously from the ceiling. Underneath was a battered water cooler. The dispenser was nearly empty, but Grace had improvised a small plastic bottle she kept refilling. She offered it to Sam. Here, sip slowly. Don't know when we'll find more. The water tasted stale, but it was better than nothing. He savoured each drop. Once he'd taken a few careful sips, Grace gestured to the lamp. It was working before. Flickered out a day or two ago. Though, days here don't really mean much, Sam nodded. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He realised he hadn't slept since... well, he wasn't sure how long. How do you rest in a place like this? I don't really rest, she admitted. I doze in corners if I feel safe, but it's never for more than an hour or so. My nightmares about the entities are almost as bad as being awake. He handed back the water bottle. Any leads on your search for a glitch or exit? Grace bit her lip. I found these once. She rummaged in her pocket and produced a few scraps of a notebook. The handwriting was frantic, the pages water-stained. One line read, Level 0 is a paradox. Must find threshold for a stable tear in geometry. The next line, Entities feed on fear, low-level hostility or pure predator instincts. Unknown. Sam felt a chill. Where did you get them? In another area of the back rooms, Grace explained. There were more pages at first, but the place flooded with some weird murky liquid, so I could only save these. The name Dr. Avery Morrow is scrawled in the margins. I think whoever that is studied these corridors, maybe looking for a pattern or a way out. But I have no idea if they escaped, or became something else. Sam's eyes lingered on the half-legible scrawl. They mentioned liminal physics, or something about reality collapsing. She nodded. Sounds like a fancy way of saying this place isn't bound by normal laws, or maybe it's an in-between space that was never meant to be inhabited. She glanced around nervously, then added, Sometimes I see glimpses of him. Dr. Morrow, I mean. A figure in a lab coat flickering like a bad reception. Could be an illusion, but it feels real sometimes. They took a moment to breathe. The oppressive hum was slightly quieter here, but it still vibrated in the background like a headache that refused to subside. Sam scanned the battered cooler, wondering how many other lost souls had taken water from it, how many had made it out, or if that even happened at all. We should keep moving, Grace said at last. Staying in one place makes us an easier target. Sam nodded. He followed her back into the corridor. The chalk marks guided them deeper into the labyrinth. Occasionally Sam heard faint scuttles or scraping behind the walls, but they never saw anything. Yet, each time the lights flickered, his heart jumped. Eventually they came upon a fork in the hall. One branch led to a corridor with a nauseating tilt to the floor as if gravity was uncertain. The other corridor seemed normal by comparison. We've got to take the one that's weird, Grace whispered. because weird might mean a glitch. They entered the tilted corridor. The shift in angle forced them to walk with an awkward sideways lean. The overhead lights were spaced erratically, creating shadowy zones and bright spots. The transition from dark to light was jarring, and Sam felt his sense of balance slip. Every so often the entire corridor would buzz louder, forcing him to cover his ears. Then, to his utter surprise, he saw a shape at the far end, a doorway that didn't fit the rest of the architecture. It stood half ajar, emitting a flickering glow. Grace signalled him to approach quietly. With each step, the hum in the air vibrated more aggressively, as though resisting their progress. When they reached the door, Sam peered inside. The room beyond looked like a small study, complete with a desk, chair, and bookshelves. The light source was a single lamp on the desk, flickering eerily. An opened journal lay there, the pages yellowed and covered with a scrawl of notes. Grace looked at Sam with wide eyes, and he could read the question in her gaze. "Do we go in?" He nodded, stepping cautiously through the threshold. The atmosphere inside the room felt thicker, as if the air were dense with static. Sam's eyes scanned the desk. The handwriting on the journal matched the scraps in Grace's pocket. A heading read, "Dr. A. Morrow's Field Study, Backrooms Anomaly." Fragments of the text jumped out. Experimentation with corridor alignment. Entities behave as guardians or parasites. Searching for the threshold. Grace ran her finger along the pages. "So he was definitely researching this place," she murmured. Suddenly the lamp flickered violently, casting the room in near darkness. For a split second, Sam thought he saw a figure standing behind the desk. A man in a lab coat, face partially obscured by shadows. The figure mouthed something silently, an inaudible warning or plea, then evaporated as the light stabilized. Grace jerked back, nearly toppling the chair. "Did you see that?" Sam nodded, breathing fast. He was there. On the next page, scribbled in large letters, was a single phrase. Threshold, flux point. Observe flicker, align exit. It looked like the writing of a desperate mind, someone who had been close to a revelation but never fully grasped it. Grace frantically searched the drawers while Sam scanned the shelves. There were battered tomes, some in languages he couldn't identify. Others looked like incomplete references to architectural anomalies. Then, with a pop, the overhead corridor lights dimmed, and the hum rattled the desk lamp. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the hallway, an unearthly groan that made Sam's blood run cold. Grace froze, chalk piece in hand. "Entities," she whispered. "They heard us, or they sensed the flux." Sam grabbed a scrap of the notebook, any clue he could carry, and stuffed it into his pocket. "We need to move." "Wait," Grace said, scanning the final lines. "Level 0 is the simplest plane. Must descend to ascend." She shot Sam a bewildered look. "Descend? That means going deeper, to a lower level." Sam shivered, recollecting the water-stained lines referencing level 0. If this was truly the simplest plane, he dreaded what deeper levels looked like. But Dr. Morrow's cryptic clue seemed to suggest that escaping required going further in, not pulling away. Outside the door, the corridor lights flickered wildly now. A black shape darted across the far end, too quick to identify. Sam's heart hammered as adrenaline surged. "Grace, we have to decide. Do we push deeper, or try to find another route out?" She glanced at the note again. "Descend to ascend." Her voice shook, but a resolve flickered in her eyes. If Dr. Morrow was onto something, we can't just ignore it. Sam swallowed, acutely aware of the stuttering lamp, the buzzing hum, and the sense that something was creeping closer. Another guttural groan echoed, this time from somewhere to the left. It was too late for a calm debate. Any further hesitation could mean a face-to-face encounter with the entities. "Let's go," Sam agreed, voice taut with fear. Grace nodded, and they both bolted back into the corridor, leaving behind the flickering desk lamp and the lonely study. The wedge of knowledge they gained was minimal, but it was better than the total ignorance they'd endured until now. They raced down the sloping hallway, the environment warping oddly beneath their feet. Shadows loomed and vanished in the corners of Sam's vision. At one point, the corridor lights blinked out completely, plunging them into darkness for several seconds. He felt Grace's grip on his elbow tighten. He held his breath, expecting to feel a claw or a hand on his shoulder. Then the lights returned, revealing they were standing at a T-junction, both directions leading into deeper gloom. "Which way?" Sam asked, voice hushed. Grace bit her lip. "Down," she said, pointing to the left, where the floor dipped further still. She gave him a meaningful look that said, "We follow Morrow's clue." With that they descended, hearts pounding, uncertain whether their only chance at freedom lay deeper in the back rooms, or straight into the jaws of the entities lurking below. The narrow corridor gradually sloped downward, leading Sam and Grace into a layer that felt even more wrong than the last. The fluorescent hum pulsed at an almost deafening frequency, resonating through Sam's bones. Cold, stale air licked at their faces, carrying an odour reminiscent of damp concrete mixed with something metallic. They pressed on, the corridor's angle becoming steeper until they reached a broad flight of stairs that seemed out of place in the endless warren of hallways. With each step down, the overhead lights grew dimmer, flickering with greater frequency. Water dripped from unseen pipes, forming dark streaks on the walls. Once at the bottom, they found themselves in a maze of corridors that made level 0 look almost pleasant by comparison. The walls were covered in patches of black mould, and the carpeting was soaked, squishing underfoot. Grace gripped her piece of chalk as if it were a lifeline, making quick dashes on the walls every few feet. Sam followed, senses on high alert. Their footsteps seemed to echo louder here, amplifying the anxiety coiling in his gut. He kept imagining a scuttling shape darting out from the shadows. Every so often, a deeper, more resonant groan reverberated through the halls. It was closer now, undeniably so. Grace whispered, "We have to keep moving." They pushed into a corridor that felt elongated, the perspective stretching unnaturally. The overhead lights, spaced irregularly, created pockets of near darkness and sudden bursts of harsh illumination. Sam's mind played tricks on him. The walls looked like they were breathing, expanding and contracting with each flicker of light. Then the chase began. A screech tore through the corridor, freezing Sam in place. Behind them, a silhouette flickered around a distant corner. It looked twisted, a caricature of a human shape with limbs bending at wrong angles. "Run!" Grace's voice cracked. They sprinted. Sam's lungs burned as the corridor around them seemed to shift in real time. Corners led to new corners, forming a labyrinth within a labyrinth, and always behind them, that frantic screech, the unnatural pattering of limbs. The entities were no longer content to stay hidden. They were hunting. The overhead lights began strobing. Each flash froze a moment in Sam's vision. Grace's determined face, the black mould on the wall, the water dripping from the ceiling, and behind them in one flash, a glimpse of the entity, half crawling, half lurching toward them. Its eyes were an inky void, set in a gaunt face that defied anatomy. Then darkness, then light again, and it was closer. "This way!" Grace shouted, yanking Sam's arm and veering into a side hallway. They nearly slipped on the soaked carpet, hearts pounding like war drums. The corridor twisted into a set of steps leading further downward. Through the flickering gloom, Sam saw a sign, a battered metal plate that read, "Maintenance," in rusted letters. Was this place once functional? The idea was terrifying. A basement or sub-level of the back rooms that suggested some attempt at infrastructure. But who built it? And why? They clattered down the steps, Grace panting from exertion. At the bottom lay a corridor of exposed concrete walls devoid of wallpaper, with fluorescent tubes flickering overhead. Water pooled at their feet. Somewhere behind them, A roar echoed, followed by frantic scraping noises that seemed to come from multiple directions. The door to the side caught Sam's attention. It had no label, just a rusted handle. "In here!" he gasped, pulling it open. They tumbled inside and shut the door behind them, pressing their bodies against it. The metal was cold under Sam's palms, trembling with each vibration of the corridor outside. They held their breath, listening. Heavy thumps reverberated beyond the door. The screeching and scuttling intensified for a moment, as if the entities were scouring the area. Then, gradually the noises receded into silence, replaced by the steady drip of water and the nauseating hum of the lights. Grace exhaled, sliding down to the wet floor. "We can't keep running forever," she whispered, voice shaking. Sam nodded, equally breathless. The room they had stumbled into was small, cluttered with broken shelves and scattered tools that looked more like props than anything practical. A single flickering bulb dangled from the ceiling, casting a weak circle of light on the floor. As they caught their breath, Sam noticed a piece of paper pinned to a shelf. He reached over, hands trembling, to pick it up. It was another note, likely from Dr. Morrow. The words were almost illegible, but a few stood out. Mel point. Water infiltration. Next level requires caution. Entities stronger. Below it, scrawled in shaky handwriting, was something about final threshold. Grace stared at it, eyes red. So there's more than one level. This must be level 1? Or deeper? Sam felt the weight of despair. How many levels are there? She shrugged, tears threatening to fall. I don't know. Some say infinite. They sat in silence, letting the dread wash over them. Eventually Grace rubbed her eyes. If Dr. Morrow kept going, maybe he left a better clue somewhere else. We have to keep trying. She glanced at the broken tools on the ground. We should arm ourselves with something. Sam found a rusted wrench under a shelf. It was heavy enough to be swung as a weapon if needed, though he doubted it would do much against the entities. Grace picked up a piece of rebar with a jagged end, testing its weight in her hand. They exchanged grim nods. It wasn't much, but it was something. Cautiously they opened the door and peered outside. The corridor was empty again, though the tension in the air weighed heavily. They moved on, stepping carefully through the shallow water. The corridor seemed to lead deeper into an underground maze. Piping along the walls occasionally hissed, dripping condensation. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, the overhead flickering lights suddenly stabilized. The clarity was jarring. No more strobing, just one unbroken hum. Ahead they saw a large open space, perhaps a maintenance hub. Sam took point, wrench raised. The area smelled of rust and mould, but no immediate signs of entities. In the middle of the room, water dripped from the ceiling onto a mass of soggy cardboard boxes. The floor sloped toward a dark, open grate. Sam's chest tightened. Water trickled over the edge, disappearing into an inky void beneath. Grace shuddered, stepping around the grate. "No way we're going down there," she muttered. "There must be another path." They found a door labelled "Staff Only" on the far side. Sam tried the handle, but it was jammed. With a swift kick, the door splintered open, revealing a short hallway that ended in a bizarre sight. An office cubicle, half submerged in water, the overhead lights replaced by a small table lamp flickering uncertainly. The contradictory space made Sam's head spin, like a piece of normal reality glitching into the back rooms. "Is this part of the real world?" he asked, voice trembling. Grace frowned. "It might be. Or it's just another section the back rooms absorbed. Let's look." They waded into the half-submerged office, the water reaching mid-calf. The ceiling sagged, leaking from multiple cracks. File cabinets were strewn about, and a mouldy computer sat on a desk. Sam noticed a single piece of paper pinned under a paperweight. Gateway experiment. Corridor realignment. Exit possible. The final lines cut off in a watery smear. Then the flickering table lamp dimmed, and Sam saw another ephemeral silhouette. Dr. Morrow. The figure seemed to mouth something like "threshold above." A wave of dizziness overcame Sam as the vision vanished. He turned to Grace, who had gone pale. "Did you see him?" he asked. Her lips parted. I think so." Before they could process it, a sudden roar echoed behind them. The entities had caught up. Sam heard pounding footsteps and the scraping of claws against concrete. His mind screamed. "They're here!" "Go!" Grace yelled, brandishing the rebar. They splashed through the water toward a broken window on the far side of the cubicle. It led to yet another corridor, this one lined with flickering red lights, a stark contrast to the usual sickly yellow. The howls reverberated off the walls, intensifying the panic in Sam's chest. They crawled through the shattered window frame, ignoring the glass shards that snagged their clothes. Behind them, an unearthly shape lunged, screeching. Grace swung the rebar blindly, making contact with something that shrieked in pain or rage. Sam saw an elongated arm flail in the half-light, too many joints bending. "Keep moving," Sam bellowed, brandishing his wrench to force the entity back. They tumbled into the new corridor, hearing the monstrous howls behind them. The red light strobed once, then stabilized, revealing a passage that sloped upward. It was an odd ascension, the floor angled in a steep incline toward what looked like a corridor junction. Reminded of Morrow's parted lips message. "Threshold above," Sam shouted. "This might be it. Let's go." Together they scrambled uphill, the entities giving chase, the monstrous echoes rolling through the labyrinth. Fear fueled every desperate step as they raced for a chance at an exit, or deeper condemnation. Neither could be certain. The corridor angled so steeply that Sam and Grace had to use their hands to steady themselves against the damp walls. The oppressive red lights overhead flickered in short, frantic bursts, casting elongated shadows that distorted their every movement. Behind them, the entity's shrieks rose into an echoing cacophony, spurring them onward. The corridor ended abruptly at a wall coated in peeling, discoloured wallpaper. For a heart-stopping moment, Sam thought they were trapped. Then he noticed the wallpaper shifting slightly, as if it were an image projected onto a surface. "This must be the flux," Grace panted. The sense of unnaturalness prickled across Sam's skin. His phone, still in his pocket, vibrated oddly with static. The entire space felt as if it were on the brink of folding in on itself. The entity's roars drew nearer. With a desperate cry, Sam pressed his hand against the warped wallpaper. His fingers sank an inch, as though it were made of rubber. He locked eyes with Grace. There was no time for discussion. They both shoved against the wall. It bulged inward, shimmering like a vertical pool of stagnant water. "What if it's not the exit?" Grace whispered, voice trembling. Sam swallowed hard. "We have no choice." The rubbery barrier gave way, and Sam found himself plunging through to the other side. A jarring sense of vertigo overcame him, and for a second his vision blurred in static. The hum of fluorescent lights roared in his ears, intensifying until it was nearly unbearable. Then, sudden silence. He landed in a tangle of limbs on a cold linoleum floor. Grace collapsed beside him, gasping. The environment around them was dimly lit, but the light was different, more natural. Sam's ears rang from the abrupt quiet. He blinked several times, trying to adjust his vision. They appeared to be in what looked like a deserted basement corridor. The walls painted a drab grey, the overhead fixtures spaced normally. No flickering, no perpetual hum. A battered sign on the wall read, "Loading dock. Employees only." Grace let out a shaky laugh, tears welling in her eyes. Are we out?" Sam stood slowly, muscles aching. He looked around, still cautious. The corridor had a single door at the end, its small window revealing a faint daylight glow. "Let's see." They limped to the door, hearts pounding in collective anticipation. Sam pushed it open to find a large, dusty loading area with a metal garage door partially open. Sunlight, true, honest sunlight, streamed in from the gap. A wave of relief washed over him so powerfully he nearly collapsed. "We did it," Grace muttered, following behind him. She shielded her eyes from the brightness. "I forgot what real light feels like." They emerged onto a cracked asphalt parking lot behind a rundown building. It looked like an abandoned mall or warehouse. Weeds poked up through the asphalt and a rusted chain-link fence circled the lot. Beyond the fence, normal city sounds drifted in. Distant traffic, a siren's wail, the rustle of wind in the trees. The hum was gone, replaced by a world that felt almost unreal after the endless corridors. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They just breathed in the open air. Sam pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the wild drumming of his heart. He had half expected the entities to burst through the door behind them, but it remained shut. No flickering lights, no scuttling horrors. Grace broke the silence. "We have to make sure," she said, her voice trembling with cautious hope. She walked a few steps across the lot, eyes scanning for any odd geometry or flicker in reality. Nothing. The only out-of-place element was a tired old building that looked like it had been out of business for years. Sam joined her, tears threatening to spill down his cheeks. "I thought we'd never," his voice caught. She swallowed. "I know." Her hands trembled and he reached out to give her a steadying grip. For a long moment they just stood there, letting the normalcy wash over them. Eventually they moved away from the building. The fence had a warped gap near the corner, large enough to squeeze through. On the other side was an empty street, a few boarded-up storefronts, and beyond that the faint signs of a more active city block. The sun was setting, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. Grace paused, rummaging in her pocket to pull out the chalk stick, now worn to a nub. She regarded it, then glanced back at the building with a haunted expression. "Do we warn people?" Sam sighed, shoulders sagging. "Who would believe us? They'd say we were crazy." He closed his eyes briefly, recalling the infinite halls, the flickering lights, Dr. Morrow's scribbled notes. It felt more like a nightmare now that he was standing in the open air, yet he could still smell the stale carpet and hear the buzzing in the back of his mind. They continued along the deserted road. The occasional distant car was a surreal comfort. Sam couldn't help a lingering fear that each corner or alley might lead back into that labyrinth, that the back rooms were not done with them. Eventually they found a small convenience store with lights on inside. Grace hesitated outside the doors. "We look like we crawled out of a sewer," she whispered, glancing at their dishevelled, soaked clothing. "And we've got no money, no phones that work." Sam checked his phone again. Still no signal, and the battery was nearly dead. "Maybe we can call someone, at least get help." They stepped inside. The fluorescent lighting was painfully bright but normal. A bored-looking cashier glanced up, clearly unimpressed by their haggard appearance. Sam and Grace exchanged a silent look. There was no easy way to explain what had happened. "Any chance we can borrow a phone?" Sam asked, voice hoarse. The cashier eyed them but shrugged, pointing to a landline behind the counter. "Go ahead, just don't take off with it." Sam dialed the only friend's number he could recall. The line rang and rang, then went to voicemail. He left a stilted message. "Hey, it's Sam. I need help. I'm at..." He glanced at the store's name, reciting the address. "Please, if you get this, come. We'll explain everything." He set down the receiver with trembling hands. Grace was already eyeing a shelf of water bottles. The cashier cleared his throat. "You two okay?" Grace forced a smile that conveyed nothing close to okay. "We got lost. Really lost." Outside, the sky darkened further. The neon sign above the door flickered on, humming faintly. The sound made Sam's heart skip, just for a second, until he realised it was only the normal hum of a store sign. He released a long, ragged breath. They purchased 2 bottles of water with some change Grace found in her pocket, and stepped back onto the sidewalk. The city's nighttime noises enveloped them. Rumbling cars, distant laughter, a barking dog, all so ordinary. They drank the water in silence, each lost in thoughts of corridors that stretched on forever. Finally, Grace turned to Sam, her voice soft. "Do you think it's over?" Sam stared at a lonely street lamp flickering at the end of the block. I want to say yes, but Dr. Morrow's notes talked about how reality can glitch at any time. Any corner could be the next slip. He paused, swallowing thickly. But maybe we can live with it, knowing it's there. Try to avoid it. She nodded, her gaze distant. I just keep thinking about all the others who might still be trapped. People like us who wandered in, and Dr. Morrow, if he never found an exit. A heavy silence stretched between them. Despite the relief of freedom, they both carried the guilt of survival. In their hearts, they understood that the back rooms might always be lurking just out of sight, behind some innocuous door or hallway. Eventually, Sam gently rested a hand on Grace's shoulder. "We can warn others somehow, right? Even if they don't believe us, we can leave hints. Notes on forums, stories that might save someone from a wrong turn." Grace mustered a small, sad smile. "Yes, we'll do that." They resumed walking, each step feeling both surreal and liberating. The lights of the city glowed steadily, no flickering or hum beyond the normal hum of civilization. It was a far cry from the suffocating labyrinth that had nearly claimed them. After a few blocks, a gentle drizzle of rain began. The droplets felt cleansing, washing away some of the stale grime from the back rooms. Grace raised her face to the sky, letting the rain fall over her. Sam followed suit, heart pounding with gratitude to be under an open sky again. Yet, despite their relief, an undercurrent of tension remained. Every time they passed a dark alley, a maintenance door or an oddly angled building corner, Sam's nerves sparked with anxiety. Grace's eyes would flicker to his, as if silently asking, "Do you feel it too?" They eventually turned onto a busier street, where headlights and neon signs offered normal, bustling life. People hurried along the sidewalks, umbrellas up against the drizzle. No one seemed to pay Sam or Grace any special attention, despite their bedraggled appearance. They were just two more strangers in a world that had no clue about the backroom's existence. As they paused at a crosswalk, Sam turned and saw a corner of a building with chipped paint. The angle looked a bit off. He felt a twist in his gut, the same dread as when he first slipped into that supply closet. But a passing car's headlights illuminated it, and the corner revealed itself to be perfectly mundane. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Grace's voice was soft. "You see something?" He shook his head slowly. "Number, just my imagination." The crosswalk signal turned green. They stepped off the curb, blending into the crowd of evening pedestrians. In the distance, thunder rumbled, mingling with the city's ambient noise. Though they escaped, a quiet truth lingered between them. Once you've seen the back rooms, some part of you never fully returns. The memory of those endless halls, the flickering lights, and the entities lurking in the shadows remain etched in your mind. And with every hallway, every corner, every flicker of fluorescent light in the real world, that subtle question will always resurface. Am I still safe here? Or is the back rooms just one wrong step away? As if in silent agreement, Sam and Grace continued on together, each finding solace in the other's company. They were survivors now, keepers of a secret they never wished to uncover. Perhaps in time they would heal, or at least learn to live with the knowledge of what lay beyond ordinary reality's thin veneer. For tonight, the rain and the city lights would keep them company, warding off the hum of fluorescent corridors for just a little while longer. And in their quiet gratitude, they held on to each other's presence, knowing that the lines between safety and terror were thin, and that sometimes the difference was simply having someone to hold on to in the dark. Prepare for scientific intrigue, covert operations, and a mystery that stretches beyond our world. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and get comfortable for this 10-part adventure that will carry you beyond the edge of the map. Let's begin. The old radio crackled across the ship's bridge, drifting in and out of static. Lieutenant Harold Talbot gripped the microphone, his knuckles bone white. "This is USS Hawthorne," he repeated. "We have encountered an anomaly at—" His coordinates garbled in static. Others in the control room exchanged nervous glances. The compass spun wildly like it had lost all sense of direction. Through the porthole the sea churned with unnatural energy, and the horizon was black as if it had vanished into a void. Outside, the whine of the wind built to a roar. Then, cutting through the tumult, a startled voice shouted, "Lights! There, beneath the waves!" A half-dozen crewmen pressed to the windows. Sure enough, ribbons of pale, flickering radiance swirled under the roiling ocean. Some claimed it looked like an underwater craft. Others insisted it had to be exotic marine bioluminescence. Before anyone could gather sense or courage, the lights blazed in brilliant turquoise, illuminating the entire ship's hull from below. Talbot's last recorded words, barely audible over the crackle, were, We're being pulled in? God help." Then the broadcast ended. The USS Hawthorne vanished with eerie finality. When search teams arrived days later, no scrap of debris or shred of evidence floated on that calm expanse of ocean. The official Navy line chalked it up to a catastrophic storm. But whispers persisted of something else, an impossible force dwelling within the Bermuda Triangle. Fast forward decades to present day. The small auditorium at the Miami Oceanographic Summit hummed with polite applause as Dr. Cassie Nolan concluded her presentation. She was in her late 30s, with an air of quiet determination and a streak of stubborn curiosity. Her topic had been Unexplained Oceanic Anomalies, a statistical overview, but the hush in the room suggested it was anything but dull. She'd just shown data on bizarre electromagnetic fluctuations in the Atlantic, specifically in that infamous region called the Bermuda Triangle. A wry smile crossed her lips as the applause died down. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at her notes. "And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the rational portion of my talk. I realise the Bermuda Triangle has its share of tall tales, but my data strongly indicates repeated anomalies, magnetic distortion, unusual weather bursts, unexplained compass deviations. Perhaps we should keep an open mind." She stepped down, expecting the usual trickle of questions from curious colleagues or the occasional cynic. Instead, she found herself face to face with a wiry man in a fisherman's cap. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion. "Dr. Nolan," he said urgently, voice trembling, "I need to talk with you." He introduced himself as Luis Ramirez, a local fisherman who'd spent his life working the waters off Florida's coast. After hearing her lecture, he had mustered the courage to approach. "I saw lights," he whispered. "My boat got caught in a freak storm. It appeared out of nowhere near the triangle. I swore I saw something shining under the sea." He handed her crumpled coordinates scribbled on a stained slip of paper. "I've told others. They say I'm crazy. But you might understand." Cassie's eyes flicked to the coordinates. They were suspiciously close to an area known for marine accidents, but rarely acknowledged by official channels. She thanked Louis and promised to look into it, ignoring the cynicism tugging at her mind. After all, she was a scientist who believed in data, but if these claims matched her existing patterns, it could be significant. Later that evening, back at her modest office near the University of Miami, Cassie pored over her mentor's old notebooks. Dr. Rourke, once a respected oceanographer, had vanished under bizarre circumstances years ago while researching the same region. He'd left behind cryptic remarks about a powerful electromagnetic phenomenon. Cassie's own data had begun to echo Rourke's notes, unexplained spikes in an underwater sensor's logs. The next morning, as she compared Rourke's final sketches with Luis's coordinates, a firm knock sounded on her door. She opened it to find two men in suits, flanking a silver-haired woman with a crisp posture. The woman introduced herself as Agent Whitfield of a government bureau Cassie had never heard of. "Dr. Nolan," Whitfield began calmly, "we're aware of your interest in that region of the ocean. We strongly advise you to discontinue your investigations for your own safety. This area is classified under national security protocols." Cassie's brow furrowed. National security? We're talking about anomalous readings, not some nuclear facility. Whitfield's polite smile never wavered. The specifics are need to know, and you do not need to know. Consider this a friendly caution. We have no wish to see a brilliant mind squandered. Or threatened, Cassie interjected, voice taut. Whitfield shrugged. Interpret as you will. Good day, Doctor. With that, the trio turned and left, leaving Cassie stunned in her own doorway. Her heart hammered with equal parts fear and curiosity. Government interest in an oceanic anomaly. Something about it reeked of cover-up. She recalled the fisherman's haunted eyes and Dr. Rourke's cryptic last expedition. She couldn't just walk away. Pulling out her phone, Cassie called an old friend, Jake Moreno, a freelance dive instructor with a reputation for fearless, some might say reckless expeditions. If she wanted to collect data from deep underwater, she'd need someone like him, someone who wouldn't balk at the mention of the Bermuda Triangle. Over a scratchy connection, she explained her hunch. There's an anomaly out there, Jake. Government's involved. My mentor disappeared investigating it. I've got to see it myself, or I'll regret it forever. Jake's response came swiftly. Tell me when and where. Cassie realised in that moment she was crossing a line from academic curiosity into something riskier. The tension coiled in her gut. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged through her, like she was close to unlocking a secret older than the legends themselves. Even as she hung up the phone, however, a sense of foreboding pressed in. She gazed at the scribbled coordinates on her desk, thinking of the vanished fisherman's sightings, the hush-hush warnings from Agent Whitfield, and the shadow of Dr. Rourke's disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle beckoned with its riddles, and Cassie was about to chase them headlong, unaware of just how deep and dangerous those waters could become. The sky brooded over the Florida Keys the day Cassie Nolan and Jake Moreno met at a small marina. Clouds drifted in ominous clumps, and the late afternoon sun shimmered through patches of heavy humidity. The moment Cassie arrived, she spotted Jake by a battered fishing boat, arms folded over a well-worn t-shirt. He was ex-Navy, lean with an easy confidence, though faint worry lines creased his forehead. They exchanged a brief hug. Long time, Jake remarked with a half-smile. I see you're still chasing weird phenomena. Cassie's eyes danced with both eagerness and caution. You know me. Once I get a puzzle in my head, I can't let it go. He gestured toward the boat's deck. Ready to board your new research vessel? He said it teasingly, but Cassie could sense he'd already prepped for a serious outing. The deck was stacked with crates labelled as oceanographic sensors, along with scuba gear and a sealed barrel that presumably contained a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, for underwater exploration. A third person stepped out from below deck, a petite figure with short-cropped hair. Dr. Nolan, she asked, extending a calloused hand. Olivia Park, tech specialist. Jake wrote me in for communication support. Cassie recognised the name from a university networking event. Olivia was rumoured to be brilliant in all things digital, from satellite uplinks to encryption. Great to have you, Cassie said, shaking her hand. We'll need every advantage if we're venturing into the Triangle. They got underway just before twilight. The boat chugged through calm waters, though the gloom in the sky hinted at an incoming storm. Cassie couldn't shake the memory of Agent Whitfield's warning. Why would the government clamp down so hard if this was just maritime folklore? It only served to heighten her suspicion that they were on the cusp of uncovering something major. Anchored some miles out, they commenced the first stage of Cassie's plan, collecting baseline data. She wanted to chart normal ocean conditions before venturing into the specific coordinates from Luis Ramirez. She and Olivia deployed a series of floating buoys equipped with sensors to track temperature, salinity, and electromagnetic variance. If anything was unusual, these devices would pick it up. Jake watched the horizon, arms resting on the wheel. We need to move fast, Cass. Clouds look like trouble. The forecast says a squall might blow through tonight. Time is always short, Cassie replied, glancing up. But storms aside, I worry about, well, you know. Jake nodded grimly. The same unspoken threat weighed on them. Official interference. He tapped the throttle, setting a course for the Triangle's edge. Night fell, turning the water into a black mirror. On the boat's small radar, faint echoes popped up. Tiny fishing vessels, cargo ships in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shape slid into view on their screen, hugging the same route. A much larger vessel, no transponder ID. Olivia frowned at the radar. Could be Coast Guard. or a private ship running dark. They exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll keep an eye on it," Jake said, turning off their own navigational lights. "No sense advertising we're out here." Around midnight, the ocean turned uneasy. A stiff wind ruffled the surface, building to choppy waves. Cassie huddled with Jake and Olivia over a chart in the cabin. "We're about an hour from Ramirez's coordinates," she said. "We'll do a quick pass, launch the ROV, gather data, and get out." Jake nodded. "Works for me. Let's just hope the squall holds off." Outside, the skies grumbled as if in protest. Suddenly a glare of white light blazed across them, accompanied by a droning roar. They rushed to the deck to see a helicopter overhead, searchlights cutting through the darkness. In the swirling beam, a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the US Coast Guard. Heave to. Prepare for inspection." Jake's grip tightened on the wheel. "We didn't request any assistance. This is suspicious." Cassie's heart pounded. "Agent Whitfield," she murmured. "They're trying to scare us off." A taut exchange followed over the radio. Jake insisted they were on a legitimate scientific survey. The Coast Guard repeated orders to halt. Over the speaker, new instructions came. "You must exit these waters. This area is restricted." Olivia typed furiously on her console, trying to get a fix on the Coast Guard's vessel. Instead, she found encrypted signals bouncing around. "They're not exactly standard," she whispered to Cassie. "Something about their communications is off." Sensing a standoff, Cassie decided to parley. She radioed back, voice steady. "Understood, but we have a valid research permit from the University of Miami. We'll comply. Just give us some time to retrieve sensors." A tense beat passed. Then the helicopter circled once more, searchlight scanning them. "You have 1 hour to vacate. If you remain, we will enforce maritime security protocols." The rotor wash receded as the chopper veered away, presumably to monitor from a distance. Jake exhaled, beads of sweat on his brow. "An hour. That's barely enough time." Cassie clenched her jaw. This had to be intimidation, yet she refused to be turned back so easily. "We do a quick survey, then get out. If they chase us, we'll handle it." So they pressed on, heartbeats hammering. The helicopter's lights winked in the distance, a reminder of watchful eyes. As soon as they reached Ramirez's coordinates, they hurriedly launched the ROV, diving it into the inky depths. Cassie guided the controls and a video feed flickered on. Greenish water, swirling particulates, no sign of a seabed at these depths yet. Then the ROV sensors pinged, a slight electromagnetic fluctuation. Cassie's excitement soared. "We're picking up something unusual. Jake, keep us steady." Deeper the drone went. Olivia monitored the readings, each spike more pronounced. The feed showed faint glimmers, possibly phosphorescent organisms. Suddenly the ROV camera caught a fleeting sparkle, a swirling pattern of lights, reminiscent of swirling plankton blooms but somehow structured. Cassie's breath caught. "Did you see that?" Switch to high-resolution mode. Before they could, the ROV feed sputtered. A wave of static fuzzed the screen, then it went dark. Simultaneously, the boat's lights flickered. The engine coughed. The entire vessel lurched as if buffeted by an invisible force. Outside, the wind rose to a roar. Jake cursed under his breath, wrestling with the controls. "We're losing power!" "Electromagnetic surge," Olivia shouted over the howling wind. "It's messing with our systems." Panic clawed at Cassie as the boat pitched in a violent wave. This wasn't a normal storm. She could almost feel an unseen presence roiling beneath them. In the swirling chaos, they scrambled to pull the ROV back up, but every instrument was going haywire. Suddenly, searchlights blazed again from above. The helicopter was back, its loudspeaker cracking with urgency. "This is your final warning." Lightning flashed, illuminating the water in a stark white glare. Cassie glimpsed swirling pockets of luminous plankton, or something else, just below the surface, swirling with the waves. Then, in a monstrous crash of thunder, the storm unleashed its fury in full force. Jake gunned the engine, trying to stabilize them. The Noah-like sensors rang with error codes, and across the swirling black seas, Cassie thought she saw another set of lights, far off in the distance, a massive shadowy shape half lost in the rain. It could be the Coast Guard vessel, or something else entirely. With no choice, they retreated, battered by waves and hammered by the storm. When they finally cleared the worst of it, the boat's systems began to stabilize. But half their gear was damaged, the ROV jammed, and all the data they'd gathered remained scrambled. They had risked everything for only glimpses of something incredible and very real. And yet, beneath her exhaustion, Cassie felt a surge of certainty. Whatever they'd encountered wasn't just local folklore. The Bermuda Triangle's phenomenon was real, and the government evidently knew more than it was letting on. Cassie was no longer driven by mere curiosity. She sensed a bigger truth lurking beneath those waves, something that might rewrite what humanity knew of its own oceans. The question was, how far would she go to reveal it? And how dangerous would the next step become? A restless night blurred into morning as Cassie, Jake and Olivia docked at a small, out-of-the-way marina. Each was soaked to the bone, clothes stiff with salt. Their battered boat drew a few curious stares, but the watchers quickly turned away, perhaps used to seeing battered vessels limping back from ill-advised adventures. They found a dingy diner near the docks, ordered strong coffee, and tried to make sense of the scrambled data. Olivia had salvaged what she could from the ROV's partial recordings. The monitor on her laptop flickered with jumbled frames, flickers of phosphorescence, swirling shapes, and then static. Jake rubbed a hand over his stubble. We nearly got drowned out there, and for what? Cassie's cheeks reddened. I know it looked hopeless, but the readings, those spikes were massive. We confirmed there's a powerful electromagnetic field messing with electronics. That alone is worth investigating. Plus, we glimpsed lights underwater. Olivia sipped her coffee, eyes tired but focused. Cassie's right. We might not have a perfect video, but the sensor logs show short bursts of electromagnetic flux. It's off the charts, something unnatural. The real question is, do we keep pushing? Jake stared out the diner window at the drifting gulls. We gave it a shot. The government made it clear they don't want us near. We can't just keep running from Coast Guard intercepts. Cassie clenched her jaw, rummaging in her satchel. She pulled out a tattered binder. These are from Dr. Rourke, my mentor. He documented similar anomalies decades ago, but also references a hush-hush branch of the government. He suspected it was bigger than just random phenomena. He mentioned possible advanced technology. Olivia raised an eyebrow. Advanced technology, as in alien, or a lost civilization? Cassie shrugged. He was ambiguous, but some references read like he believed there was an intelligence behind these anomalies, not just random magnetism. Jake tapped the table. Look, I'm not thrilled about tangling with the feds again. We need a safer approach. Maybe we gather old logs from other ships, check any declassified archives. If we find a pattern, we can confront them with evidence. Cassie's eyes lit up. Data approach. We can do that, but we can't do it alone. That's when Olivia piped up. I know someone who can help. A friend in cybersecurity. She's resourceful at digging into government records, even ones behind multiple layers of encryption. Name's Helena. If there's a digital trail, she'll find it. They agreed. While Jake rested and handled repairs, Cassie and Olivia would head inland. They parted ways at the marina, with Jake promising to keep an eye on any suspicious watchers. Later that day, Cassie and Olivia sat in a cluttered apartment living room, the walls lined with computer monitors and electronics. Helena was a sharp-tongued hacker in her late 20s, sporting neon-dyed hair and an irreverent smirk. She listened to their story with surprise, then curiosity. You want me to break into government servers and find references to Bermuda Triangle anomaly, or Operation Hush Hush? This is high-risk stuff, Helena said, tapping out a staccato rhythm on a mechanical keyboard. It's vital, Cassie insisted. We just need leads, any hidden files from the past decades mentioning unexplained maritime incidents. Something to prove or disprove the official narrative. Helena sighed dramatically. Fine, but if men in black suits show up at my door, I'm throwing you two under the bus. Olivia half grinned. Deal. As Helena's screens flickered with lines of code, Cassie felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She recalled Agent Whitfield's stern visage, that unwavering voice. If they were crossing lines, the consequences could be dire. Hours passed in a tense hush, broken only by the clack of keys and Helena's occasional grunt. Finally, a triumphant beep rang out. Got something, she whispered. It's partial, redacted, but yeah, we have multiple references to a classified set of missions under codenames like Project Siren and Operation Blue Current. Dates range from the 1950s to early 2000s. Olivia's eyes gleamed. What do the files say? Helena scrolled. In summary, the government commissioned specialized vessels to observe anomalous electromagnetic phenomena in the Atlantic, specifically in an area matching the Bermuda Triangle. Mentions of submersible lights, and at least 2 incidents where US naval ships disappeared. Official cause, storms, but the internal memos suggest cover-ups. Cassie's stomach flipped. This validated everything Rourke suspected. Any recent activity? Last reference is from about 7 years ago. Project Hydra Watch, a field station. Could be an island or atoll used as a listening post. Helena turned the monitor around. Coordinates are partially blacked out, but I have a general region. It's about 70 miles from where you folks were last night. Cassie and Olivia exchanged a charged glance. A covert listening station in the Triangle? If it was still operational, that might explain the swift government response. Helena went on. One more interesting tidbit. Repeated mention of non-terrestrial possibility, flagged in these internal notes. The phrasing is vague, but it points to the suspicion of something not of Earth. A hush fell. Cassie's breath caught. The government had considered the possibility that the anomalies were alien in origin. Eager for more detail, they pressed Helena, but many files were heavily redacted. Accessing deeper levels triggers advanced security, she warned. We risk being traced if I push further. Cassie wanted to say, do it anyway, but she recalled Jake's warning about caution. This is enough for a lead, she concluded. We know they had missions to study these anomalies, and they suspect something extraordinary. That island base might hold physical evidence. Olivia nodded. We find it. We find proof. Helena ejected a flash drive, handing it over. Here's everything I got. Tread carefully. On the way out, Cassie thanked her. Despite the existential risk, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She had real, if partial, proof of official knowledge about the Triangle's mysteries. By dusk, Cassie and Olivia regrouped with Jake, who'd patched up the boat. We've got a location, Cassie announced, unfurling a rough chart. She pointed to a region of islets near the Triangle's perimeter. Somewhere in that archipelago is a deserted island used as a listening station. We find it. We find out what's going on. Jake studied the chart, lips pressed into a tight line. This is in the heart of the area. If the government's patrolling, it's going to be guarded. We can approach by night, keep a low profile, Olivia suggested. We're not going to waltz in through the front door, but if the station's abandoned, maybe no one's there. Cassie recognised that this plan danced on the edge of trespassing into what might be a top-secret facility, but the urgency burned in her. The truth could be in those files or equipment. If we confirm the presence of alien tech or advanced submarines, we could blow this wide open. Jake inhaled slowly. Count me in, but we do it smart. No repeating last night's fiasco. Olivia cracked a nervous smile. Let's just hope they don't have guard drones or something. As they finalised their stealth approach, a faint dread pulsed in Cassie's chest. She thought of Doctor, Rourke, of Agent Whitfield, of the vanishing Navy ship from so long ago. The Bermuda Triangle was more than a legend. It was a stage for extraordinary forces, and they were about to step into that stage's backstage where secrets lingered. Outside, the last glow of sunset cast the harbour in bruised purples and oranges. The team loaded gear in silence. Tomorrow they'd sail for the island base. Cassie whispered a silent prayer for luck, or maybe for courage. For once she suspected they'd need more than just data and logic to survive what awaited them. The sea was eerily calm under the moonlight as Cassie, Jake and Olivia steered their small boat toward the cluster of islets rumoured to house the abandoned listening station. In the distance, reefs glimmered faintly, illuminated by streaks of pale lunar light. The hush of the waves seemed unnatural, as if the ocean itself held its breath. They'd set off after midnight to minimise the chance of detection. Radar on minimal power, no running lights. The only guide was a single GPS device that Olivia had rigged to broadcast a scrambled signal. The plan was simple: approach under darkness, anchor off the coast, and slip ashore on a dinghy. Jake took the helm. We're close. According to Helena's partial coordinates, it should be on the eastern side. Let's swing around quietly. Cassie peered through binoculars, scanning the silhouette of the main island. By the faint starlight, she could just make out a rocky shoreline with thick brush beyond. No signs of buildings or lights. It does look deserted, she murmured. Olivia studied a tablet in the glow of a red flashlight. Thermal imaging is inconclusive at this distance. No big heat signatures. We may be in luck. They anchored in a sheltered cove, hidden behind a natural rock formation. Then they lowered the inflatable dinghy, slipping onto the stony beach. The air felt heavy, laced with the brine of seaweed and the promise of storms. Cassie's adrenaline spiked with every crunch of gravel underfoot. Moving inland, they found themselves wading through waist-high grasses. The wind rustled the foliage, creating ghostly whispers in the darkness. At last they crested a small rise, and beneath the moonlight they spotted a row of rusted antenna towers jutting skyward. "There," Olivia whispered, pointing. "Must be the station." A chain-link fence encircled the compound. The gate, corroded and hanging off its hinges, suggested long-term neglect. They slipped inside without difficulty. What greeted them was a cluster of squat concrete buildings with peeling paint. Government seals had once adorned the walls, but now they were mostly faded or defaced by graffiti. Jake took point, scanning with a flashlight. "No signs of recent footprints," he muttered. "Doesn't mean it's truly abandoned, though. Stay sharp." They tried the nearest building. The door stuck, but Jake shouldered it open with a creak. Inside, a musty smell enveloped them. Rows of metal desks and outdated electronics filled the space. An old control centre, perhaps. Loose wires dangled from the ceiling. A row of filing cabinets lined one wall. Cassie's pulse raced. These are the artifacts of a covert station once dedicated to monitoring the Triangle. She flicked on a pocket flashlight, scanning the desk surfaces. Dust coated everything. One nameplate read, Lieutenant Commander R. Harrington. Another bore a partial label of Project Hydra Watch Phase 3. Her mind roiled with questions. Hydra Watch. Could this have been the final iteration of that hush-hush mission Helen had discovered? While Jake guarded the entrance, Cassie and Olivia rummaged for files. Most were locked in steel cabinets, but rust and time had weakened them. Jake pried one open with a crowbar. Folders tumbled out. The top was labelled Submarine Anomalies, 1978 to 1984. Cassie's hands trembled as she flipped through. Grainy photos of swirling luminescent patches under the sea, typed notes referencing unidentified underwater craft, lights at 300 metres depth, non-US submarine potential. Some paragraphs had entire lines blacked out. She turned more pages, reading about repeated salvage missions that returned with bizarre sensor data. Olivia rummaged in a separate crate, unearthing reel-to-reel tapes labelled with dates. "These must be audio recordings," she whispered. "We should see if there's a playback machine." They carried the tapes to the battered control console in a corner. Miraculously, an old reel-to-reel player stood there. With some fiddling and a portable battery pack, Olivia managed to power it up. The spool began turning, producing a crackling hiss. A voice, faint and distorted, emerged. Base Echo calling HQ encountered strong readings at coordinates, larger than any submarine known. Non-human, repeat, non-hurt. The recording cut into static. Another snippet from a different tape. "We've lost contact with 2 dive teams. The lights are forming patterns, possibly an intelligence behind." Then more static. Cassie felt her throat tighten. This was it. Direct acknowledgement that the station had observed something decidedly not man-made. Agent Whitfield's warnings suddenly had sharper context. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from outside. All 3 froze, hearts thudding. Jake signalled them to kill the lights. Through the dusty windows they glimpsed faint beams scanning the compound. Footsteps on gravel. Someone was here. They doused their flashlights, hugging the shadows. Cassie's mind raced. They'd been silent on approach. Who discovered them? Government contractors, another faction. She recalled the fiasco with the Coast Guard helicopter. This time they might not be so polite. A rasping radio voice filtered through the gloom outside. 2 vehicles, east perimeter. Sweep the buildings. Jake gestured for them to move. They crept to the rear door, stepping out onto a narrow catwalk behind the building. The watchers outside fanned out. A quick glance told Cassie these weren't official military in standard uniforms, possibly private security with black ballistic vests armed. Olivia clutched the reel tapes. Cassie stuffed the key documents in her backpack. They had proof, but they also had to escape. The trio ducked behind crates and slunk between a gap in the fence. Each footstep felt like a thunderclap in Cassie's ears. At any moment, floodlights could catch them, and they'd be pinned down. The guard's voice barked, "Check around back!" Flashlights flickered nearer. Cassie squeezed behind an old generator, hardly breathing. The guard's steps clanged past, painfully close, then receded. Jake beckoned them forward. They sprinted through the brush, desperate to reach the dinghy. Shots rang out behind them. Whether warning shots or attempts to disable them, they weren't sure. Heart pounding, Cassie pushed through vines and thorny bushes. By the time they reached the beach, night clouds had drifted across the moon, shrouding them in blackness. They launched the dinghy with trembling hands, adrenaline fueling each motion. In minutes they were rowing out to their boat, tying off lines and firing up the engine. From the island behind them, faint lights bobbed along the shore. The security team was searching, but the sea was now Cassie's ally, swallowing their silhouette. They sped away into the darkness, hearts rattling. Once at a safe distance, they allowed themselves to breathe. Cassie slumped on a bench, cradling the battered file in her arms. They had risked so much, but they'd found more than they'd hoped. The tapes, the documents, references to non-human signals. Proof that the Triangle's reputation wasn't merely superstition. As they turned for open water, thunder rumbled in the distance. Cassie stared at the horizon, half expecting monstrous lights to rise from the depths. The island's outlines faded into night, but the sense of being hunted never left. She rubbed the raw edge of her neck. "They nearly caught us," she said, voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Jake answered quietly, "We'd better watch our backs. They won't stop here." And in Cassie's mind, the puzzle pieces kept shifting. Government secrets, possible alien craft, and that unstoppable pull of the unknown. She clenched the file, vowing to see this through. If there was more to uncover, if Dr. Rourke had guessed about an intelligence beneath the waves, she intended to bring it all to light, no matter the cost. They regrouped at a modest motel far from the main tourist strip, a place with threadbare carpets and flickering exterior lights, but no one gave a second glance. In a cramped room with 2 beds, they spread out their newfound evidence, the reel-to-reel tapes, the typed reports on Operation Blue Current, old photos of shimmering ocean anomalies, references to non-human signals, and scrawled charts that mapped the Triangle's depths. Jake paced in front of the door, seemingly restless, while Cassie and Olivia huddled around a battered tape recorder that Olivia had salvaged from the island. The device whirred as a new reel played, revealing a deeper level of detail than the earlier fragments. Male voice, static-laced. "We have established that these signals are not random. Patterns repeat every 22 minutes. The pulses, they resemble a form of communication." Another voice. "You're suggesting intelligence?" Male voice. "We can't confirm the source's origin, but it's massive, and it's moving at depths beyond our current submersible range. We suspect a craft or structure." The tape fizzled, then resumed. Male voice. "HQ demands secrecy. Morale is low. 2 divers reported visions, lights forming geometric shapes, possibly attempts at contact. Then we lost them. No wreckage found." Cassie's heart pounded at every syllable. So they'd believed something was actively trying to communicate? She exchanged a glance with Olivia, whose face was lit by the flickering green light on the recorder. Jake finally spoke up. "They concluded it might be alien?" Cassie rubbed her temples, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. "They never said the word alien explicitly, but non-human signals is pretty close, and these are official recordings, not just rumours." "I'm amazed they didn't destroy this stuff," Olivia muttered. "Or maybe they tried, but the place was abandoned in a hurry." Jake sank onto the bed, hands clasped. "Now we have partial proof, but who do we even share this with? The government obviously wants it hidden, and the mainstream media might label us lunatics." Cassie exhaled. "Science journals might take it more seriously if we present solid data, but we only have scraps. We need something that can't be dismissed. Hard evidence, something modern, undeniable, like actual footage of the phenomenon under the water or physical samples." Olivia nodded. "If we can broadcast it widely in real time, they can't just hush it up." Jake frowned, leaning forward. "Broadcast from where, though? Out on the open sea will be easy targets for the Coast Guard or these Black Ops teams." Cassie bit her lip, her mind drifting back to Dr. Rourke's last journal entries. He wrote about an incredible electromagnetic spike near the deepest part of the trench. That's where we encountered that insane storm. Maybe that's the source. If we can get a submersible down there with cameras... Jake gave a rueful laugh. "Last time we tried, we almost got fried. Our ROV got scrambled. We'd need serious protection from electromagnetic interference." Olivia's eyes brightened. "I might know a place. The university's Marine Tech Institute has a deep-sea submersible with specialised shielding. They were testing it for cosmic ray research. Problem is, it's locked behind bureaucratic fences." Cassie grinned. "We have an ally there, Professor Leland. He might give us access if we phrase it right." Jake's brow creased. That's a huge risk, but it might be our best shot. They set about planning. While Cassie and Olivia hammered out how to approach Professor Leland, Jake insisted on reinforcing the boat's systems, improving the electromagnetic shielding, installing backup generators. If they had to coordinate a submersible dive in those waters, they needed top-notch gear to keep the mothership afloat. Days blurred as they worked covertly. Cassie visited Professor Leland on campus under the pretense of discussing a collaboration. With hushed urgency, she revealed partial truths. We've discovered extraordinary anomalies in the Atlantic that require advanced submersible exploration. I know you have the Aegis Sub-1 in development. We need to borrow it. Please, this is bigger than a research paper. The professor, a stout man with a genial smile, grew serious upon hearing about governmental interference. Though sceptical, he admired Cassie's drive and recalled Dr. Rourke's brilliance. Your mentor did hint at major discoveries, Leland mused. All right, I'll see if I can expedite some hush-hush loan of the sub, but the board can't know, and if anything goes wrong... Cassie gripped his hand, gratitude shining in her eyes. We'll handle it, I promise. Meanwhile, Jake and Olivia rummaged for high-tech solutions. Olivia used her cybersecurity know-how to procure a real-time satellite data link, so when they eventually dove, they could attempt a live broadcast. We'll store backups in multiple servers, she told Cassie. If the feds try to jam us, we can at least send fragments out. One evening, Cassie returned to the motel to find a battered envelope slipped under their door. Inside was a single photograph, a blurred snapshot of her meeting with Professor Leland on campus. No note, just the unmistakable threat that they were being watched. She felt a cold dread coil in her gut. They're on to us, she murmured to Jake. He cursed under his breath. We might not get another chance if they clamp down. Let's act soon. When the submersible was finally delivered to a secluded dock, thanks to a few discreet staffers loyal to Leland, Cassie stood in awe before the Aegis Sub-1. It was shaped like a sleek pod, gleaming with reinforced plating, designed to handle deep trench pressures and shield-sensitive instruments from cosmic radiation. They'd repurposed that for the Triangle's electromagnetic onslaught. A day of frantic modifications followed. Jake integrated an extra battery bank. Olivia installed custom software to patch the sub's cameras directly to her mobile command unit on the boat. Cassie triple-checked every sensor, magnetometers, sonar, thermal imaging. Time was running short, though. Agent Whitfield and her shadowy cohorts could swoop in at any moment. Even the weather forecast predicted intensifying storms near the Triangle. Cassie had no illusions about the danger, and yet, the deeper the secrecy, the more determined she became. On a rainy afternoon, they loaded the last crate onto their boat, securing the submersible to the deck with heavy straps. As lightning flickered on the horizon, Cassie gazed at the surging waves. She thought about the tapes referencing alien signals, the old ship vanishings, Dr. Rourke's unyielding quest. Are we absolutely sure about this? Jake asked quietly, stepping up beside her. We might be unleashing something we can't handle. Cassie took a moment to answer, remembering the terror of the storms and the hush in the tape recordings. If it's something beyond Earth, or even if it's just advanced tech from who knows where, the world deserves to know. Rourke believed that. So do I. Jake nodded, resolved. Then let's do it. They planned to depart at dawn for one final approach into the Triangle. The storms had battered them once, but this time they'd be prepared, with a submersible that could theoretically withstand the electromagnetic chaos. Their objective was simple yet monumental: descend to the depths, capture definitive evidence, and broadcast it to the world before forces of secrecy could clamp down. In the motel that last night, Cassie barely slept. She lay awake imagining what might lurk beneath the ocean's surface, an alien craft slumbering in a watery tomb, or perhaps a living intelligence swirling in those hidden trenches. When slumber finally came, her dreams churned with phosphorescent shapes, ghostly transmissions, and the distant echo of voices trapped underwater. By morning, the horizon still seethed with storm clouds. It felt like an omen. Yet they set off, hearts pounding into the swirling seas, armed with technology, determination, and the unwavering belief that truth, even the strangest truth, must eventually surface. Grey clouds hung low over the Atlantic, the wind carrying a briny chill as Cassie's expedition boat cut through the waves. The Aegis Sub-1 sat on deck, lashed down, its sleek hull glistening under intermittent drizzles. Jake steered into open water, while Olivia double-checked the communications rig in a sheltered corner of the deck. Cassie stood near the bow, scanning the horizon. This region was the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, an area that had frustrated explorers and enthralled storytellers for generations. She felt a jolt of nerves recalling her near-disastrous attempt just days ago. But now they had more robust technology, and an unwavering purpose. Once they reached the approximate coordinates gleaned from Dr. Rourke's notes and the old Project Hydra references, Cassie signalled for them to hold position. The boat's sensors beeped with an uneasy rhythm. Olivia's console showed subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, well above normal ocean background. Jake cut the engine, letting them drift. Wind's picking up, but not too bad yet, he observed, scanning the sky. Indeed, dark clouds scudded overhead, though the storm front seemed miles off. They wasted no time. Together they manoeuvred the submersible crane, lowering the Aegis Sub-1 into the water. The sub bobbed, tethered by a thick cable that connected to the boat's power lines and data. Once Cassie and Jake climbed inside its cramped cockpit, they sealed the hatch. Through a small viewport, the watery expanse beckoned, dark and infinite. Olivia's voice crackled through an earpiece. "I'm reading you loud and clear. Try to keep communication short so the link doesn't overload if the electromagnetic surges spike." Jake ran through final checks. Oxygen levels, thruster controls, lighting systems. "All good. Let's submerge." A mechanical hum vibrated through the hull as the sub began descending. Water streamed past the acrylic dome windows, transitioning from bright surface blues to a dim green twilight. Cassie's heart pounded in time with the pressure gauge climbing. She glanced at the instrument panel, specifically the magnetometer. Already it was dancing. They sank deeper, the temperature dropping. At 100 meters, fish flitted by in shimmering schools. At 200, the sunlight faded to near black, replaced by the sub's floodlights. Cassie scanned for any sign of unusual objects or luminous phenomena. "Nothing yet," she murmured, keeping the tension from her voice. Jake advanced the thrusters, guiding them farther into the trench. A cloud of sediment drifted up, swirling around them. The sub's sonar pinged, revealing the seafloor dropping sharply ahead. Cassie felt a jolt of adrenaline. "We're nearing the major drop-off. Let's keep a steady rate of descent." Back on the boat, Olivia's console beeped with an urgent tone. "Cassie, Jake, picking up a spiking electromagnetic field. Watch your instruments." Inside the sub, the lights flickered momentarily. Jake cursed, adjusting a dial. "Shielding's active, but the surge is strong." Then, out of the gloom, they glimpsed a faint glow far below. Cassie pressed her face to the viewport. "Do you see that?" she whispered. A pale, bluish luminescence shimmered at the edge of visibility. Jake angled the sub's cameras. On the overhead screen, the glow took shape. A series of patterns, almost like drifting curtains of light. "Could be some strange bioluminescent algae," he speculated. Cassie felt goosebumps prick her arms. "Let's get closer." Cautiously they descended. The glow intensified. Streams of luminous particles twisted in what looked like a geometric swirl, almost too organized to be a natural marine phenomenon. The sub's instruments crackled. Cassie tapped the camera feed button, beaming the images topside to Olivia. "Receiving partial feed," Olivia's voice came faint. "It's glitchy, but... oh my god, I see it. That's not normal plankton." At around 400 meters, the sub's sonar picked up a large structure on the ocean floor. Massive, metallic. Jake slowed their approach, shining the sub's powerful headlights. Across the screen, a curved expanse of what looked like dark metal or alloy came into view. Barnacles clung to portions, but large swaths shimmered smoothly. Cassie's pulse thundered. This is no mere rock formation. They edged closer. Some parts of the structure jutted upward in spire-like formations. Others lay partially buried in sediment. Even at first glance it looked too symmetrical, too artificial to be a random undersea ridge. Cassie's mind raced. Could it be a downed craft? Possibly an advanced submarine, or something far beyond known technology? Jake guided them around a protruding ridge, and they beheld a deep indentation, like an entrance or portal. A faint glow emanated from within, pulses of light that matched the swirling luminescent patterns outside. "We have to record this," Cassie breathed, activating high-resolution cameras. "Liv, are you getting this?" Static hissed in their earpieces. Olivia's response was broken. In and out. Massive data surge. "Keep filming." Suddenly a wave of energy hit. The sub's power flickered. Instruments spiked red. Alarms blared and Cassie fought to steady the controls. Jake cursed, pushing the shield generator to maximum. The entire sub shuddered. Through the viewport, the swirling luminescence escalated, spinning faster around the structure. For a moment, Cassie glimpsed a pattern of markings on the metal hull, indecipherable glyphs or symbols. Then a bright flare erupted, and the sub's electronics shorted. Darkness swallowed them. Only emergency backup lights remained. Cassie's heart hammered in the pitch black. "Jake, systems are down." He fumbled with manual resets. "We have partial life support, trying to reboot main power." Outside, the swirl of lights continued. Cassie's stomach twisted at the notion that whatever lay in that structure might be reacting to their presence, or was it sending a signal somewhere else? Gradually, some instrumentation returned. Jake managed to restore basic thrusters. The sub's external cameras flickered on momentarily. "We should ascend," he insisted. "We can't risk being stuck down here." Cassie yearned to explore further. The structure beckoned with unspoken secrets, but rationality won out. They had enough footage to prove something extraordinary. "Let's go," she agreed. They rose through the water column, battered by intermittent electromagnetic pulses that threatened to sabotage them at every turn. When they finally breached the surface, the sea greeted them with lashing rain and roiling waves. Above, thunderheads seethed, and lightning forked across the sky. Jake navigated the sub back to the mothership, where Olivia helped winch it aboard amidst the rising storm. The instant the hatch opened, Cassie sputtered out breathless words. "We found a craft, or structure. Definitely not natural. We have footage, though it's glitchy." Olivia's eyes were wild with excitement and worry. "I caught partial glimpses, enough to show a massive artificial object down there." But their triumph was short-lived. Through the sheets of rain, a series of lights approached on the water's surface, multiple vessels closing in fast. Cassie recognized the silhouette of a military-style boat. The radio crackled with an authoritative voice. "Vessel, stand down. You're ordered to surrender your submersible and any collected data." Jake's knuckles whitened on the boat's throttle. "We've got company!" Lightning illuminated the menacing outlines. Cassie's mind reeled. They had the evidence of a lifetime, but the government wasn't about to let them broadcast it freely. The ocean pitched violently as if echoing the tension. "We have to protect the footage," Olivia shouted over the gale. "I'll start uploading right now." Cassie nodded, adrenaline surging. The final confrontation had arrived. Whether they escaped or not, the truth could still get out, unless these forces managed to silence them first. Rain pounded the deck in relentless sheets as the ominous vessels drew nearer. Cassie, Jake and Olivia braced themselves against the howling wind. The searchlights sweeping across the waves reminded Cassie of the earlier run-ins, but this time it felt more final, like a net closing around them. Olivia hunched over her console under a tarp, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I'm initiating the data dump to multiple secure servers," she hollered. "If they jam us, we lose the real-time broadcast. We still have local copies on drives, but that's risky." Jake exhaled sharply, scanning the boat's limited arsenal. They had no real weapons, just a few flares and a handheld emergency kit. "We can't outrun a naval vessel in this storm," he gritted, "but maybe we can stall them long enough for the upload." Cassie felt a swirl of dread and determination. She clutched the submersible's camera module, which contained the crucial raw footage. If all else failed, they needed to protect that hardware. Leaning into the wind, she keyed the radio. "Unidentified vessel. This is a civilian research craft. We are in distress from the storm. We have no contraband or..." A harsh voice interrupted. "Cease transmissions. Power down your equipment. Prepare to be boarded." A surge of panic struck her. They were going to confiscate everything. Cassie's eyes snapped to Olivia. "Keep the data flowing, no matter what." A spotlight swept across their deck, and they saw the outlines of armed men in black tactical gear on the approaching boat. The staccato bark of a loudspeaker. "Shut down communications or face immediate action." Jake revved the engine in a desperate attempt to shift the boat's position, but a massive wave rocked them, nearly capsizing. The storm had grown furious, waves cresting at 8 or 10 feet. Salt spray stung Cassie's eyes as she scrambled to hold onto the railing. Up on the makeshift command station, Olivia cursed. "They're jamming part of the signal. Upload speed is dropping." Lightning flashed. In that momentary glare, Cassie glimpsed something else stirring in the distance. A swirl of luminescence beneath the surface, reminiscent of what they saw deeper down. Could it be that the submerged structure was activating again, fueling the storm or intensifying it? Suddenly a smaller speedboat peeled off from the main vessel, cutting through the waves toward them. Gunmen stood at the bow. Cassie's stomach lurched. She heard a crack. Gunfire. Or was it the thunder? Jake spun the wheel, but the surging sea left them at the mercy of the storm. The speedboat drew alongside, lines thrown, grappling hooks clattering against the deck. Within seconds, armed figures began hauling themselves aboard. Lightning illuminated one figure stepping forward, gun raised. Even through the rain, Cassie recognised a face. Agent Whitfield. Her silver hair was plastered to her skull, eyes cold. "Doctor!" "Nolan," she called over the wind. "Stand down, you're coming with us." Cassie's rage flared. "You have no right. We're in international waters, investigating a natural phenomenon." Whitfield's expression hardened. "This is beyond your pay grade. Hand over all data and equipment immediately." Jake moved to intervene, but two other agents trained their rifles on him. Olivia, trembling, hovered near her console. "We've already transmitted some of it," she spat. "You're too late." Whitfield's gaze flicked to the overhead radio mast. With a curt nod, she signalled her men, who slashed cables, yanking out modules. Sparks flew as the boat's primary radio and data link severed. Olivia let out a cry, yanking the laptop from the surge protector just before an agent seized it. With guns pointed, Cassie and Jake were herded toward the stern. Whitfield advanced on Olivia, wrenched the laptop away. "No more transmissions," she hissed. "And the submersible data, where is it?" Cassie's mind raced. She had the camera's raw storage in a waterproof case strapped inside the sub's cockpit. If they discovered that, everything was lost. She prayed it remained hidden amidst the chaos. She decided to confront Whitfield directly. "You saw our recordings, didn't you? The storm, the structure below. Why hide it? The world deserves to know." Whitfield's jaw clenched. "Doctor? Nolan, this is about preventing mass panic and safeguarding national security. If you understood the stakes, you'd realise we're protecting you from forces you cannot fathom." A colossal wave slammed the boat, nearly sending everyone sprawling. The agent with the laptop lost his balance, and the device crashed onto the deck, skittering dangerously close to the railing. At that same moment, a flash of brilliance erupted from the ocean behind them. Cassie stared in awe as swirling lights broke the surface, dancing like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Thunder boomed overhead, and the sky seemed to open in a torrent of rain. Whitfield's men balked, momentarily transfixed by the eerie spectacle. That gave Jake the opening. He lunged forward, knocking aside one rifle. Shots rang out into the air. Cassie dropped to the deck, adrenaline pounding. Olivia scrambled for the laptop, grabbing it before it could slip into the sea. Another agent lunged, tackling her. Cassie rushed to help, but was seized by a burly operative who pinned her arms. Lightning illuminated the water once more, revealing those otherworldly luminescent spirals. They seemed to pulse in a deliberate pattern, the same pattern Cassie had seen on her sub's instruments. The storm howled louder, as if nature itself mirrored the fury of the confrontation. Suddenly a deep, thrumming vibration coursed through the hull, nearly toppling everyone. The boat's metal fittings rattled. Whitfield's eyes widened in alarm and she shouted orders. "Retreat to our vessel! Everyone, we're pulling out!" Cassie guessed the anomaly was intensifying. Agent Whitfield's men grabbed her and Jake forcibly. They motioned to Olivia, but she clung to the boat's railing, refusing to budge. That's when the ocean near the stern erupted in a colossal whirlpool. The swirling lights coalesced in an eerie ring. Another pulse hammered the boat, disabling electronics. The lights on the deck flickered out. Whitfield's expression finally cracked with genuine fear. She stared at the mesmerising vortex. "No, not now," she muttered, as if she had suspected something like this but prayed it wouldn't happen. The swirling overcame the rudder, spinning the boat in a slow circle. Cassie felt the agent restraining her lose his grip, staggering. She seized the moment, broke free and lunged to help Olivia, who was pinned by an operative. Jake slammed a guard with an elbow, sending the rifle clattering. The sea pitched the deck violently. Another swirl of lights rose, forming a halo around the boat. Cassie's hair stood on end from the static charge in the air. She looked up at the roiling sky, pulses of lightning dancing overhead. Shots rang out again. Whitfield's voice, "Hold your fire! We need them alive!" But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed over the rail, sweeping gear and men alike. Cassie felt herself lifted by the wave, tumbling in cold chaos. She flailed, grasping at the slick deck as water rushed past. She glimpsed Jake clinging to a stanchion, Olivia lost in the swirl, Whitfield's men being tossed by the wave. The boat rolled precariously, half submerged in the watery madness. In a final deafening crescendo of thunder, the swirling lights flared. Cassie could only watch in breathless terror as an impossibly bright glow engulfed them. For a heartbeat, it felt like the ocean floor yawned open, pulling them into some other realm. Then darkness. Warmth on Cassie's cheek pulled her from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to see pale sunlight filtering through tattered clouds. Pain throbbed through her limbs. She tasted salt on her cracked lips. She lay sprawled on a deck strewn with debris and seaweed. The boat seemed battered but afloat, listing slightly. A groan from nearby. Jake lay under a broken crate, bruised and coughing. Slowly she crawled over to help lift it. "You alive?" she whispered. He grimaced, pressing a hand to his ribs. Alive enough. No immediate sign of Whitfield's men. The boat's main mast was snapped, electronics thoroughly trashed. Cassie felt disoriented, as though she'd been through a dream. The last memory was that blazing light and swirling vortex. Had they been tossed miles away by the storm? She staggered to the railing. The ocean was unnaturally calm, turquoise blue under a watery sun. Far off she glimpsed an unfamiliar shoreline. Not the Florida coast, though. This place had black rocks arching in jagged spires, the terrain dotted with lush green. Jake joined her, wincing at each step. "That's not any key I recognise. Where are we?" Cassie could only shake her head. The compass was worthless, spinning aimlessly as before. The GPS was dead. She turned to check for the submersible. Miraculously, the Aegis Sub-1 still clung to the deck, albeit battered. The crane rig was half bent, but the sub's hull looked mostly intact. Sudden panic seized her. "Olivia!" She frantically searched the deck. They found her near the stern, tangled in rope, drenched and unconscious, but her pulse beat faintly. Cassie and Jake carefully freed her. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, Olivia coughed up seawater, blinking in confusion. "What happened?" Relief rushed through Cassie. "We survived somehow." All around them, the boat's wooden railings were splintered, gear scattered, but it floated. There was no sign of Agent Whitfield or her men, possibly washed overboard or retreated in another vessel. "Any working electronics?" Jake asked. Olivia tried the portable devices, all fried. The only hope might be the sub's internal system, which had its own shielding. "I'll see if the sub's battery or comlink remains," she said, though her eyes held doubt. Cassie, gazing again at the distant shoreline, felt an eerie sense that they weren't simply off the Florida coast. The environment, the colour of the water, the shape of the land, it looked different, almost otherworldly. "Could we have drifted to an uncharted island?" she asked softly. Jake frowned. An uncharted island in these latitudes. Hard to believe in 2023, but the Triangle is known for messing with navigation. They spent the next hour mending themselves and rummaging for supplies. The fresh water stores survived. Some rations were soggy but edible. Cassie discovered a waterproof case lodged in a corner. Inside, the sub's camera memory unit. She hugged it to her chest, a flash of triumph. Our evidence. It's still here. But that joy was tempered by the new crisis. They were stranded. The boat's engine was swamped, the radio dead. Unless they fixed something or found external rescue, they'd remain adrift. By midday, they rigged a makeshift sail from the torn mast and spare canvas. The breeze nudged them toward the mysterious island, which loomed nearer, a rugged coastline of black volcanic rock and thick rainforest beyond. Jagged cliffs rose, casting shifting shadows on the water. As they approached, the atmosphere felt oddly charged. The ocean remained glass calm near the shore, and the sky had an unsettling haze, as if a permanent storm lurked on the horizon but never quite arrived. They spotted a narrow inlet. With careful manoeuvring, they guided the battered boat into calmer waters, eventually mooring at a small natural harbour. Cassie hopped onto a rocky ledge, wincing at the bruises on her legs. The air smelled of moss and brine. Birds cried overhead. No sign of human habitation. Jake tested a chunk of black rock with a pocket knife. Volcanic. Must be a small remote atoll. But the question is, how did we end up here so suddenly? Olivia joined them, scanning with a handheld sensor that had minimal function. Magnetic field's still weird. low-level interference, could be pockets of the same anomaly we saw at sea. They ventured cautiously along a shoreline path. Strange, twisted trees grew from cracks in the basalt, their roots glistening with moisture. Cassie noticed patches of luminous algae clinging to tide pools, a faint echo of the undersea lights they'd witnessed. A short hike led them to a broader cove. There, in a clearing, they discovered something extraordinary. The wreckage of multiple old boats, some rusted hulks half buried in sand, others mere splinters. Painted on one corroded hull, Cassie recognised the letters H-A-W-T. She gasped. USS Hawthorne, she whispered, recalling the fabled Navy ship that vanished in the 1950s. Jake's eyes widened. If that's the same ship, this island might be a graveyard for those lost in the Triangle. They pressed on, stumbling upon more debris from different eras, a wooden mast with 19th century styling, plain fuselage fragments that looked World War II era, modern yacht remains. It was as if the island had magnetically drawn in vessels from across decades. Olivia's voice trembled. All those vanishings, they ended up here. Cassie knelt by a weathered nameplate from a cargo vessel reported missing in 1972. She felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the fates of countless sailors. No human remains in sight. Did they vanish, or move inland for survival? Jake pointed deeper into the jungle. We might find answers that way, but let's be careful. They ventured further inland, forging a path through ferns and twisted vines. The air was muggy, insects buzzing in thick clouds. The vegetation seemed oddly vibrant, with flowers of unusual hues. Cassie suspected the same electromagnetic oddity that affected technology might also be fueling odd growth. Eventually they reached a clearing where massive stone pillars jutted from the ground, ancient and covered in alien glyphs, the same style of markings Cassie had glimpsed on the submerged structure. Her breath caught in wonder. This can't be a coincidence. Something or someone built these. Olivia ran her fingers over the carvings. This is beyond known history. Could it be a lost civilization, or something else? Jake scanned for footprints or signs of life. If castaways survived, maybe they found these ruins, but I see no fresh tracks. A hush fell over them. Cassie's mind whirled. The Bermuda Triangle had been rumoured to be cursed or supernatural, but these pillars hinted at advanced or ancient origins, possibly linked to the underwater craft. She pictured the swirling lights, the ephemeral storms. Maybe the ones who vanished are gone, Cassie said softly, heart heavy. Or maybe they left. In the distance, a rumble of thunder made them jump. The sky overhead churned with grey. Jake looked up warily. We should find shelter. This place doesn't feel safe. Indeed, an uneasy energy filled the clearing, as if unseen watchers lurked just beyond the tree line. Cassie felt her pulse quicken. They had stumbled onto the heart of the Triangle's secret, an island seemingly out of place and time, hosting remnants from countless lost expeditions and stone pillars older than any modern chart. With no immediate rescue in sight, they'd have to rely on their own resourcefulness, and the possibility that the submersible might help them solve the riddle of the island's bizarre magnetism. Cassie forced a steady breath. She might be trapped, but she wasn't giving up. The next step was to survive, unravel the enigma of these ruins, and hope that revealing the truth might set them free. Night fell quickly over the mysterious island, wrapping the jungle in a claustrophobic darkness. Cassie, Jake and Olivia had returned to their boat to gather supplies, flashlights, sleeping bags, rations. With no functional radio, they were effectively marooned. Lightning flashed on the horizon, revealing gnarled treetops swaying in the wind. They camped near the clearing of ancient pillars, choosing a spot beneath a leaning rock overhang for partial shelter. Cassie built a small fire using driftwood and scraps from the old wrecks. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the worn glyphs etched into the towering stones. As they huddled for warmth, the conversation inevitably drifted to the day's surreal discoveries. Olivia toyed with the battered remains of a handheld device. I can't get a signal. There's no satellite coverage. Maybe the electromagnetic interference is blocking everything. Jake rubbed his chin, eyes on the monolithic pillars. Could these have something to do with the phenomenon we saw under the ocean? It's like they share the same design language. Cassie took out a sketchbook from her backpack. She started drawing the glyph patterns from memory, cross-referencing them with the shapes she'd glimpsed on the submerged structure. They appear geometric, almost fractal, could be a written script or even symbolic code. In the silence that followed, they listened to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The hush felt eerie, as though the island itself was holding its breath. Something rustled in the underbrush, prompting them to snap on flashlights, but they found only wind-stirred leaves. As fatigue set in, they took turns at watch, each haunted by the knowledge that no rescue was forthcoming. Sometime after midnight, Cassie dozed off under the shimmering constellations, though the ghostly pillars loomed in her dreams. At dawn, they woke to a startling scene. The previously calm area around the pillars now sparkled with beads of condensation, and in the rising sunlight the glyphs appeared faintly luminescent, like they'd absorbed energy overnight. Cassie stepped closer, heart pounding. They're glowing. This is new. Olivia snapped photos, though their cameras were reduced to near manual function. Must be the humidity reacting with whatever the pillars are made of, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Jake rubbed his temples. I want to check the rest of the island. Maybe we'll find more structures, or survivors. They packed up their meagre camp and ventured deeper inland. The path meandered through dense foliage. Gnarled roots tripped them, and vines draped overhead. Occasionally they spotted remnants of old crates or scraps of cloth, evidence that castaways had once been here. Midday brought them to a steep ravine. A narrow footpath led downward. At the bottom, water trickled in a small stream. Crossing it, they found a hidden grotto. Within this natural amphitheatre of rock they encountered a startling sight, a mosaic of stones arranged in a spiral pattern, each etched with the same alien glyphs. At the centre stood a carved altar. Cassie's breath caught. This is no random ruin. Someone built a ceremonial site or something akin to it. Jake circled the altar. Who, though? Ancient civilization? Or maybe those who ended up stranded here tried to communicate with whatever's in the ocean. Olivia knelt, running her fingers along the spiral mosaic. It's meticulously done. Could these stranded sailors have deciphered the glyphs? A wave of dizziness hit Cassie as she stared at the altar, her mind conjuring an image of swirling lights beneath the waves. She recalled the old reel tapes describing signals and attempts at contact. Was it possible that across decades, castaways tried to replicate those signals here on land? Suddenly a crunch of footsteps behind them. They spun around to see a figure emerge from behind a boulder, Agent Whitfield, her uniform torn and hair matted, but her posture still rigid. She held a pistol, aimed warily at them. Jake tensed, stepping forward protectively. You're alive. Whitfield's eyes flicked from Jake to Cassie. Likewise. I suspected you'd head inland. Olivia glared. Looking for something? Whitfield lowered the pistol slightly, grimacing. We got separated when the wave hit. My men. I lost track. I found one corpse on the beach. The rest scattered. Cassie's anger simmered. All this secrecy. And for what? Look at us now. Stranded. Tell us the truth. Whitfield hesitated, the lines in her face etched with fatigue. You think it's simple? We've known about anomalies in the Triangle for decades, maybe centuries. Some in the government suspect extraterrestrial involvement. Others believe it's an unknown Earth-based phenomenon. Either way, it's considered too dangerous for public knowledge. We fear the panic, the exploitation, the potential conflict if foreign powers scramble here, Jake scoffed. So you're willing to kill for it? She clenched her jaw. I follow orders. The directive is to contain the situation, but I never expected we'd end up here. Her gaze flicked to the spiral mosaic. This island it's not on any map. My superiors only whispered rumours of a lost zone. Olivia folded her arms. And now you see it's real. Will you keep trying to bury it? Whitfield's shoulders slumped slightly, as if an internal struggle weighed on her. I have to protect national security, but this place defies everything. If we want to survive, maybe we do need to pool resources. Cassie sensed a shift, a glimmer of uneasy alliance forming. Truce, then, she suggested quietly. We find a way off this island, or we uncover the key to why it exists. But no more guns and faces. After a tense pause, Whitfield nodded. She holstered her pistol. Truce, for now. They spent the next hour exploring the grotto together. Whitfield admitted she possessed partial knowledge of earlier secret missions that identified an interdimensional rift theory, though never confirmed. The intense electromagnetic surges might warp space-time in localized pockets, pulling vessels from various eras. Olivia found curious remains in a small alcove, rusted personal items, scraps of journals, no bodies, possibly from castaways who died or vanished. One scribbled note read, "The lights call from beneath. We answer on land. The gate must open." Cassie's skin crawled. A gate? Could they have believed these pillars or altars were a means to connect with whatever is beneath the ocean? A distant rumble of thunder broke their musings. Whitfield frowned. Another storm's brewing. We can't linger. Returning to the boat, they decided to share supplies and watch each other's backs. Whitfield was grudgingly grateful for a place to rest. Under the watchful eye of the looming pillars, the odd alliance took shape. That evening the wind rose again, rattling the battered hull. As they huddled in the glow of a lantern, Cassie studied the camera unit from the submarine. The footage they captured might be the only real proof of that underwater structure. She glanced at Whitfield, who stared into the darkness with haunted eyes, likely torn between her duty and the unsettling reality they all faced. In her mind, Cassie kept returning to that cryptic note. The gate must open. Could the island's ruins serve as a beacon or a key? If so, a key to what? She recalled the swirling lights, the sense of intelligence behind them. Perhaps the next step lay not in merely escaping, but in comprehending the phenomenon, why it brought them here, and how it might let them go. Storm-laden clouds churned overhead at dawn, casting the island in shades of grey. Cassie, Jake, Olivia, and the reluctant, ally-turned-adversary agent Whitfield gathered near the ancient pillars. Despite the tension in the group, they'd agreed on a plan. Explore the possibility that these ruins interacted with the electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps opening a way to escape. Using sketches from the mosaic in the grotto and the glyph patterns on the pillars, Cassie attempted to piece together a cohesive design. The spiral in the grotto and the arrangement of these pillars, it might be some sort of symbolic representation of the ocean floor structure, she hypothesized. If the castaways tried to replicate signals from underwater, maybe they believed these pillars could resonate. Jake rubbed his sore shoulder. Resonate how? Like a giant antenna? Olivia nodded, following Cassie's logic. Yes, maybe. The electromagnetic surges might be triggered by a certain arrangement or activation. The question is, do we even want to activate them? Last time we faced an anomaly, it stranded us here, Whitfield frowned. But if we can harness the phenomenon, maybe we can open a path back, or at least send a powerful enough signal for rescue. She looked uneasy, admitting that a more extraordinary method might be needed. They spent the morning clearing debris from the clearing, uncovering additional stones that had fallen over time. With each revealed glyph, Cassie felt a thrill of discovery. She recognised patterns akin to waveforms or frequencies. If they matched the pulses recorded on the sub's instruments, they might replicate those pulses here on land. Jake rigged a makeshift generator from the boat's salvageable engine parts, hooking it to a coil of copper wire. We can create an electromagnetic field, direct it into these pillars, see if that does anything. Olivia set up the sub's sensor suite on shore, linking it to a small console. I'll monitor real-time feedback. If we get a spike like we did out at sea, we'll know. Whitfield kept watch, pistol at her side. Although an uneasy truce still hung over them, her sense of mission remained. She occasionally asked Cassie pointed questions. If you manage to open some sort of rift, do you realise the risk? Something else might come through. Cassie paused in her wiring. We're already dealing with unknown forces. Doing nothing keeps us trapped here. I'd rather take a leap of faith, especially if it aligns with how these pillars were meant to function. As the afternoon wore on, they assembled a ring of cables around the largest pillar cluster. With the generator revved, a low hum filled the air. Cassie carefully toggled power, stepping back as the cables glowed faintly. She glanced at Olivia. Any changes? Olivia's console flickered. Slight electromagnetic rise, but we're well below the levels we recorded at sea. Jake frowned, adjusting the generator's output. Let's dial it up, but watch for surges. They increased power. The hum deepened, and the glyphs on the pillars began to shimmer with that eerie luminescence. The ground beneath them vibrated softly. A sudden swirl of wind whipped the clearing, scattering leaves in a spiral. Cassie's hair stood on end. That's more than just a breeze, she muttered. Olivia's eyes widened at her console. We're hitting a spike, like a resonance frequency. Whitfield took a step back, eyes darting around. Is the storm reacting? Overhead, thunder rumbled, but the swirling wind in the clearing felt different, like a localized vortex forming among the pillars. Dust and small stones lifted into the air, circling them. The glyphs glowed brighter, each symbol pulsing in sequence. Jake called out, "Shut it down if it gets too big." Before they could, a column of light shot up from the centre of the pillars, piercing the low-hanging clouds. Cassie shielded her eyes as the brilliance reflected off the basalt. The ground shook harder, a quake rattling teeth. A roar of static filled their ears. Cassie's mind flashed to the sub's dive, the swirling lights beneath the ocean. Could she be bridging a link between the underwater craft and this island? The air crackled with electricity, arcs snapping between the pillars. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vortex expanded outward with a deafening crack. A wave of force knocked them all off their feet. The generator shorted in a burst of sparks. The blinding light receded to a faint glow. When Cassie scrambled up, dizzy, she realized something had changed. The sky overhead was no longer thick with storm clouds. Instead, it was a placid grey, the sort of day one might see on a calm morning back in Florida. She blinked, heart pounding, scanning the horizon beyond the pillars. Jake helped Olivia to her feet. Whitfield stumbled against a stone, thoroughly rattled. Olivia squinted at her console. "We've got location data, somehow. GPS is flickering back. Signal partial, but we're near Bimini. That's hundreds of miles from where we were." A wave of confusion and relief washed over them. Had the phenomenon transported the island, or them, or simply shattered the anomaly that trapped them? Regardless, they were no longer in that lost zone. The environment around them looked subtly different, the flora slightly more familiar. They rushed back toward the shore, hoping to see if the battered boat had also jumped. Sure enough, anchored in calmer waters, the boat remained, bobbing gently. But the black volcanic coastline was gone, replaced by coral sand typical of the Bahamas. The island they were on now seemed smaller, more in line with known geography. Cassie's mind reeled. They had escaped the lost zone. The swirling, ephemeral realm that had captured so many vessels was behind them. Some kind of electromagnetic or dimensional event reversed by powering the pillars. Whitfield's stance softened, awe mingling with her stoic demeanour. We made it out." Jake breathed a shaky laugh. "Never thought I'd be happy to see normal water." Olivia tapped her console. "We can attempt radio contact. The interference is minimal now. I might be able to hail local channels." Cassie gazed across the waves, imagining how close they'd come to permanent entrapment. They still had the submersible's footage, plus real-time accounts of the phenomenon. And the final turn of events suggested that these ancient constructs and the underwater craft were linked in ways that defied conventional science. Whitfield exhaled, setting her pistol aside. "The best we can do now is orchestrate a controlled disclosure. If we just let the news break recklessly, it could spark chaos." Cassie met her gaze. "People deserve to know, but yes, we must do it responsibly, step by step with facts, not sensationalism." Jake stepped in, resting a hand on Cassie's shoulder. "First, let's get off this new island, fix that boat, and get medical care. Then we can worry about changing the world." A slight smile tugged at Cassie's lips. She nodded, though deep down she recognised they stood at the threshold of an enormous shift. The Bermuda Triangle mystery might never be fully solved, yet they had glimpsed enough to reshape humanity's understanding of what lurked in the ocean's depths. As they gathered themselves, Olivia managed to get a faint radio signal. A crackling voice responded in English. Cassie felt tears well in her eyes. They were truly back within a known reality, carrying knowledge of an unknown one. Whitfield, listening quietly, seemed oddly humbled. "I'll contact my superiors. Perhaps for once we can do the right thing." Cassie left the pillars behind, stepping onto the sand with an unsteady but resolute stride. The camera module pressed to her chest, the cryptic glyphs etched in her memory. An unspoken vow formed. She would devote her life to responsibly unveiling this truth, whatever it meant for science, for humanity, for the grand tapestry of the ocean's secrets. In the distance, the low hum of an approaching plane or helicopter carried across the wind. Rescue? Military? Perhaps both. The final chapter of their wild journey was about to begin, but the greater story, how the world would react to the revelation of ancient, possibly alien influences in the Bermuda Triangle, was only at its dawn. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey into the Bermuda Triangle's hidden depths. If you enjoyed this conspiracy-laced adventure, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below and what time it is for you right now. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories to ensure you never miss a story like this, one that pushes the boundaries of the unknown and encourages us to keep questioning the secrets of our extraordinary world. Sleep well and stay curious. Greetings, fellow wanderers of the unknown. Before we dive into this story of hidden lights in the sky and desperate chases across back roads, please share in the comments, where in the world are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? Also, if you crave more journeys into the mysterious edges of our world and beyond, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, settle in, clear your thoughts, and prepare for the tale of a humble farmer who witnesses the unimaginable and finds himself caught between a fallen craft and the forces determined to hide its secrets. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up late. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds, the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tyres, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognised. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he thought his chest might explode. Still, he crept forward, bracing himself for any sign of life. A sudden jolt of electricity arced across the debris, snapping him to a halt. He didn't want to risk stepping into a live current. Instead, he circled around, capturing angles of the crash from every side. The phone screen displayed a perfect shot of the wreck. Chunks of metal that glowed white-hot, unearthly symbols etched along the edges. In the distance, a twisted piece of plating flared with colour, like a neon hue that shimmered between purples and blues. Jack whispered to himself, "No one's going to believe this." But he had the footage, and that alone sparked hope that the truth might come to light. Suddenly the craft's lights dimmed. The field fell silent, except for crackling flames. The shape inside retreated deeper into the wreckage. Unsure what else to do, Jack took a few steps forward, balancing caution with curiosity. Then an unexpected surge of static flared from his phone, the screen going haywire. He cursed, stepping back as the phone beeped in protest. He managed to steady the device just as the screen returned to normal. Thank God, he thought. He hit stop on the recording, preparing to call 911, but the phone read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped rose in his chest. The SUVs stopped, engines humming. Doors opened and figures in dark suits spilled out. They carried flashlights that cut across the yard. One man, tall with a military-like bearing, stepped forward. "Mr. Calloway," he called, voice calm but unnervingly authoritative. Jack didn't answer. He realized they might want his phone, the precious footage. Even if they were from the government, something about their arrival felt sinister. He slipped inside, locked the door and sprinted to the kitchen. Peeking through the window, he saw the men fan out across his property. Another SUV arrived from the other direction, sealing any easy escape. The man in charge barked orders in a low tone. Despite the distance, Jack caught snippets. Secure the perimeter, search the barn, find the subject. Subject. As if he were some kind of criminal. A surge of defiance lit inside him. They're here for the crash. The pieces clicked. They must know about the fallen object. They wanted to contain it, hide it from public knowledge. Jack clutched his phone tight, sinking into a corner. Think, Jack. Don't let them seize that video. The file was his only proof that something extraordinary had landed in his fields. If these agents got it, the truth might vanish forever. He peered out again, noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason, and come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted. In the barn's gloom, the beams overhead creaked, and outside he caught the faint silhouettes of flashlights sweeping across the property. The agents were close. At last the laptop loaded. He plugged the phone in, frantically clicking to access the video file. The software recognized the phone, but the video thumbnail displayed a warning icon. Corrupt file. Even the laptop spat out an error. Jack cursed. Trying a half-dozen times, the footage refused to open. He sat back, trembling. So that's why they're so confident. Something about the crash or the craft's energy had garbled the data. For all he knew, it might be salvageable, but he didn't have the technical know-how. I need an expert. Remembering the commotion outside, Jack eased a peek through a gap in the barn wall. The black SUVs sat near the farmhouse, headlights illuminating part of the yard. Agents combed the area, scanning with thermal gear. Fear pinched his chest. If they had advanced tech, he'd be as visible as a heat signature behind these wooden walls. Quietly, he powered down the laptop and stuffed it into a battered tool bag. He had to get out of here. He grabbed an old hunting rifle from a rack just in case and made for a side exit. The moment he stepped outside, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Instinct kicked in. He darted behind the barn. A voice, low and commanding, called out, "Hold! Show yourself!" Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branching out, but the field was vast, and Jack knew its layout intimately. He used that knowledge to navigate a diagonal path, eventually emerging by a narrow dirt road at the far edge of his property. Breathing in ragged gasps, he paused behind a tree. The phone in his pocket remained lifeless. No signal. The laptop in his bag was all but useless if he couldn't fix the corrupted video. He needed someone with hacking or data recovery skills, someone who understood digital forensics. But who? A memory surfaced. During a county fair last year, Jack overheard a rumour about a reclusive tech wizard who lived 2 towns over. A woman named Olivia Carter, though folks called her Liv. She had once worked for the government in cybersecurity, then left under murky circumstances. Maybe she could salvage the footage. Deciding that was his only shot, Jack took the dirt road leading away from the farm. He hopped into his old pickup truck, which he'd parked out near the tree line for hauling feed earlier. The keys were still in the ignition. Country living had made him lax about locks. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As he drove, he risked a glance back at his property. The headlights from the agent's SUVs glowed, and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now, it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered. "Who is this?" it demanded. Clearing his throat, Jack identified himself, explaining that he got her name through local rumour, that he needed urgent help with a corrupted video. A pause followed, then the voice turned suspicious. "You got the wrong line, buddy," it said, starting to hang up. Jack insisted. "I have proof. Something that crashed. I caught it on camera. The government's after me. I was told you used to do NSA-level security or something." Another stretch of silence, then a half-laugh. "So you're the kind of paranoid who calls a random woman with a UFO story. I'm not that gullible." Desperation clawed at Jack. He quickly described the craft, the men in black suits, how his phone's file was corrupted after the crash. He added details about the signal jamming around his farm. The voice on the other end grew quiet. Finally it said, "Meet me at the old train depot outside Rockville, near mile marker 114. Be there in 2 hours, alone." Then it clicked off. Jack exhaled relief, though a kernel of doubt lingered. What if this is a trap? But with no other leads, he had no choice. He drove an hour on dusty roads until he found the abandoned train depot, a dilapidated brick building lost among weeds and rusted tracks. The place felt deserted, except for a single battered motorcycle leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You Liv Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time. Show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon, no other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with the electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention. Down the deserted highway, a convoy of black SUVs approached, just like the ones at his farm. Liv snapped her laptop shut, eyes widening. "Who the hell are they?" Jack's pulse surged. "FBI, CIA, I don't know," he said. "But they're after Maul." Liv snatched her gear. "We have to move." The two sprinted to their vehicles. Jack scrambled into his pickup. Liv revved her motorcycle. As the SUVs closed in, they sped off from opposite sides of the depot. The agents split, some pursuing Liv, others tailing Jack. Gravel sprayed beneath Jack's tyres as he lurched onto the highway. He glimpsed Liv in his mirror, weaving her motorcycle off-road in a cloud of dust, outmanoeuvring the black SUVs behind her. Jack's own pursuers kept tight, lights flashing. Suddenly a siren whooped, and a different set of lights flared in the distance, local county sheriff vehicles. They blocked the road, forcing Jack to swerve. He recognized the lead patrol car's driver, Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The older man stepped out, arms raised in a calm down gesture. One of the black-suited agents hopped from his SUV, flashing a badge at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a possible meteor strike, no threat to the public. Mr. Calloway is interfering with our operation. Please, step aside." Mitchell's gaze flicked to Jack. He saw the fear, the sincerity in the farmer's eyes. Something about the agent's calm, clipped tone felt off. "I'd like to hear more from Jack," the sheriff said, folding his arms. The agent's jaw tightened. "This is a federal matter. You're out of your jurisdiction." Jack took the moment's distraction to speak quickly, explaining the crash, the craft, the suits. He insisted he had footage, though corrupted. Mitchell's face paled, but he stood firm, telling the agent, "Federally or not, in my county, I want to see a proper warrant." The agent stared coldly, then motioned to the SUVs. 2 more men joined, brandishing official documents. "Here's your warrant, Sheriff. Satisfy your procedures." He smirked, as if expecting compliance. Mitchell studied the pages, then gave Jack a grave look. "Let me see your phone," he murmured. "I trust you, Jack, but I got to see something." Jack hesitated, but he fished out the phone. Mitchell scrolled the corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object. Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me." The agent stepped forward, face stony. "Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well." Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. "I can't protect you if you fight them here." Then more audibly he said, "I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him." Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude toward the sheriff. Though uncertain how long that little defiance would protect him, he pressed on, scanning for any sign of Liv. She'd vanished on her motorcycle, presumably escaping the other cluster of agents. He prayed she'd regroup with him soon. The battered phone on his passenger seat was his lifeline, and also his greatest curse. If the FBI or whoever these suits truly were got their hands on it, the crash evidence might be erased forever. Jack gritted his teeth. "I won't let them bury it." Pressing the pedal harder, he raced into the horizon, unsure where he was going, only that stopping meant capture. The morning sun climbed higher, lighting fields that had once seemed peaceful. Now they were a battleground of secrets and unstoppable pursuers. Jack had become a fugitive, all because he had witnessed the impossible. Dust trailed behind Jack's pickup as he careened down a rural highway, adrenaline surging with every mile. The black SUVs were relentless, their distant headlights a grim reminder that he was hunted. His mind spun with possibilities. Find Liv, fix the footage, and broadcast it somehow. But how could they outrun a government that seemingly controlled everything? He tried calling Liv's number again, still no service. The phone's reception flickered in and out as if jammed. Approaching a fork in the road, he decided on a route that led toward deserted farmland, hoping the pursuers might lose track. Half an hour later, he spotted a single motorcycle parked off to the side near an abandoned diner. Jack pulled up, heart lifting at the sight. Sure enough, Liv Carter emerged from behind the crumbling building, scanning the horizon. She raised a hand in a signal. Jack hopped out, forcing a smile. "You okay?" Liv brushed dirt from her jacket. "Ellie, they nearly boxed me in, but I took a side route through a field, dumped my phone's SIM card, hopefully it slowed their tracking." She eyed Jack's truck. "And you?" Jack exhaled. "Sheriff Mitchell gave me a chance to escape. Now I'm out here." Liv nodded, a flicker of regret crossing her face. "The government doesn't mess around. If they want to bury this, they will." She gestured to her laptop bag. "Let me see your phone again quickly. I made some progress at the depot but had to bail." They ducked behind the diner's weathered walls. Liv opened her laptop and typed commands with practiced speed. Jack hovered anxiously, trying to keep watch for approaching vehicles. Liv's expression grew focused, eyes flicking between lines of code. "I've recovered partial frames," she murmured. "If I can reconstruct them, there. This is definitely not a normal aircraft. Maybe a chunk of the footage is salvageable." Jack saw glimpses on her screen, a bright metallic curve, swirling smoke, and a distortion that might be an alien symbol etched in hull plating. Even half-broken images were enough to confirm it was no meteor. His pulse quickened. Proof. Liv frowned. "There's an embedded data pattern. Could be encryption or some weird frequency. If we had better equipment, I might decode it." Before Jack could respond, a roar of engines made them jump. 2 black SUVs roared into view on the diner's main road, dust clouds rising. Liv slammed her laptop shut. "We need to move. Like now." Jack sprinted to his truck, Liv to her motorcycle, but as they revved engines, another SUV blocked the diner's exit. Doors flew open, men in suits rushing out with firearms drawn. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. They were pinned. Then unexpectedly, a brown pickup truck barreled in from the side, smashing into the blocking SUV. Metal crunched, sending the black vehicle spinning. Jack recognized the driver. Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The sheriff yelled, "Go! Get out of here!" Seizing the moment, Jack floored his truck. Liv roared off on her motorcycle. The sheriff's daring intervention had scattered the agents, giving them enough of a gap. They didn't waste it. Within seconds, they were back on the highway, engines screaming. Jack's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Somehow he had a signal. He put it on speaker. "Hello?" Mitchell's voice crackled. The line faint. "Jack, I can't hold them off for long. Look, I don't trust them. They've got federal muscle behind them, but you can't keep running forever." Jack's throat tightened. "Sheriff, I'm sorry I dragged you into this." The sheriff snorted. "You didn't drag me. Listen, I saw enough on that phone to know you're not crazy. If this is real, the public deserves to know. Keep that footage safe. I'll do what I can. but they might come after me next. Suddenly gunshots rang out over the phone, followed by a crash. Mitchell cursed. There, the line cut abruptly. Jack's gut twisted with guilt and fear. The sheriff might pay dearly for helping him. Beside him, dust parted as Liv's motorcycle matched speed. She waved him down, indicating a turn-off. He followed her to a narrow road that cut through a wooded area. They rumbled along until they reached a concealed path leading down into a ravine. There, half hidden by vegetation, lay an old hunting cabin. Liv parked, gesturing for Jack to do the same. A friend of mine used to use this place. Should be off-grid enough to avoid trackers. Inside the cabin, the air was stale, but the walls were sturdy. Jack slammed the door behind them, adrenaline surging. Liv pulled out her laptop and a portable router from her bag. I can try to connect here, maybe upload what we have, but the speeds might be abysmal. As she set up, Jack's nerves kept him pacing. Every shadow outside felt like an approaching agent. We have to get the truth out somehow, publicly, he said. If we just run, they'll catch us eventually. But if the entire world sees the crash footage... Liv nodded. That's the idea, but we need a robust channel or a known platform, and the moment they sense us uploading, they might jam it. She typed away, establishing a signal. The portable router's lights blinked green. Surprisingly, they had a minimal data connection. A hush fell as Liv attempted to upload the partially repaired video. The progress bar crawled painfully. Then the entire window froze. A wave of curses spilled from Liv's mouth. She hammered keys, only to find the connection forcibly dropped. "They're jamming it," she hissed. "They have insane coverage." Jack glowered. "We can't do this pieceways. Maybe we physically bring the data to a big news station." Liv considered that, scanning the glitching laptop. Possibly, but who can we trust? The men chasing us might have infiltration in major networks. They'll kill the story. Before Jack could reply, the door rattled. Both froze. Jack snatched up an old shotgun that hung on the cabin wall. Liv pulled a small sidearm from her bag, eyes wide. Another knock, louder. Jack crept to a window. He saw a single figure outside wearing the uniform of local law enforcement. "Sheriff Mitchell," he whispered, relief flooding him. He unlatched the door. Mitchell staggered in, face pale, uniform torn. "They're not just FBI, Jack. Something else is going on. They nearly ran me off the road. My deputies. Some are cooperating with them." Jack helped him to a chair. "You're hurt?" Mitchell shook his head. "Just bruised. Listen, you have to leave the state. They'll roadblock every main highway. Word is, they labelled you a domestic threat, claims about anti-government extremism. Ridiculous. But that means official forces are converging." Liv frowned. "We have evidence. Footage of an extraterrestrial craft. They're burying it." Mitchell let out a heavy breath. "I've spent my whole career in small-town policing. I never expected to see this." He pinned them with a determined look. "Jack, I won't chase you, but this is bigger than me. Get out of Nebraska. Find a safe place to blow the lid on this." Jack nodded, throat tight. "I'm sorry they came after you." The sheriff forced a grim smile. "Just promise me, if you succeed, you'll let the world know I tried to do right." Then he rose, stumbling. "I'll try to throw them off your trail as best I can. Now go. They'll track me here soon." With little time to talk, Jack and Liv quickly gathered their gear. Before stepping out, Jack clasped the sheriff's hand, gratitude etched in his face. "Thank you." Mitchell nodded, stepping away into the night, presumably to lead the hunters astray. Jack and Liv hopped into their vehicles, forging a plan. They'd head for the nearest big city, Omaha maybe, where they could attempt contacting national news outlets or even go public on the internet from a secure location. As they pulled out from the ravine, the distant rumble of engines sounded once more. But this time the pair had a head start. The farmland roads branched like a maze, and the rising moon cast faint light across their path. They might yet outrun the suits for a time. Still, an uneasy question gnawed at Jack. Even if they made it to Omaha, even if they found a major platform, would the men in black let that broadcast happen, or would an even deadlier force intercept them? He clung to a single hope, the possibility that the partially restored footage would be enough to spark a global outcry, that it would be unstoppable once it hit the public domain. In the glare of his truck's headlights, an enormous harvest moon loomed overhead. Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something else hung in the sky, something that had come crashing down on his farm, and unless he exposed it, those dark secrets would remain hidden, overshadowing the farmland for good. Under the pale glow of street lamps, Jack Calloway and Olivia Liv Carter found themselves in the industrial outskirts of Omaha. Factories and warehouses lined the roads, giant structures looming in the dark. They had evaded immediate pursuit thanks to Sheriff Mitchell's heroic diversion, but neither believed the chase was truly over. They parked behind a deserted loading dock. The stale odour of oil and rust drifted in the night air. Liv led Jack to a side entrance of an old distribution centre. She claimed to know a hidden corner inside where they could set up for a final attempt to broadcast the footage. Inside, the place was cavernous, echoing with each footstep. Corridors branched off, some leading to dusty offices. Eventually they found a small utility room near the back. Liv tested an electrical panel, lighting the overhead fluorescent tubes that flickered with a dull hum. "This might work," she said, dropping her gear. She set up her laptop, connecting it to a portable battery. The phone was placed on a makeshift stand, the recovered footage file displayed on her screen. "I'll try to route through a secure network. My old NSA backdoor might still exist." Jack crouched by the door, shotgun resting at his side, warily scanning the empty halls. The tension in his chest felt suffocating. "If they track us here," Liv shrugged, "we have no choice. This is our last shot. If we can't get the footage out, they'll keep hunting you down, and the world won't learn the truth about that crash." She typed a flurry of commands. The laptop's fans whirred. Minutes stretched. Jack's nerves thrummed. He recalled the horrifying sense of powerlessness as men in black suits commandeered his property, the intangible occupant inside that crashed craft, the glimmers of alien symbols in the twisted metal. All that weighed on his mind, fueling his resolve. "We can't let them hide this." Suddenly Liv hissed in triumph, "Yes, I've bypassed some of their net blocks. The upload is starting." The progress bar inched forward. "I'm sending it to multiple mirror sites simultaneously. Video sharing platforms, news tip lines, every corner of the web. They can't kill it all at once." Jack allowed a hopeful smile. "So people will see it?" Liv nodded. "Unless they physically cut the power. But we have a backup battery, so even that might not be immediate." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a metallic clang echoed from somewhere in the building. Jack stiffened, finger sliding to the shotgun's trigger guard. Liv's eyes darted up from the screen. "We're not alone." Sure enough, footsteps resonated from the corridor, a measured, almost ominously calm stride. Liv frantically tapped at her keyboard, urging the upload to finalize. 4 minutes left, she muttered. The footsteps stopped outside the door, then a single knock. Thud, thud, thud. Rourke's heart nearly stopped. He raised the shotgun, voice shaking. "Stay back!" The door handle jiggled. Then, as if from nowhere, the knob turned and the door swung open. Standing there was Agent Daniel Briggs, the same figure who had led the raid on Jack's farm. Behind him hovered two more men in black suits, their faces eerily blank. Briggs's gaze swept the room, landing on the laptop. "Mr. Calloway, Ms. Carter," he said smoothly, ignoring the shotgun aimed at his chest. "This ends now. Step away from that computer." Jack gritted his teeth. "We're uploading the truth. Everyone will see what crashed on my farm. You can't silence this." Briggs sighed, his tone almost regretful. "You're misguided. The world isn't ready for what you've stumbled upon. Think of the panic, the chaos. We're protecting society." He nodded at the men behind him. They advanced, but Jack pumped the shotgun, halting them momentarily. Liv glanced at the screen. 2 minutes left, she whispered to Jack. Briggs's eyes narrowed. "Can't allow that file to spread. Stand down or we will be forced to..." A sudden boom reverberated through the facility, making everyone jerk in surprise. Something heavy crashed in a far corridor. The men in suits turned, momentarily distracted. Liv seized the opportunity, leaping forward to slam the door shut. She bolted it from inside, pressing her weight against it. From the hall, Briggs's muffled voice barked, "Breach it!" A heavy thud smashed against the door. Jack knew they had seconds. He joined Liv, pushing a nearby crate to barricade. "How long?" She checked the laptop. 1 minute. But they'll smash through any second. Already the door's metal buckled under repeated blows. Desperately, Jack rummaged for anything else to stall them, discarded shelves, debris. They piled it against the door, hearing the men outside coordinate. Another blow rattled the frame. "We're nearly there," Liv muttered, knuckles white on her keyboard. Then a final crash. The door burst open, flinging the makeshift barricade aside. Briggs and two men advanced, guns drawn. Jack raised the shotgun, but the men in black suits moved unnervingly quickly, disarming him with a blow that knocked him to the ground. Pain flared in his shoulder. Liv tried to shield the laptop. One suit forcibly yanked it away, slamming it to the concrete floor. Sparks flew as the screen cracked. With an impassive stare, the man crushed the device underfoot. Liv cried out, horror-stricken. Briggs approached the battered computer, verifying it was destroyed. Then he turned to Jack, who lay gasping on the ground. "You can't fight the entire apparatus, Mr. Calloway." A flicker of pity, or was it scorn, crossed his features. "You were never supposed to see that crash." Jack coughed, agony shooting through his ribs. The upload, it might have finished. Briggs knelt, retrieving Jack's phone. He tapped it. Somehow it was still connected, though a fractal of static danced on the screen. "We'll see." With a swift motion, he pressed something on the device. The phone screen went black. "Get them out of here," Briggs ordered. The men in black suits dragged Jack upright. Another grabbed Liv, forcing her arms behind her back. She spat curses, tears of frustration in her eyes. The upload might have been seconds from completion, but had it finished or not, neither could be certain. As they were led away, stepping through the corridor, Jack glimpsed open warehouse doors. Rows of black SUVs were parked outside, red and blue lights flickering. A helicopter circled overhead. Any thought of escaping again felt impossible. Once outside, the men in black parted to let Briggs pass. He gestured for them to deposit Jack and Liv into separate vehicles. Jack fought weakly, shoulders screaming in pain, but there was no breaking free from these silent, relentless operatives. In the hush of the SUV's interior, the door slammed shut. Jack was alone, the windows tinted so dark he couldn't see out. A cold dread enveloped him. He realized they'd likely vanish him, just as they might do with Liv. The knowledge weighed heavily, but a flicker of uncertain hope remained. What if the upload had reached the internet in time? Could the truth slip out somewhere, unstoppable? But deep down, he feared the men in black might still find a way to erase everything. The SUV's engine rumbled to life. Jack sat pinned between two stiff-suited men, neither speaking. The vehicle sped off, disappearing into the night. Days later, the farmland of Jack Calloway lay silent, owned by a newly arrived family who claimed no knowledge of any Jack. The local records listed the property transfer as routine, with no mention of seized assets. Neighbours who once greeted Jack at the feed store shrugged, uncertain if they even recalled his face. Sheriff Wade Mitchell was suspended following allegations of misconduct. He refused to discuss the events publicly, haunted by glimpses of the footage that flickered on Jack's phone. Rumours circulated that Mitchell faced an internal investigation by federal authorities. Some claimed he was forced into early retirement. And Olivia Liv Carter vanished without a trace, her last known address found empty. Official statements offered no explanation. Some rumoured she fled the country. Others swore they saw her in a black car with tinted windows flanked by men in suits. Her online presence vanished as if wiped clean. Yet in distant corners of the internet, obscure forums buzzed with rumours. Some users claimed to have seen a video snippet, a blur of silver wreckage, a swirling haze, and strange markings. The clip was incomplete, riddled with corruption. Each time it surfaced, it disappeared again. Accounts banned, threads deleted. But occasionally a screenshot survived, fueling endless speculation. One day, a user named FarmTruth4 posted, "I am Jack Calloway. I'm alive. Keep digging. Look to the sky." The post vanished within an hour, replaced by an error page. No one could verify its authenticity. Still, a handful believed. They whispered among themselves that somewhere, the truth about that fallen craft was out there, possibly slumbering on a server in some forgotten corner of the web, waiting to be rediscovered. And so the question lingered. Did the final transmission slip through the net of secrecy? Or did the Watchers quietly crush every trace? For those who glimpsed the evidence, the answer was obvious. The sky had indeed fallen that night in Nebraska. But for the rest of the world, life carried on in blissful ignorance, never suspecting that on one quiet farm, the biggest secret in history had touched down and then been swept away. Emily Brooks was not the kind of journalist to wait for official sources to hand her a story. She was the type who, at 12 years old, camped in her parents' backyard hoping to catch a glimpse of extraterrestrial lights. And if you asked her colleagues, they'd say she never outgrew that fascination. The perpetual night owl, Emily had recently started a small podcast called Midnight Frequencies, uploaded under the umbrella theme of sleep theories to reach an audience equally fascinated by the weird, the unexplained and the downright bizarre. Sure, some called her a conspiracy nut, but in a small, quiet town on the outskirts of suburban America, she was one of the few people with enough curiosity, or audacity, to go chasing after lights in the sky. That very sky had erupted in rumours over the last few weeks, rumours of bright, sudden flashes at odd hours, flickering across farmland and forest. So, Emily decided to do what any dedicated, starry-eyed investigator would. She grabbed a camera, a high-powered microphone, her beloved night vision binoculars, and headed out into the fields just before midnight. There, the tall grass swayed under a thin moon. Emily had done her usual check. Fresh batteries, backup memory cards, all set. She was talking into her phone's microphone, live streaming to about a dozen dedicated watchers. Her voice was hushed but electric. It's about 11:47 p.m. local time, folks. We've had an upswing in UFO sighting reports over the past 6 nights. I'm out here in, well, I'll keep the exact location to myself for now. But suffice it to say, the conditions are perfect. Let's see what we can capture. She waded deeper into the field, scanning the horizon. Occasional crickets broke the silence. Suddenly a brilliant white flash lit the sky, so bright it momentarily drowned out the moon. Emily gasped, fumbling with the camera to pivot it upward. Her phone's feed blurred with static as something zipped across the darkness, leaving a faint phosphorescent trail. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, the light vanished. Silence. Emily's phone screen flickered, the connection faltering, and for a moment all she heard was the rapid thud of her own heart. That was unusual. Even if a plane or meteor had streaked by, it wouldn't usually cut her camera feed and cause the phone to glitch. When the feed came back online, Emily's chat was going wild. Viewers claiming they saw a streak of silver and blue, or a silent explosion. Adrenaline coursed through her veins. "Did you guys catch that?" she whispered into the phone. "We might have just stumbled onto something big." Unbeknownst to her, another event was unfolding just a few miles away in the cosy cul-de-sac where Hannah Gray lived. A beloved elementary school teacher, Hannah had the kind of life that rarely courted drama. That night, however, something extraordinary happened. Around the same time Emily witnessed the sky flash, Hannah Gray disappeared from her locked home. Her front door was still bolted from the inside, and there was no sign of forced entry. Her car keys were left on the kitchen counter, half a mug of tea growing cold next to them. By morning, the entire small town hummed with whispers. No one knew where Hannah could have gone. The local police, unused to serious crime, were at a total loss. Emily caught wind of the story while scrolling social media in a diner, bleary-eyed from her late-night stakeout. She recognised Hannah's name. Everyone in town did, at least a little. A wave of excitement and dread rolled over Emily. A suspicious disappearance mere hours after a bright flash in the sky. If that didn't ring every conspiracy alarm, nothing would. She quickly messaged Andrew Miller, her friend and occasional partner in research. He was a lanky tech genius with a knack for cracking open encrypted files, pulling data from obscure corners of the internet, and tracking unusual radio frequencies. Andrew was also prone to stress-induced rambling and conspiratorial tangents, which Emily secretly found endearing. "Did you see the news about Hannah Gray?" Emily asked. Andrew typed back in quick bursts. "Yeah, it's all over the local forums. She just vanished. Could be foul play, or something else." "We need to talk," Emily replied. "Meet me at the station cafe in 30. While waiting, she pulled out her phone, scanning last night's footage. The bright flare in the sky was definitely there, but the device had glitched at the crucial moment. All she had was a blurred orb. Still, it was enough to get her adrenaline pumping. Andrew arrived, a bundle of nerves, with a laptop under one arm and a half-eaten protein bar in hand. "I tried analysing local power grids last night," he said by way of greeting, sliding into the booth across from her. "There was a massive voltage drop around the time you mentioned the flash. Not just your phone, some entire sectors lost electricity for a few seconds." Emily's eyes widened. "So it wasn't just me?" He shrugged. "Could be a surge. But what I found interesting is that some weird radio chatter spiked around the same time. Frequencies that shouldn't even be active in this area. It's like Someone was broadcasting or receiving something. They were interrupted when a local policeman walked in, discussing the Hannah Gray case with a colleague. Words like "no sign of a break-in" and "completely vanished" drifted their way. Emily and Andrew shared a look. Something about this was big. Maybe too big. That evening, after rummaging through the bits of corrupted footage and cross-referencing times with Andrew's data, Emily decided to pay a visit to Hannah's place. The sun was dipping low, casting orange light across the quiet street. Hannah's house, a modest single story with a neat front lawn, was eerily calm. A neighbour, eyes puffy from worry, told Emily that no one had seen Hannah since the prior night. No footprints, no sightings. Just as Emily was about to leave, she noticed faint scorch marks on the grass near Hannah's back fence. Odd, concentric circles bleached into the lawn. She knelt, brushing her hand over the brittle blades. She took a picture, her heart thumping in her chest. This was no ordinary vanishing act. Something was deeply wrong here. The ground felt hot to the touch, as if baked by an intense energy. The next morning, people awoke to even stranger news. Hannah Gray had reappeared. She turned up on her own front porch, trembling, disoriented and noticeably thinner. Neighbours swore they heard no car, no footsteps. It was as if she simply materialised. Emily was there in minutes, skidding her car to a halt on the curb. Police had already crowded the area. Hannah, pale and wearing the same pyjamas she had on the night she vanished, was ushered inside. Emily managed to talk her way past the officers, thanks to a well-timed white lie about being an assigned reporter. There in the living room she found Hannah curled on the couch, eyes distant as if searching an endless horizon only she could see. Andrew arrived soon after, carefully stepping around the police tape in the hallway. The officer in charge cast them both a suspicious eye. Hannah glanced at them with a fragile, tired expression. She didn't say much, but she lifted her sleeve to reveal faint, scorch-like markings on her arms, like the circles in her backyard, but smaller, etched into her skin. Emily's pulse hammered. Hannah's voice was barely above a whisper. I remember a bright craft, overhead, and then cold, sterile walls, a sense of floating. Her voice shook. Am I losing my mind? Emily knelt beside her, a gentle hand on her shoulder. No, Hannah, you're not. There's something going on here, and we're going to find out what it is. Yet as determined as she was, Emily had no idea how deep the rabbit hole would go, or how dangerous it would be to pull back the curtain on this unfolding nightmare. It didn't take long for Michael Reed to show up. Tall, suit pressed to perfection, and eyes that seemed to size up everyone he met in a single glance, Reed introduced himself as a liaison from a special department concerned with national security. He had the practiced smile of a bureaucrat, but there was something slightly off-putting about him, like a coiled snake playing at politeness. Michael Reed informed Hannah's small cluster of friends, relatives, and curious onlookers that she had experienced an acute stress episode. He claimed to represent a government health initiative that specialised in mental health crises, but Emily wasn't buying it for a second. While local cops seemed convinced, or at least too intimidated to question him, she recognised a cover story when she heard one. Moments after finishing his official spiel, Reed cornered Emily outside Hannah's living room. Miss Brooks, he began, his voice low, measured, I understand you're a journalist. I'm sure you can appreciate the importance of not spreading panic. Emily forced a smile. Panic about what exactly? He returned her smile with something close to a smirk. It's best if you keep certain rumours, UFO sightings, alleged abductions, out of the public eye, for Hannah's sake as well as the community's. There was a flash in his gaze that brooked no argument. You have no idea what you might be meddling with. She felt a chill but refused to back down. "I'm just trying to get to the truth." "Truth?" he echoed, chuckling softly. "Truth is slippery, Miss Brooks. It can twist into 100 shapes, some of them quite ugly. I'd hate for you to see that happen." He left it at that, slipping away with the smoothness of a polished predator. Emily didn't need an official threat to know that was precisely what he'd just delivered. An hour later, outside, Andrew found her pacing on the sidewalk, clearly rattled. He gave her a worried look. "You okay?" "Fine," she answered too quickly, eyes narrowing at the departing black SUV that carried Reed away. "That guy is serious bad news. We have to double down on this. They're trying to bury something." Andrew's face blanched. "Maybe we should step back. This might be bigger than we realise." Emily shook her head. "Number. Look at Hannah. She's traumatised. If we don't find out what happened to her, who will?" They parted ways to gather more intel. Andrew delved into the digital realm, determined to find the unusual signals that had spiked the night of Hannah's disappearance. Emily visited local radio stations, talked to older residents who claimed to have seen lights in the sky for years. Almost everyone had a story, if you dug deep enough. Strange booms, missing livestock, random blackouts. It seemed their quaint town had been a hotspot of odd phenomena for quite some time, but no one had drawn the dots together until now. In the meantime, Hannah's condition only grew more perplexing. Friends who tried to visit reported that she occasionally lapsed into staring spells, eyes unfocused, as if listening to something inaudible. On 2 separate occasions, she collapsed momentarily, then got back up with no memory of it. A doctor gave her a clean bill of health, but a nurse whispered to Emily that Hannah's blood work had anomalies, a subtle chemical shift that didn't match anything in normal medical databases. The next day, Emily met Andrew at his cramped apartment, the place awash in the glow of multiple computer screens. Energy drink cans dotted the table. He greeted her with more urgency than usual, even for him. "Emily, I've been analysing the signals from last night." He tapped on a keyboard, bringing up a screen full of waveforms. There are encrypted bursts, faint but repeating. They don't correspond to any standard communication frequencies I'm aware of. And the weirdest thing, the bursts peak around midnight, then vanish. "Could it be satellite transmissions?" Emily asked, peering at the data. "Maybe, but I'm not so sure. I tried to cross-reference them against known satellites. There's no match. It's almost like a hidden network, piggybacking on top of standard radio. If you didn't specifically know where to look, you'd never see it." He hit another key. "And the times line up with local sightings of weird lights, including the night Hannah vanished." Emily felt a surge of excitement. "So we have potential proof of something, some clandestine broadcast that syncs with abductions, or at least with sightings." Andrew hesitated, chewing his lower lip. "It's only partial. I mean, we don't know who or what is sending it. Could be the government, could be..." He swallowed. "Could be something not from around here." "Exactly. We need more data, more on-the-ground evidence. We can't rely on official channels because apparently they're keen on shutting this down." Together they planned an impromptu excursion. Armed with Andrew's equipment, a portable frequency scanner, a parabolic mic for capturing distant noises, a thermal camera, and Emily's never-ending resolve, they set out into the countryside that night. She had mapped a route of rumoured hotspots, old farmland where a neighbour claimed to have seen dancing orbs, a lonely road by the old quarry where a teen once snapped a photo of a strange craft, and a remote vantage point near a chain of wooded hills. They arrived at the farmland first. The night was quiet, the air crisp. Andrew set up his gear on the hood of Emily's car while she scanned the horizon with her binoculars. Crickets droned their lullaby, occasionally punctuated by a distant hoot of an owl. Nothing seemed unusual until Andrew's scanner beeped erratically. "Signal spike," he murmured, adjusting dials. It's here, just like in the data logs. Emily felt her heart rate climb. Look over there. She pointed to a patch of ground behind a barn. At first glance it was just dirt and weeds, but a closer look revealed a faint burned ring, not unlike the circles in Hannah's yard. She clicked on her flashlight, the beam revealing a circle of charred earth about 10 feet across. Another scorch mark, she whispered, kneeling. Something has been landing here, hovering maybe. This is the real deal, Andrew. He nodded, scanning the skies. We should hurry. There's a black SUV parked down the road, engine off. Could be them again. Emily's pulse quickened. We've got to keep moving. She snapped pictures and quickly gathered soil samples in small plastic bags. Andrew shut off the gear. As they hopped back into the car and rolled onto the main road, headlights appeared behind them, bright, following. Emily accelerated, heart hammering. Sure enough, the SUV gained on them. Drive, 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 Andrew hissed. They careened onto a side route, dust kicking up as the SUV's lights bobbed behind them. Emily took a series of unmarked turns through the farmland, adrenaline spiking with every squeal of the tyres. Finally, after about 10 frantic minutes, the SUV dropped back, its headlights fading. Emily exhaled shakily, pulling over near an old oak tree off a narrow lane. Think we lost them, she whispered. The tension in the air was thick as both tried to catch their breath. Andrew's face was pale, eyes darting in every direction. That was definitely them. Reed's people, or someone else who doesn't want us snooping around. We're in over our heads. Emily pressed her forehead against the steering wheel for a second, the weight of it all sinking in. We can't stop now. Whatever's happening is too big, too real. I refuse to let them scare me off. Andrew nodded, but his gaze flickered with fear. We have data, scorch marks, signal spikes, a possible government tail. But we still need more to piece this together. That night they decided to lay low. Emily stashed the samples in a safe place at home, well aware that a break-in could be imminent. She phoned Hannah, checking on her. Her voice sounded frail, but she reported strange flashes in her mind, like half-forgotten dreams or visions of tall, thin silhouettes drifting through corridors lit by starlight. Emily's blood ran cold hearing the details. They matched classic abduction lore. For Hannah, though, it was not a story or rumour, but a real haunting memory. At dawn, Andrew's phone buzzed with a cryptic message from an unknown sender. Project Meridian is real. Check 379. Watch the next window. The Watcher sees. Andrew nearly dropped his phone. Project Meridian? The Watcher? The cryptic words danced before his eyes. Emily, we've just received the strangest tip. They had no idea who sent it or what it meant yet, but it served as a chilling confirmation that they weren't the only ones digging. And if the clandestine watchers were aware of them, it meant Emily and Andrew had just become players in a dangerous game. A game that involved secret projects, unexplained abductions, and transmissions from somewhere beyond normal human reach. The next morning, Emily woke to the sound of frantic knocking on her front door. Disoriented, she threw on a robe and opened it to find Hannah Gray, eyes wide and tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. They were in my dreams again, Hannah whispered. But it wasn't a dream. It felt too real. She swallowed hard, gaze darting down the street as though she expected something to appear. Bright lights, swirling dust, a shape in the corner. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Emily guided her inside, letting her sit on the couch and sip a glass of water. She placed a comforting hand on Hannah's shoulder. It's all right. You're safe here. Hannah shuddered. I don't feel safe anywhere. But I remembered something else from that missing time. These images of a hallway, the walls humming like they were alive, and I heard a voice, no, a presence, calling itself the Watcher. It was like it was inside my head. Emily felt chills. The Watcher. That's the same name we saw in that tip Andrew got. She explained the cryptic text. Project Meridian is real. The Watcher sees. Hannah's eyes brimmed with tears. Emily, I can't live like this, wondering if they'll come again. Emily gently squeezed her hand. We're going to figure this out. I promise. When Andrew arrived, bleary-eyed and overloaded with files, he didn't flinch at Hannah's presence. He'd been expecting this meltdown. He wasted no time showing them both his latest discovery. Partial documents referencing Project Meridian, gleaned from an obscure data cache that likely belonged to Reed's agency. It contained lines like scheduled harvest windows and targeted abductee list. Next to Hannah's name, along with a handful of others, was a cryptic note. Stage 2. This is insane, Emily breathed. It's proof that there's some government or quasi-government group tracking abductees, and it's calling it a harvest? That's horrifying, Hannah's voice trembled. Harvest for what? Andrew scrolled further. It's incomplete. Someone's systematically removing sections, but I see references to potential extraterrestrial liaison and a codename The Watcher. It reads like the government is either cooperating with or studying an alien presence. They even mentioned sedation chemicals for transport. The weight of it sank in. They had partial proof of something big, a program that likely spanned beyond their little town. Emily's heart pounded. We have to go public, or at least gather enough that no one can deny it. Andrew's face paled. Get ourselves disappeared? We can't just fling it online. Reed's goons might have it pulled before it gains traction. He looked at Hannah. Or worse, they could come for you again, for all of us. Hannah closed her eyes, steadying her breath. If it stops more people from going through this, we have to try something. Later that day, Emily convinced Hannah to let her do a recorded interview for Midnight Frequencies. The interview was short but the chilling. Hannah described the missing time, the marks on her arms, and the silent spaces in her mind filled by an echoing presence. Her voice shook, yet there was a calm resolve behind it. Emily decided not to publish it immediately, but she kept the footage safe, planning to use it as evidence if their investigation reached a breakthrough, or if they needed leverage against Reed. That same evening, they made plans to visit a remote desert facility rumoured to be connected to covert experiments. Andrew's data scraping had turned up references to an outpost near the state line, a place with extremely high security, no public records of its purpose, and rumoured ties to advanced research. It might be a wild goose chase, Andrew said, scanning the route on a laptop, but we have to try. Hannah insisted on tagging along, though Emily worried about her fragile state. I can't just stay home, Hannah said quietly. I need answers. Maybe being closer to whatever it is will trigger more memories. She touched her temple, as though the inside of her head were an alien place too. So, that night, the trio set off in Emily's aging SUV, loaded with cameras, scanning devices, and a sense of steel determination. The desert roads were empty, illuminated only by the headlights and a pale sliver of moon. About an hour into the drive, the radio scanner Andrew had rigged up began to crackle. The odd frequencies he'd detected before started pinging, intensifying as they neared the facility's coordinates. Then, out of nowhere, the wind picked up, swirling dust across the road in a sudden, blinding gust. Emily slowed to a crawl. Andrew tapped at the scanner. It's spiking hard. He shot a nervous glance at Hannah, who was in the back seat trembling. Hey, are you all right? Hannah blinked. I see a shape. Tall, elongated arms just beyond the dust. She pressed her hands to her eyes. Stop the car. Emily braked. The swirling dust parted, revealing a silhouette in the desert gloom. It was too far to see clearly, but something about it was deeply wrong, like it defied the normal sense of proportion. As they watched, a faint glow emanated around it, a soft, ethereal shimmer. Suddenly, an intense headache stabbed behind Emily's eyes, making her grip the steering wheel to steady herself. Andrew groaned, clutching his temples, while Hannah's sob turned to a gasp. She opened the door and stumbled out, nearly collapsing onto the sandy roadside. Emily and Andrew followed, hearts pounding. The silhouette flickered, as if it were a projection being disrupted by the swirling dust. A wave of silent pressure rippled through the air, and Hannah collapsed fully, eyes rolling back. Emily yelled her name, dropping to her knees. Andrew tried to pull Hannah up, but she was dead weight. Just then, a pair of headlights appeared from behind them, another vehicle. For a split second, Emily feared it was more of Reed's men, but the headlights swerved off into the swirling sand, the car door opening to reveal a figure in a hooded jacket. "Get her up, quick!" the stranger ordered in a gravelly voice. Emily didn't recognise him. He had a beanie pulled low, face half concealed by the collar. Yet somehow he seemed to know exactly what was happening. "You can't stay here. It's feeding off the psychic energy." Andrew blinked. "Feeding off? What are you talking about?" The figure cursed under his breath and jerked his head. "We have to get moving before it fully manifests. That's not a real corporeal form out there. It's a partial projection. If you stay, you'll either black out or worse. Now hurry!" The words partial projection snapped Emily into motion. She and Andrew lifted Hannah, guiding her back into the SUV. The stranger hurried back to his own vehicle. Through the dust he shouted, "Follow me if you want more answers. Trust me." Then he sped off, his taillights cutting through the haze. Emily exchanged a look with Andrew. They didn't know this person, but it was either that or linger under the ominous silhouette. She turned the key, and the SUV roared to life. They tore off after the stranger, the swirling dust forming a tunnel around their headlights. The beep of the scanner was near deafening, as if the broadcast was in meltdown. After a few precarious minutes of desert driving, the dust settled, and the silhouette was out of sight. The stranger led them to a rocky outcropping hidden by boulders. He stepped out, removing his hood carefully. "You got guts, I'll give you that. I've been trying to blow the whistle on Project Meridian for months, but they keep locking down my data. Name's not important." He looked at Hannah, who was starting to come to. "She's the key, isn't she?" Emily bristled protectively. "She's a person, not a key," the stranger nodded. "Right. But if you're trying to stop the abductions, you'll need her memories. They're stored in there, somewhere. The Watcher's telepathic signature imprinted on her. Reed's people want to keep that quiet." Hannah sat up, disoriented but stable. Who are you?" "Someone who can't watch this happen anymore," he said simply. Then he pulled out a small flash drive, tossing it to Andrew. "Coordinates, partial logs, even some video feeds I managed to snag. You can see the abduction schedule. They call it a harvest because these beings harvest genetic samples or psychic potential from humans. The government looks the other way. Some twisted deal for technology, or maybe they're just terrified. Either way, if you want to stop it, you'll have to get inside that facility." He pointed toward the faint glow on the horizon, presumably the compound's perimeter lights. Emily's head spun. She asked the question burning inside her. "Why us? Why come to us now?" He shrugged. "'Cause you're stubborn enough not to quit and naive enough to think you can survive this." With a wry smile he added, "That might give us a fighting chance." Before they could press him further, the faint rumble of engines echoed. The stranger flinched, scanning the dark. "We've been followed. Stay off the main roads. I'll contact you when it's safe." Then he hopped back into his car, disappearing into the desert with practiced skill. Andrew stared after him. That was intense and unbelievably sketchy. Emily nodded, turning to Hannah, who rubbed her temples as if they ached. "You okay?" She nodded unsteadily, eyes filled with worry. "This is so unreal." "But it's happening," Emily said softly. And we're not backing down now? In the distance, the swirling dust had calmed, but an unsettling hush had fallen over the desert. Emily felt that hush wrapping around them like a warning, as if the watcher's gaze was locked onto them wherever they went. 2 days later, they finally discovered the location they'd only heard about in rumours. A hidden complex, miles away from any paved highway, accessible by a single unmarked dirt road that wove through rocky hills. Its perimeter was ringed by tall fencing topped with barbed wire, and floodlights swept the barren surroundings. The facility blended into the desert so well that it looked like part of the landscape. Grey concrete walls half buried in sand. Over the gate, a tiny sign read, "No trespassing, government property," but there were no official insignias. Emily, Andrew and Hannah arrived just after dusk, leaving their vehicle concealed behind a cluster of boulders. They'd spent the previous day poring over the files on the flash drive the stranger had given them. The puzzle pieces formed a grim picture, an underground site with advanced labs, holding cells and specialised containment pods for abductees. The log spoke of a harvest window approaching, a date correlated with an upcoming celestial alignment that, according to scattered notes, amplified the Watcher's abilities. As they crouched behind the fence, Hannah's nerves flared. What if we can't get in, or if we do get in and can't get out? Her voice quavered. Emily tried to keep her own fear in check. We'll find a way. We need proof. Real, indefutable proof. Andrew fiddled with a small hacking device he'd cobbled together. There should be a side maintenance gate with an electronic lock. If I can patch into it, I might override the system. Quick in and out. Easier said than done. As they sneaked around to the far side, the desert wind kicked up dust. Andrew located the small console for the electronic gate and hooked his device to it. Tense minutes passed, each second elongated by the pounding of their hearts. Finally, with a muted click, the gate's lock hissed open. They slipped inside, scurrying along the side of a concrete wall. The place loomed in silent menace. No sign of guards patrolling, but bright floodlights and security cameras dotted the perimeter. Andrew led them to a narrow door. Another hack, another beep, and they were in. A stark hallway stretched before them. Steel panels lined the walls, with overhead fluorescents casting an anemic glow. Each step felt like an echo of dread. Emily's phone was rolling video as they went, determined to capture every detail. Moments later, they heard footsteps echoing. The trio ducked into a side nook. 2 uniformed guards strode past, discussing a transfer scheduled for midnight. "The sedation trucks arrive in 2 hours, one guard said. "They want them in holding bay 3. The mention made Hannah swallow hard. Sedation trucks for the next wave of abductees. Once the guards were out of earshot, Emily, Andrew and Hannah crept deeper into the labyrinth of corridors. Andrew found a control room with large monitors flickering, each showing different angles of stark medical bays and empty, sterile hallways. He swiftly plugged his flash drive into a console, hands trembling. "Cover me," he whispered, tapping at the keyboard. Lines of code scrolled by on the screen. "I'm going to copy whatever I can. Maybe sabotage some security systems if I get the chance." Emily locked the door from the inside while Hannah kept watch at a window. The monitor feeds displayed glimpses of something horrifying. Large, transparent pods arranged in neat rows within an underground chamber, each containing a motionless figure. Some pods were empty, others held people wearing hospital-like gowns, eyes closed, faces pale. Emily's throat tightened. "There must be dozens," she breathed. "Dozens of abductees down there." Hannah stifled a gasp, tears in her eyes. "That could have been me. Maybe it was me, and I just don't remember." Her hand drifted unconsciously to the faint scars on her arms. On one of the screens, a tall figure in a dark suit appeared. Michael Reed. He spoke with an underling, pointing to a chart. Though there was no audio, It was obvious he was giving orders. Emily zoomed in. The chart he held had a date circled in red. Tomorrow's date. The harvest window. Andrew hissed softly in frustration. They've layered encryption all over the internal network. I can't get everything, but I'm snagging partial files. He paused, glancing at a separate control panel. I see an internal security measure for something called Containment Vault, Level B. Might house the more sensitive subjects. Possibly the Watcher? Emily's heart hammered. We need physical evidence from the pods. Let's see if we can get down there. We can't free everyone by ourselves, but at least we can document it. They carefully left the control room, heading toward a stairwell that descended 2 levels below ground. The deeper they went, the colder and more sterile it became. Medical trolleys lined the halls, stocked with ominous syringes and strange equipment. Faint overhead announcements crackled. Holding Bay 2, prepare for sedation protocol. Hannah clenched her jaw, remembering the cold table, the bright lights she had glimpsed in her fractured memory. Finally, they reached a wide chamber with floor-to-ceiling glass pods. The sight was surreal, like stepping into a futuristic nightmare. Dozens of people were suspended in some kind of translucent fluid, monitors attached to the pods. The hum of machinery underscored each breath the abductees took. On a catwalk above, masked technicians moved from pod to pod, checking readouts. Emily recorded frantically, capturing every angle she could. Andrew's face was ashen. The entire floor is basically a test lab. They're analysing them, maybe collecting samples. He pointed to a side corridor labelled Extraction. The sign alone made Emily's stomach twist. Suddenly, an alarm beeped overhead. Red lights swirled. Emily's immediate thought was that they had triggered a sensor, but then a mechanical voice announced, "Security breach holding Bay 3. Unauthorised entry." That wasn't them. They were in Bay 2. She realised with a jolt that someone else was here, or perhaps something was happening that even the staff hadn't anticipated. A wave of commotion spread among the technicians, one shouting into a walkie-talkie. In the confusion, Emily motioned to Andrew and Hannah to duck behind a row of large crates. They crouched, hearts pounding. Guards rushed past, heading toward holding Bay 3. Andrew's eyes darted to Emily. What do we do? Could be a chance to get out or get deeper. Hannah's expression was steeled. Maybe it's a distraction. Let's see if we can find more about the Watcher. Reluctantly, Emily nodded. They slipped across the chamber, hugging the wall to avoid cameras. At the far end, a secure metal door bore the label Restricted, Authorised Personnel Only. Andrew had to hack a keypad again, sweat beading on his forehead as the alarm klaxons continued. With trembling fingers he succeeded, and the heavy door slid open. The corridor beyond led to a smaller, dimly lit annex. Lining the walls were what looked like steel freezers or vaults. Each had a biometric lock. At the far end stood a reinforced glass partition, behind which something flickered like a faint glow. Emily approached, pressing her face close. On the other side was a sealed room, maybe 20 feet wide. The interior was dark, but she could make out a tall cylindrical container in the centre, cables snaking from it. A dull luminescence pulsed inside like a heartbeat of light. As they watched, the luminous shape within shifted. For a split second, Emily swore she saw an elongated limb press against the container's surface. She swallowed hard. Could that be the Watcher? Hannah's eyes fluttered. She stepped closer as if drawn by some invisible tether. Suddenly, she gasped, tears springing to her eyes. I can feel it in my head, she whimpered. It's the same presence from before. Andrew's device beeped. This door's on a more advanced system. I'm not sure I can crack it without setting off another alarm. Before Emily could respond, a voice spoke behind them. I wouldn't advise it. They spun around to see Michael Reed flanked by 2 armed guards, their guns trained. Reed's cool expression held triumph. You've gone far enough. Emily's pulse thundered. "You're detaining us illegally. We have evidence." She brandished her phone, still recording. One guard moved to smack it out of her hand, but Reed signalled for him to wait. He offered a tight smile. "Evidence of what? A top-secret installation engaged in advanced medical research for national security? You'll be laughed off every mainstream channel. And if you do try releasing anything, you'll spend your lives in legal purgatory for violating national security." He stared them down. "But I can offer an alternative." Andrew's jaw tensed. "Which is?" "Hush money. A comfortable relocation to anywhere you want. You sign NDAs, vanish quietly, and let the grown-ups handle the big, scary secrets." Reed glanced at Hannah. "Especially you, Ms. Grey. Surely you don't want more nightmares. Let us handle your condition. We can help." Anger boiled in Emily. "Help! You're the ones who took her!" Reed's gaze flicked to the Watcher's container. "We're containing a threat that your friend here, along with many others, got tangled in. Our work is about preserving stability. That includes people who wander off the reservation." He gave Emily a pointed look. "You might think you're saving the world, but trust me, you have no idea how dangerous this entity is, or the ramifications of exposure." Hannah trembled. "You'd keep abducting people, letting that thing feed on them?" Reed exhaled, feigning patience. "It's complicated. We have certain understandings with the entity. In exchange for certain allowances, we glean scientific breakthroughs. Our adversaries would love to get their hands on it. The world is better off if we remain in control." Emily saw red. "You're letting people suffer for your own ends." "National ends," he corrected, stepping forward. The guards parted slightly, but their weapons remained level. "I'm offering you a choice. Walk away now, or face the consequences." At that moment, Hannah let out a sudden gasp, eyes rolling back. The air grew electric. The lights in the corridor flickered. Within the sealed containment, the luminescence surged. A shape pressed forcefully against the glass. Alarms blared anew, mixing with the tension in the air. The Watcher, it seemed, was reacting to Hannah's proximity, or to her emotional state. One of the guards stepped back, rattled. "Sir, containment is destabilizing." The glass partition shook. A hairline crack appeared. Reed's confidence wavered. Panic edged his features. Emily saw her chance. She pushed Andrew behind some equipment crates. Hannah, eyes glazed, stumbled after them. The guards turned to secure the containment vault, momentarily distracted. Reed cursed and yelled, "Don't let them get away!" But the trio darted down a side corridor. Behind them, the Watcher's prison groaned ominously, a splintering shriek that echoed. Pandemonium erupted. They sprinted, hearts hammering. Andrew led them toward an exit sign. "You have to get out before the Watcher breaks free, or they seal the place shut." They had the proof they'd come for, but also a terrifying new realization. If the Watcher escaped, it might not only be the facility that paid the price, it could be the entire surrounding town or beyond. Intervals sealing sections of the facility. Emily, Andrew and Hannah barely slipped under one shutter in time before it crashed to the floor with a resounding clang. They burst into a wide loading area stacked with crates of supplies, likely sedation chemicals. Several large trucks were lined up, engines idling, presumably preparing for a midnight transfer. Sirens blended into the roar of alarms, creating a frenzied chaos. Technicians ran in all directions, some barking into radios, others wheeling carts full of sedation syringes. Andrew quickly ducked behind a forklift, scanning for a safe route. Hannah, still pale from the psychic assault, gripped Emily's arm for support. "We have to warn those people," Hannah said, voice wavering as she gestured to the trucks. "They are shipping more victims tonight." Emily nodded, swallowing her own terror. "We can't free everyone on our own, But maybe we can sabotage the trucks so they can't transport them. Andrew eyed a control panel near the bay doors. I could disable the loading ramp, jam the engines, something like that. It'll at least slow them down. They crept forward, only to have an armed guard appear from behind a crate. He raised his weapon. Instinct kicked in. Emily grabbed a stray metal rod and swung. She was hardly a trained fighter, but adrenaline can do wonders. The rod clanged against the guard's wrist, sending his aim wide. He stumbled, and Andrew tackled him to the floor, wresting the gun away. Hannah pulled Andrew back, breath coming in gasps. They hurried on as the guard groaned behind them. Andrew reached the control panel, frantically typing commands. Sparks flew from the console as he jammed some kind of override. The massive bay doors jerked partway closed, then locked in place with a screech. The trucks revved, drivers desperately trying to maneuver out, but the doors trapped them. A loudspeaker crackled. Critical malfunction in loading bay. All personnel evacuate. Meanwhile, the Watcher's presence pressed into Hannah's mind like a vice. She staggered, feeling telepathic waves ripple through the facility. With each passing second, it grew stronger. In her mind's eye, she saw flickers of the entity floating through corridors, doors buckling under an unseen force. They found an emergency staircase leading upward. On the next level, subdued lights flickered as the alarms continued. Bodies lay strewn in the hallway, some unconscious guards, possibly overwhelmed by the Watcher's telepathic field. Emily forced herself not to look too closely at whether they were breathing. Time was short. At a cross-section of corridors, they nearly collided with Michael Reed. His hair was mussed, tie askew, face contorted in fury. A pistol was clutched in his hand. "You have no idea what you've unleashed," he snarled. "If the Watcher goes free, then maybe it'll blow the lid on your entire operation," Emily shot back. He pointed the gun at Andrew, who flinched, hands up. "Hand over that flash drive with all the data, now!" Andrew trembled, fumbling in his pocket. You can't keep this hidden forever," Reed's nostrils flared. "Watch me!" A deep vibration rocked the corridor. Metal doors rattled. The lights dimmed, surging back in a stutter. Hannah let out a choked sound. "It's here!" At the far end of the hallway, something shimmered like a mirage. Then it solidified into a tall, spindly figure, vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly elongated. Its skin, or surface, seemed a pale, pearlescent grey, with eyes that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light. It radiated a sense of immense, implacable intelligence. The Watcher. Even Reed seemed taken aback, stepping back warily, though he kept his weapon trained on Andrew. The Watcher tilted its head, an unreadable motion. Emily felt a tidal wave of pressure inside her skull, as if those glowing eyes were peering directly into her mind. She sensed a mix of curiosity and cold detachment, as though humans were mere specimens. Hannah doubled over, hands on her temples. The Watcher took a step closer, and doors in the corridor swung open as though willed by a telekinetic push. Reed fired a shot at the alien, but the bullet pinged off the wall, deflected by some unseen force. The Watcher's gaze pinned Reed in place, a wave of telepathic energy knocking him back. He slammed into a wall, the pistol skittering across the floor. Emily inched forward, phone still recording. Fear warred with her journalistic instinct, but the camera was her only weapon to expose the truth. The Watcher's attention shifted to Hannah. It reached out. Physically or psychically, she couldn't tell. Hannah let out a strangled cry. A chaotic swirl of images flooded Hannah's mind. A cosmos teeming with swirling lights, bizarre structures floating in the void, and a sense of some grand experiment. She saw other humans in pods, glimpses of entire networks of ships orbiting Earth in secret. The Watcher's voice resonated without words, yet it communicated volumes. It was collecting data, studying them, a cosmic anthropologist or perhaps a collector. Emily picked up faint echoes of the same images, as though the link extended to her through Hannah. Reed, battered but furious, grabbed the pistol again, aiming at the back of the Watcher. Emily found herself torn. Should she let him shoot the creature that might enslave them all? Or was that a worse risk? But before he could pull the trigger, the Watcher turned. With a single psychic thrust, it sent him flying down the corridor, crashing into unconsciousness. Suddenly, alarm sirens pitched into an unearthly wail, and the building's overhead lights began strobing. The Watcher turned its luminous eyes upward, as if sensing the source of the disruption. Andrew pointed to a side door. "We should get out of here," he hissed. But Hannah was transfixed, locked in telepathic communion. Emily and Andrew pulled at her, and finally she stumbled away, breaking the connection. The trio sprinted, hearing the echo of the Watcher's presence behind them. It didn't chase in a conventional sense. It seemed more concerned with clearing a path to escape the facility entirely. They found an auxiliary exit, locked from the inside. Andrew managed to pry it open using a crowbar from a nearby maintenance closet. Fresh night air rushed in. Outside, floodlights swiveled madly, but the area was chaotic. Vehicles ablaze, staff fleeing, and an unearthly hum throbbing in the air. In the distance, a shimmering vortex of light flickered across the desert sky. It looked like a tear in the night, swirling with the same colour as the Watcher's glow. Hannah clutched Emily's sleeve, panting. "That's how it's leaving. We're calling in reinforcements." Andrew scanned frantically for their own SUV. It was still hidden behind the boulders. They dashed across open ground, hearts pounding. Over their shoulders, the complex erupted with scenes and sporadic gunfire. Inside that swirling vortex, they glimpsed the Watcher's silhouette rising, drifting upward in defiance of gravity. Bolts of energy danced around it. Suddenly, Hannah cried out, doubling over. Emily skidded to a stop. "Hannah!" She was experiencing a final psychic barrage. Disjointed images of Earth from orbit. Hundreds, maybe thousands of other Watchers, each assigned to different regions of the planet. Some alliance with governments worldwide. The horrifying scale of it slammed into Hannah's consciousness, a revelation she could scarcely handle. A surge of raw mental force burst from her, a reflexive scream that tore through the night. It was as though she'd formed a telepathic feedback loop with the Watcher. For a brief moment, the Watcher wavered in mid-air, its body convulsing. The vortex crackled with unstable energy. Emily shielded her eyes from the blinding flashes. Andrew grabbed Hannah to steady her. Then, with a thunderous hush, like the air had been vacuumed out, the Watcher disappeared into the vortex, which collapsed in on itself, leaving only a shimmering after-image in the sky. The desert fell silent but for the crackle of flames around the facility. The abduction operation was in ruins. At least for now. They found their SUV and sped away. Once a safe distance from the complex, Andrew pulled over, and all three sat in stunned silence, the glow of the facility a distant memory. Emily's phone still had partial battery and a stack of recorded footage. She could barely process it. She had filmed the Watcher, the pods, the weird telekinetic standoff. Now she held evidence that could unravel a global conspiracy, or be dismissed as a hoax, depending on the audience. "Are you okay?" Emily asked Hannah, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Hannah trembled. I feel empty, like it took something from me when it left. Or I took something from it. I'm not sure which." Andrew exhaled a shaky breath. "We have the footage, the documents, everything. Let's get it out there, wide. Even if the mainstream covers it up, the truth will find a way." Emily nodded, determination in her eyes. "We owe it to everyone who was trapped in those pods, and to every abductee that might still be out there." They drove through the night, hearts heavy yet hopeful. At dawn, the story was uploaded across multiple platforms, midnight frequencies, conspiracy forums, Independent video hosts. Emily didn't bother contacting mainstream news. She knew they'd either laugh or find themselves mysteriously blocked. But the smaller corners of the web lit up, viewers reeling at the footage of the Watcher, the pods, and the ominous presence of government forces. Some hailed it as undeniable proof. Others cried hoax, but the seed was planted, the story out in the wild. If Michael Reed or his superiors tried to contain it, they'd have a hard time chasing every download and re-upload. In the weeks that followed, rumours abounded that the facility had been sanitised, that Michael Reed had vanished, or that he'd been reassigned to an even more clandestine role. Meanwhile, Hannah faced lingering nightmares and occasional psychic flashes, glimpses of starlit corridors or swirling galaxies. She was slowly healing, but the scars were not just physical. Andrew used his tech skills to stay ahead of any attempts at legal retaliation, employing encryption and backups to keep their evidence safe. Emily's viewership soared among those predisposed to believe. Critics labelled her a sensationalist, but she pressed on. Late one night, as she wrapped up a new podcast episode, she saw a single faint, shimmering light flicker across the sky above her home. It was gone in an instant, leaving her with a familiar swirl of dread and wonder. Switching off the microphone, Emily whispered, "They're still out there. Maybe they always will be." She glanced at her phone, which had begun vibrating with the new tips and sightings from around the globe. In her mind, she heard an echo of the Watcher's presence, something that felt like a cautionary farewell or perhaps a promise. Far away, in the hush of small-town streets, life went on. Children attended school, families gathered for barbecues. The local news played soft features about local sports, but in the margins, a different reality glowed. One where cosmic beings surveyed humanity like experimental subjects. And people like Emily Brooks, Andrew Miller, and Hannah Gray stood at the threshold determined to keep watch on the Watchers. Their fight for disclosure had only just begun.